Hey guys, this is Mental Muse 2.0. I am just going to hop on here and let you guys know. I didn't realize it until I got to the end that this actually particular video is almost 9 hours long. And I didn't realize it was going to be that long, but it took me so long to do this. I like to go in very much detail, and I like to talk about everything from the beginning, the before, the beginning, the middle, the chaos, and all the way to the end to where they are now today. I wanted to do this video for a while, but I just didn't know if I really wanted to put the energy into it, since it is kind of really saturated. I also decided that I thought, you know what, I think I can do this. I think I can actually I think I could actually probably put this on to a podcast. My daughter says, since you make lengthy videos and you do more talking than you do show, it may be one of those things that you can look into. So, for future reference, if I do put this on a podcast, guys, I will put the links to them. It would most likely be on Spotify and probably on iHeart as well. So I will put those links or tell you how to get to them or whatever it is in the description. I'll update it along with every link that I put in, that I use, my resources that I use in this video. And I want you guys to know that I really appreciate you guys. This whole video, you do not have to watch anything except for, I think there's a good maybe 20 minutes worth of maybe a Dr. Phil segment, as well as, but you can still kind of listen and understand what's going on, as well as I think there's a Please Can video, but that I also put triggering warnings in between both of those. So but I also speak the trigger warnings. So other than that, there's really nothing to actually watch. So this is a very easy listen to. You can tell when I'm in between clips. So that gives you an opportunity to kind of be like, okay, I can pause here, because I usually end it with, okay, let's get into that, or let's talk about this. Okay, let's talk into that or whatever. So I kind of give you keywords to let you know that, hey, I'm moving forward. So it gives you an opportunity to say, oh no, I'm gonna push pause here, and then and then I'll come back to it later and listen to it. Since it is a good listen to and it is so lengthy, you might as well go ahead and hit that subscribe button. And guys, I would, if you really want to pay back, just go ahead and hit that like button as well. I am a one-woman show here. I do the research, I do the editing, I do the talking, I do everything. So, and this takes me many, many hours to do this. And so, yeah, I want you guys to know I appreciate your time and I value your input. So please make sure you comment down below. Let me know what you like, you dislike, whatever. Also, be respectful to anybody else who has different opinions. And I guess that's it, guys. I do, like I said, I welcome you guys to my show, and as well as also, if it becomes a podcast, it will stay as Mental Muse 2.0, if I can keep it that way. So, if nobody else took it from me. And with that being said, thank you for allowing me to be in your ears for the next 9 hours and some odd a few minutes. And I hope you guys enjoy everything that I am talking about. So, welcome to Love as One Cult, and welcome to Mental Muse 2.0 channel. And hit that like, share, subscribe, comment, everything, all the above button. And if it becomes a podcast, make sure you follow so you don't lose your spot where you were. If you have to pause and then come back to it. So with that being said, guys, thank you so much, and I hope you guys enjoy this video. Alright, so let's get into Love Has One Cult. This is the history so far that I've come across it. It is pretty rough right now at the moment, but hopefully we will get through it together. Okay, so the history of Love Is One. So the Love Is One cult, who is now known as the Galactic Federation of Light and 5D Full Disclosure. If those sound familiar to you guys, it is still going on today. They still have YouTube channels. You feel free to go look at it. They're still trying. Even after their co-leader has died, they still believe she's still with us and everything. And so, yeah. But anyway, so it was founded in about 2006. But before we get into who and how it became, we're going to get into who actually started it. Now, so we all know there's this woman named Amy Carlson, who, according to her family, that's her name, Amy Carlson, right? And I say according to because Amy likes to refer to her birth not being of this earth. So, according to her family, though, Amy Carlson, she grew up in Dallas, Texas, which is kind of crazy because that's like my hometown. So, I mean, but I don't claim her. I'm just saying. But we do have some crazy folks here. But yes, I was amazed that that she grew up in Dallas, Texas, and she was actually a straight A student, and which maybe that's why she was so good at this. She was also a very good girl. She was like girl next door type of girl. She never got into trouble. She was really good, and she befriended everybody. So what happened? What happened? So, well, early in life, I don't know exactly around what age or whatever, but apparently early in life, somehow when she began her early adult life, she began to increasingly talk about quote unquote outlandish concepts and things like starships. Now, if you guys don't know what starships are, briefly let me explain to you. Starships are basically like if you look in the clouds, okay, and if you look close enough, you know how when you're a kid, you look at the clouds, you look at the shapes of the clouds, and you're like, oh, that one looks like a rabbit, or that one looks like a turtle, or that looks like a fish, or something like that. Well, Amy saw starships. Now, these clouds usually look like they almost look like a dome, like at the top, and the bottom part is flat. And so she sees when they look like that, they were like almost like a UFO style ship, you know. So to her, they were called starships. So that's her concepts. Every time she saw the clouds, she's like, "Oh, those are starships. They look like clouds, yes, but they're disguised." Because they don't want to be seen right now, but only those who fully believe is able to see them. Yeah. So, anyways, but we're not talking about aliens per se, but you might as well be talking about aliens. Okay. So, anyway, so sometime between the year 2000 and 2007. Okay, so the year 2000 was really kind of crazy. Let's talk about Y2K. People thought the world was ending. Everybody believed in the Mayan calendar. People thought, oh my gosh, everything was shutting down and it was chaos. I mean, I lived it. And I mean, I think I just turned an adult around that time. So, and I really I remember it all. So, and then the next following year, then we had 9/11 that happened. So yeah, it was like we couldn't get a break from it. But apparently though, so between the year 2000 and 2007, so Amy, she began an interest in like New Age philosophy. Now, briefly, if you don't know what New Age is, it's basically defined as an alternative to traditional Western culture. Now, when I say Western, I'm not meaning like horses and saloons and cowboys and stuff like that. What I mean by Western is mainly the U.S. And we are considered Western. In Asia and stuff like that, they're considered Eastern. So we're Western culture. Western culture is basically like Christianity. You got the Bible Belt, things like that. God with a capital G. That's the traditional Western culture when it comes to belief systems. So, yeah, so it, with New Age, though, it's an alternative to a traditional Western culture, but it has emphasis on spirituality. There's a difference between religion and spirituality also. Religion is more about, it's very strict. It's more about, it's a belief system that you literally believe wholeheartedly one type of God, or one God, and one, way of getting to the afterlife, which would be aka like heaven and so forth. So, and you usually your it's really it's very structured, I should say. Spirituality is on a different concept. Spirituality is more of defined like it is more more relaxed a little bit. It is more open minded. It is meaning that, I mean, there's different ways to getting to the afterlife, and there's ways of living life, and it's free and so forth, and it's not as structured. So yeah, so it does have a tradition. It's an alternative to traditional culture with emphasis on spirituality. Mysticism is something that's to do with I don't want to say wizardry, but when you think of mystics, that's what you're thinking about. But it's kind of like that. It's more like the dark arts kind of style, but not really. It's almost like I'm not want to say like spells, but like kind of like with crystals and things like that. You got maybe a little bit with palm reading that's involved in it. I don't want to say like psychics, but kind of like that. That's part of mysticism. And then you got holism. Holism is more of nature balanced. That's more of like when you come to meditation. It is also about it's being grounded and sun gazing, moon gazing, things upon that nature, and then environment. So, which means that you believe that the earth belongs to all, and you're caring and you're loving. You would literally hug a tree. That tree is living, has feelings, emotions, things like that, and so that is basically what all New Age is. So. And it rapidly grew in the early 1970s. I mean, when you had peace, love, all that, and the hippies, that they were definitely New Age. Here in the U.S., yeah. So there's no systematic structure to it, which is totally the purpose of it being unstructured. But because of that, it's really not. There's no really definite definition to it, although there are many scholars who consider it as a religious movement, which just seems ironic because, or kind of an oxymoron, really, I should say, because we just said that it's spirituality, but it's not religious. But yet, many scholars consider it a religious movement because it could be considered and seen as a religious movement. But in other words, though, in a short term would be anytime you see the words mind, body, spirit, soul, mind, body, and soul, things like that, that is what it is. That's New Age. It's combining your mental clarity, your physical body, and then your internal spirit and your soul all becoming one. It's trying to unify them together, and line them up. And that way your life can be at peace. And so that's what, in a nutshell, that's what New Age is. So Amy became interested in that philosophy, which there's nothing wrong with that, right? So, I mean, if that's her boat or ship she decided to get on. I mean, that's her prerogative. Um, but the problem with though is that Amy began a huge deep dive into the whole New Age um, philosophy and started to become obsessively posting on the regular. I mean, she was literally on forums of a web. There's a website called lightworkers.org, which apparently I double checked it is still existing as of this video. If you guys want, I mean, I could do a whole separate deep dive on about them, because they're really out there. Their actual website looks like something was built like in the 1990s. And I mean, I'm not trying to age myself, but yeah. Yeah, if you're as old as I am, I mean, you know what I'm talking about. I mean, I'm talking about AOL. I'm talking about dial up. I'm talking about Angel Fire websites. So it kind of looks like that. It's really strange. I don't know if it just happens to be, I don't know if it's dead and it's just happen to be still existing, or if it is existing and someone is still running it. But anyways, I can do a deep dive on it. Comment down below if you guys would be interested in it. Just type in lightworkers.org, but type out the word dot so it doesn't give a link. But and I will see it. And then I will kind of tally up. If there's enough people interested in it, I'll look into it, because it takes a lot of time and energy to do this. Like I said, because I'm a one person band, I'm a one woman, person over here I do my own research, I do my own ideas, I do my own editing, my own everything. That's why it takes me a minute to put some lengthy videos out there. And so, yeah. But moving forward though, so Amy was on lightworkers.org website. She was posting obsessively. She was posting several times a day. She was commenting. She would post questions, and she would respond to others, and she as if she was running it. It was strange, but she wasn't running it. She was just a member, and because she was interested in the whole New Age concept. And so Amy was posting on these, interacting with other like-minded people, and that's where she met Amaranth White Eagle. Yes, that's his actual, that's not his actual name, but that's his actual, what he thinks is his name. And his actual real name, his government name, was actually Robert Saltzgaver. Now, the last name Saltzgaver, it sounds just as fake as White Eagle. But, I mean, I'm not gonna hate, I'm not gonna bully, but yes. And it was actually him who actually convinced Amy. He just contacted her because he saw how active she was, and she was so interested. She was he basically saw someone he could use, and he convinced her that she was some divine being. He convinced her by giving her, talking her sweet nothings, and telling her that she is this some reincarnated divine being, and that she can do so much out there in the world. And so, which there's nothing wrong with that. It's being positive thinking, right? So now that, she met him, I consider it though that it seemed like it may have went like more like brainwashing her with sweet nothings, talking sweet to her and of words and telling her she's smart. He was telling her that she was above being a human being and that she was a divine being, like a god possibly, like so, and she believed it. So I mean, here's Amy over here, bored, but yet she was active, and she's like, oh my God, here's this person who is probably either a moderator or who is actually, it's like the President of the United States coming to your door and saying, hey, you are someone special, and you're going to now work for me, and you are this, you're above any other citizen, you're completely immune from any wrongdoings in life. That's to her, that's what she felt like. This person, this Robert person, aka Amaranth, White Eagle, actually was telling her these things. So she was believing it. So once he fed her these sweet nothings and all these sweet lines, that's when she began to claim to experience paranormal phenomena. Go figure. I mean, she was on this high dopamine. I mean, who wouldn't be, right? So she became to experience all this. So in late 2007, Carlson, she left her third husband. Yes, she was already on a third marriage at this point. Now, before we get into that part, let's back up even further, okay? And then we're going to talk about a little bit of Amy's history. So, Amy Carlson was born November 30th, 1975, in McPherson, Kansas. Her parents divorced when she was a child, and they both remarried. Her mom remarried, her dad remarried. Hey, that's good. Amy was raised between their homes. One was in Kansas and the other one was in Oklahoma City. Amy and her sister Tara, Tara apparently turned out normal, which is crazy. But she loved her sister. They got along. Typical sister stuff, but they got along. They loved each other. Everything was fine. But Amy and her sister, they left to live with her mother and stepfather after claims of abuse by their stepmother. There's claims also assaying happening or whatever. We don't know if that's entirely true. We just know that Tara has mentioned in one of the documentary, I think it was on HBO, that she did claim that there was some abuse happening. Now, she never clarified if there was actually SA happening, but definitely there was some abuse happening by their stepmother. So the family later lived basically a middle class life in Dallas, Texas. So when they left, her father and stepmother moved with mom, and mom took them to live in Dallas, Texas. They got a typical, middle class, happy, everything's fine. Carlson she received good grades in school. She wasn't a bad child. She wasn't neglected or anything. She even sang in the school choir. She was active. Everything was great. Later on in life, they end up relocating to Houston. I did search as much as I could find on any names or info on how and why she married the first two husbands, but let's just say that she just married and divorced 3 times, and all in her early 20s. Okay, so something was going on with Amy's head where she couldn't sustain a marriage. It was being married and divorced 3 times, three separate people, all in your early 20s. I mean, that's crazy, right? So we already at this point, Amy was already starting to go deep dive and below the surface. So she also had 3 children, and all 3 children had different baby daddies. So they all had different fathers. I'm not saying that's a bad thing, because I don't want to offend anybody out there that if you have children, multiple children, and they all got different dads, and you're just trying the best you can. I'm not saying you're crazy. I'm not saying there's something wrong with you. I'm not trying to put you down at all. So if you feel offended, I deeply apologize. If you hear this and you got this far into it, I apologize about it. But I'm just saying, when it came to Amy Carlson, that would have been a red flag for me. Apparently, during this time, though, when during her 3rd marriage, that's when she really was deciding, okay, I am a divine person. I deserve better in life. I am a god, basically. So she was being told that she's so divine. But if these people really knew who she was and, her real lifestyle, maybe they wouldn't see her as so divine. I mean, from the outside looking in, it doesn't seem like she'd be divine, but I mean, I don't know. Maybe the expectations, maybe the qualifications to be divine is not very set high. So, anyways, she also worked as a manager at McDonald's, which, I mean, hey, it's a job, but at the same time, it doesn't sound divine to me. But I do have to give her kudos for at least having a job and trying to keep food on the table. So, hey. But during this time, though, she was active on the lightworkers.org website. So I believe it was during this time where she realized, you know what, I think it was taking up all her time. I don't know. I'm not saying she neglected her kids, because I don't know that much. What I do know is that, according to the documentary, they did speak to her children. I think at least 1 or 2 of them, because now they're adults, obviously, but they felt abandoned by their mom, because she just up and left them with family members and just to raise her kids, and she completely, yeah. So when she was on this forum, she met Amaranth White Eagle. Okay, so like we mentioned before, aka Robert Saltzgiver, whatever. He fed her all the divine words, telling her that she was not only divine, but that she claimed to experience paranormal phenomena. Specifically, she heard a voice telling her that she would one day become president of the United States. Hey, that's nothing wrong with that, I mean, we all have dreams, right? We could use a woman president. I mean, I'm not trying to go either side of the aisle. I'm just saying we could use a woman president, right? So in late 2007, Amy basically abandoned her children, her job, and her 3rd husband, and cut off contact with most members of her family. I mean, it was her, according to the documentary, they said that it was really sudden. They didn't see it coming. They don't know if she planned this or if she just randomly decided to wake up one morning and she went to work and she never picked up her kids from school like she was supposed to, and that other family members had to call to come pick up the kids, and then there was no contact of her. They filed a missing report. She finally contacted her family members to tell us that, hey, I'm not missing. I left. I'm fine. And that was the end of the, that was the end right there. So, but apparently she did keep some contact. I believe, I think it's either her mother or her sister, I believe. But that was it. I mean, it was very few and far in between. And as time went on, it became even more and more and more distant. And she was, the deeper she kept going, the further her away her, she was cutting her family off, which that's a flag right there for a cult. I mean, if any religious place that tells you that, hey, you cannot have any contact with your family even if they're not part of our group, you cannot, that means that you have to cut them off, which is aka, I'm just gonna insert a small, like, quote unquote cough here, Scientology cough. I'm just saying. I mean, they that's what they do. If they're not part of us, you can't have any contact with them. Otherwise, you're out. So yeah. So you're because they call it loyalty, and this is why, I mean, a lot of people believe that Christianity is not really a cult, because it doesn't tell you, no church really tells you you have to cut off, with your family. They always say, bring your family, even if they're not part of our group, bring your family, blah, 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 whatever. So, I mean, that's the thing. And I think that's why there's a lot of churches aren't being shut down for, because there aren't considered cults. But there's other quote unquote churches are using the word church in their name, and that do that. So, but this particular cult doesn't even use the word church at all, which is hilarious to me, because it's one of the very few cults out there that don't use the word church. So it's kind of, they may use the word gathering or family or, just other terms, but they don't use the word church, which is, yeah, red flag for me. So, when she, basically in 2007, when she abandoned her children, her job, and her third husband, she cut off all contact with pretty much everybody in her family. That's when she took off and she joined up with Robert, aka Amherst, in Colorado. She just up and left. So I think she planned this. She knew it was coming. But she didn't give anybody heads up. I'm thinking at least be fair and say, hey, let me get my affairs in order. I mean, that's at least for the kids. But because their kids were small during this time. But they were young enough to not, I mean, I think one or two of them were young enough to not really know what was going on, but I think the oldest one was like, where's mom? Like, why would mom do that? Something's wrong. Basically, though, when she met with him up in Colorado, and this is the first time they actually kind of met face to face. Now, I don't know if they actually did any, like, webcamming at that point beforehand and stuff like that, but I know they obviously they discussed privately, either on the phone or online or something, but they've written to each other or something like that, but they made plans. So I'm sorry, but as a woman, I'm not meeting with some random dude that I met online and I'm gonna, like, abandon my whole family and be like, hey, I'm gonna join you. I've never met you, especially if I haven't seen your face before. But yeah. Anyway, so she met with him up in Colorado. It was just the two of them, but they end up changing each other's names, and they called each other Mother and Father God. And then they decided to name their little group called the Galactic Federation of Light. Galactic is obviously outer space, spaceships. Federation is like governmental in a way, and light, it obviously has a nice ring to it. Sounds like it's positive, and that's all it is. So their first videos, they started doing little videos on YouTube. It goes all the way back in 2009. I don't know if those videos are still up. I hadn't even searched that part yet, but you can search it if you want to. But their first videos was back in 2009, and apparently, I guess, I think in the documentary they did get a hold of some clips of the YouTube videos, and it looks like I'm sorry, but they both look like two homeless, crazy people sitting in a van or sitting outside on this makeshift little camera trying to make a video, and they are talking nonsense. A lot of it's gibberish. Some of it's, I don't know if they're high on mushrooms or something, but yeah, it just seems insane. They're not even making sense. So to me, if you're trying to convince me to join you, at least make some sense. You're trying to convince me, and you can't even make complete sentences. So yeah. So after a few years of getting others to join them as a quote unquote family, they don't use the word term church. They use the word family, because family sounds more inviting. It's almost like a gang, because gangs, that's what they do. They use this to recruit members. They try to recruit members by finding kids that are having family troubles or not being met. Their needs are not being met, meaning emotional needs are not being met at home, and they feel being abandoned. So they feel like they prey upon people like that. Same thing with the Church of Scientology. They're kind of the same way. And the reason I'm saying it like that, because I don't want to be like sued by them, but yeah, because they are really big on here doing that. So their first videos, were uploaded was in 2009, and they, after a few, it took them years, which is crazy. It took them a few years just to get people to join them, and which I think is insane. If you're really that active and you're really, really trying to push us, why did it take you that so long? Because maybe you had to wait for more people to become crazy? You think of statistically, if you're on YouTube, you think of those millions, thousands of people watch videos. People watch crazy stuff. I even find out here, I put out a video out, and I'm thinking I'm putting out things that are educated or things that seem to be of interest, but yet I'm not getting very many views, but yet somebody over here just happens to, do something dumb and, brain numbing, and yet they're getting thousands of views, and I'm like, what is the world coming to? So maybe that's how they got their family. I don't know. But anyway, so Amy decided that apparently things were not, I don't know if they weren't going right, or she got a divine message or something, but Amy left Amaranth, aka Robert Saltzcaver. She left him, okay, but he stayed, within the family. But she left him as, instead of being with him, I guess romantically, around 2014. After finally going to be with her first follower. Now, her first follower was Miguel Lamboy. Miguel Lamboy, he wasn't dumb. I don't understand. He knew money, okay? He had a history and experience working with finances and logistics. That was his job. And so, within the family, he handled their finances. He handled their money. He handled the logistics of things and trying to see how they get money on YouTube, how if they made the homemade stuff and try to sell it off the street, things like that. He handled how they, got by, and also on if they were going to go grocery shopping and how they were going to handle, rationing out food and things like that, and where they lived, how much the rent was going to cost. He was in charge of all that. But now he was also, not only that was his job, but he was also now the new father god. But that didn't last for long. So during the time from her being with Miguel, they decided to change the name. Now, instead of it being the Galactic Federation of Light, it is now changed to Love is One. So now we're here at Love is One. So that started in 2014. All right. So we got with Amy's now with Miguel, sorry, with Miguel Lamboy. And we know that Miguel knew about money and his finances and everything, and he was the logistics of it all. That was his job, and now he's the new father god. And during that time, for her being with Miguel, they both decided to change the name of the group to Love is One. So the movement began to grow from 2014 onwards, mainly by the internet. That was their source. That's what they used. The group traveled a lot. When I say group, I mean they had probably roughly about, they started off with, it was just them two, and then it had by 2014 they had probably a good 10, 15, 20 people. I mean, it was starting to get bigger because other people were starting to come and join them. When they get on the internet and they were talking about what they do, and they were, and all this stuff, they were getting to the point that how they made their money was they would sell things on the internet. Now, they would sell, they were doing crystals, and they were trying to, basically they were finding pretty rocks or whatever it is, and say that these crystals were because Mother God or Father God blessed those crystals. It will if you buy these crystals. They set up a whole website, and Miguel was kind of in charge of that a little bit because he knew how to run, websites and things like that as well. So he would set up this website, and he would put up there, and these crystals and stuff like that would be $20, $30, $40. Some of them would be almost up to hundreds of dollars. They would start to sell things like that. They would start bottling, they would say, oh, you want a piece of Mother God's, a piece of charm that she wore, and people would actually buy these things. This is how they made their money. They would set up an account, and that's how they made money to move around, and they would become and live in different, they would live very cheaply because they were growing, but they were also telling people, come join them, come be part of our family. And some people would actually up and leave their whole entire families, their whole lives, and they would just literally leave with the back. They had to come with the clothes on their back basically, and they would join and meet up with them, and it was insane. It was literally almost like Charles Manson cult here, except they weren't killing people. But I mean, you might as well be, because they also talked about their eating habits, and it was times where they would go days without food, or without water, and because they didn't, either one, they couldn't afford it, or two, it was also because they believed it was detoxing. They had to go through, had to cleanse their spirit and their mind, and I mean, it's dangerous, but yeah, people would do that. If you've seen the documentary, I recommend you to watch it if you haven't. But yes, if you've seen the documentary, you know exactly what I'm talking about. I mean, some of the members were talking about how when they were part of it, this is what they did, because some of them, and some of them are still carrying it out today. They're still going on today, which is crazy. But anyway, so the group had to constantly move because, one, finances, two, they would get harassed by locals about, how weird they are, they smell. They would bum off Wi-Fi off of some of the local restaurants, so they can use the internet, but then they couldn't afford to buy food, but they're wanting to use the free Wi-Fi. And while that is okay occasionally, some places are fine with that every once in a while, but it became a habit at some places, and so they got to a point where they couldn't keep it up. So they had to keep constantly moving. And not only that, but also Mother God, Father God was always having these visions, talk about, no, we need to go west, we need to go north. I had a dream that we're gonna meet. Then I'm gonna meet the new Father God in this location, and or the starships are guiding me over here, and they would believe this. They would literally believe this, and that's what they would do. They would go, and so the group literally would travel a lot. They mostly traveled, though, between Colorado, Oregon, and California and Florida prior to 2018. By then, they finally settled. They found this, really, broke down shack that was for sale, and it had no AC. It barely had running water. I mean, it was literally like a shipping container. It wasn't even big enough to fit everybody in it. They literally had to, take turns sleeping either in tents outside, or, I mean, it was really run down. But they tried to make it work, and but they finally settled. And okay, if you live in this place, I deeply apologize if I'm gonna butcher it, but it's either Moffat or Moffat, Colorado. Yeah, so I'm assuming they settled in Colorado also, because around that time, I believe that's when cannabis became completely legal there to sell, and I believe that's probably another reason why they settled there. But also, a lot of them were like, and poor Miguel over here, he's trying to run these finances, and they're like, this is what we're working hard for, and we get this place, but then Mother God's like, we need to be thankful, and this is where we need to be at. Plus, not only that, if you've ever been to that town, it is so, one, it's small, two, it's a lot of land and space, so they feel like she felt like they were free from a lot of the 5G and all the interferences. So this was good for the system. So this is what they did. They lived there. So, and then we had, by 2018, enters Jason Castillo. Okay. Jason Castillo, this is when problems started happening in the group. Okay, Jason Castillo is a very narcissistic character. He is a type of person who likes control, but he also was not bad looking, and I think Amy was attracted to him, but she used it by convincing the group that he's going to be our new Father God. So, I mean, out goes Miguel. Just like Amy did in her real life. She had 3 husbands, and here comes, number 3, Father God. Now, she did have other Father Gods in between there, but they only lasted like a week or so, and then it was suddenly someone new. I think she was just trying to figure out who was the better leg. Excuse my French, but yes. I mean, if we're looking realistically, I mean, yes, I believe that's what she was doing. And whoever was, not only that, but I think Amy had a lot of control, and she wanted somebody who was going to be able to be submissive towards her, but apparently she's not. At the same time, Jason is not that person. Jason's personality, according to members, he was very narcissistic. He was very controlling. He was very, he was pretty much abusive towards other members, and he would use physical abuse, and he would use verbal abuse. I don't know if there was any SA going on, but RRing, some of the members, but interfere. But he loved that power, and he took advantage of that power. And so, but at the beginning, a lot of people said it wasn't that bad. I mean, he was just a different personality compared to Miguel, and so it was. Miguel was he's more laid back. He let kind of Amy do her thing, but Jason, he was younger and he was fit. He did a lot of karate, but also he also had anger issues, according to a lot of members. That if he did things that go his way, he would throw things, he would hit them, and Amy would let it happen. She would say, "Well, you're not respecting Father God." She was okay with that. I mean, this is supposed to be your family. These members had been there before Jason even entered the circle. I mean, before he was even there. Some of them were like, "Are you kidding me? You're supposed to be our mother. Like, we're a family, and moms protect their children, and then, you're not protecting us from this man who's beating on us, and who's throwing things and he has anger issues." Something as small as he would ask for them to bring him like, a cup of tea or something like that, and he wanted it. If it wasn't warm enough, he would throw it at them, and some of the times it would be really like scalding hot. Or he would throw things and break them, and he would go on a rant for over an hour over a cup of tea. He wouldn't let it go. And then it would come to the point where he would tell them, "No, y'all have to surround me." He was actually starting to steal Amy's light, like stealing the limelight. And Amy and him did get in some arguments and fights, but but Amy didn't want to let go of him. She still felt like he was supposed to be with her. They're supposed to be together and so forth. Now, I want to imagine what Amy's real husband felt, though, at that point. But I think he probably thought she just gone cuckoo at this moment in time, But moving forward, Jason Castillo was the final Father God, though. Even though she had various other Father Gods, she would use her reasons, like such as the starships told her in her dreams and prophecies, so that so-and-so was the new Father God, and just like that, toss the old one and in comes the new one, But it's funny, the old one would be respectful of her decisions and really devoted themselves not just to her but to the whole organization as a family unit, and they would actually still stick around and stay and respect it. So now we kind of know like a rough history of Amy Carlson. Let's get back to the cult of Love as One. So, as you should know by now, that Amy runs things. She's in control. Obviously, she can go from one man to the other man to another man, and none of them argue, and they don't say, "No, Amy, I love you, though." They're like, "Okay, honey, I'm gone," and they literally leave their position, but they stick around, and they're still there in the group. It was like, but they never got rid of Amy because Amy was mother. So she is a higher power. But with Jason and his narcissism, his in control, they battled with their power back and forth a lot. Now, I'll dig deeper into the whole Jason and all that, in their relationship, but there's not really a whole lot to it. Besides, it was their arguments and was very toxic. Everything was, besides the cult itself is toxic, but just the relationship was toxic. It wasn't even seem like it was a real relationship. It seems like that Jason was just using Amy as a vehicle to stardom, because he knew that she was getting popular on YouTube. Their videos were getting popular, and he was thinking, hey, I could basically, he joined in, and he loved the people. He loved everyone else bowing down to him. So, but anyway, so getting back to Amy though, so the reason though that Amy had so much control was because she made them believe that her teachings revolved around the idea that she was the 534th 534 incarnation of Mother God, a deity who was destined to lead exactly 144,000 believers. That's right, 144,000 believers, just like in many religious teachings, especially the Bible. It mentions 144,000 at the end of Revelation will be saved and go to heaven. So, so this 144,000 believers out of the superficial reality of our quote-unquote 3D world. Okay, and she's going to help lead them to that, and into a fifth dimensional plane of higher existence. They really believe this is not just on a metaphysical, but they really believe this on an actual literal physical. They believe that their bodies will glow and they'll become this higher mentally and spiritually and soulfully, physically, that they will look and change and be different than any other human on earth. They really believe this, and she told them this, and people believe this. So for example, she mentioned, she mentioned she was Pele, Mother Earth, Gaia, Cleopatra, Jesus, Joan of Arc, Harriet Tubman, which is kind of interesting. How a white woman was an African American. That's kind of interesting. Let alone Jesus, who was a Jew. And Gaia, who technically was a tree. But anyways, Marilyn Monroe, Helena Blavatsky, and even that Elvis Presley was her son. So let's take a 5 seconds and let's ponder all those things. So yeah, she apparently claimed that she had full memory of all of her lives, including hanging on the cross as Jesus. Oh my gosh. She said she could quote unquote produce miracles kind of like Jesus. She said these things. She claimed to be the reincarnation of Madame Blavatsky, who basically was, if y'all don't know who that is, she was the founder of the occult religion Theosophy or something like that, which means that it's basically a religion, which is funny because you're not a religion, remember? You're spirituality, not religion, but okay. But it's a religion that was established in the U.S. during the late 19th century. It uses a little bit of both Hinduism and Buddhism. Not to mention teachings that there's an ancient and secretive brotherhood of spiritual adepts known as masters found around the world, and they're all centered in Tibet. The teachings of Blavatsky is very deep. So, you guys can look it all up on your own, but for this video's purpose, that is just the basic definition. So, to accomplish her goals, she needed to regularly commune with quote-unquote the Galactics, and basically an etherical team. Etheric, basically, almost like I'm not saying aliens, but probably aliens. But yeah, they. I think I want to say it's almost connected with like the Brethrens and Breatharians. I mean, and if you don't know who they are, I may do something on them. I'm not sure. It's kind of an older thing because I mean, there's multiple of YouTube videos. People talk about them. Also, the Palladians, and yeah. Basically, they think they're spiritual ambassadors that she said was largely made up of deceased celebrities. Okay, so celebrities who died, they become these etheric, you know, these aliens, supposedly, team. And she was talking about how, like, Robin Williams, who was her right hand man, and Patrick Swayze was in charge of pets. I mean, John Lennon was on a team commanding a spaceship. I mean, the cult lovers one specifically called him Ashtar. Okay, so if that name specifically may sound familiar to you, it should if you're very familiar with cults like this. But if not, basically it runs very deep. But basically, Ashtar, sometimes referred to as Ashtar Sharon, it's the name given to an extraterrestrial being or group of beings that a number of people claim to channel, if that makes sense. UFO contactee George von Tassel was the first to claim to receive an Ashtar message in 1952. Okay. Since then, others have claimed to have contact with Ashtar through many contacts. The Ashtar movement is studied by academics as a prominent form of UFO religion. Okay, so hey, if you're looking for a new religion, guys, you might want to join the UFO religion. I would love to go visit a meeting and see how that is all about. Just saying. All it would mean that you just believe and incorporate ETs in your spiritual belief system. Okay. All right. I mean, I'm not going to knock it that much because many people believe that Jesus was an alien. I mean, I can go deep into that too because there is a lot of people out there that based off because the way the Bible's written and because Jesus was so different and people talk about how tall he was, how he looked or how he's defined as, they say that he was an alien. I don't know. I could look into that if you guys are interested in that. It seems like a fun little dive. Comment down below. Type in, I guess, Jesus /ET, whatever, and I will tally up that. And if there's enough people that are interested, I will use my time wisely and I will dive into that. So, anyways, so other members of the quote-unquote Galactics were Whitney Houston, Prince, Steve Irwin, Carrie Fisher. Now, if you don't know how these people are, you are too young to be on my channel. I am just saying. But no, yeah. So, Whitney Houston was a singer, Prince was a singer, Steve Irwin was the Aussie who liked to go out there and teach us about animals. Carrie Fisher, Princess Leia, 1970s, Star Wars. Which is not shocking that she is one. Rodney Dangerfield, again, actor, very old. Tupac Shakur, a rapper who died in the 90s. Let's see, Chris Farley, comedian who supposedly died of a cocaine overdose. David Bowie, which I really love. I really love his music, and his music is very out there. And there are some really weird theories about his music. So, yeah. That doesn't surprise me that he's part of that there too. Gene Wilder, who played, he's best known for Willy Wonka, the original 1970s, I think it came out in, or mid-late 70s. He played Willy Wonka. And Michael Jackson, which is the king of pop. So, as well as the living Donald Trump, which we all know is now a political candidate and this year's election, and he recently got his ear, kind of grazed. And then and also Carol Burnett, who is still surprisingly still alive, and she is very hilarious, who's also a comedian as well. She also claimed to receive help from the metaphysical Count of Saint Germain himself. Now, okay, Saint Germain goes all the way back to centuries and centuries ago, who was basically a vampire. I'm just saying. I mean, you're gonna have to you'll have to Google that one. That one's too deep for me, but yeah. So she goes, if that wasn't saying enough, I mean, she claimed that she lived in the mythical ancient land of Lemuria, and Trump was her father. Okay, now Lemuria was a proposed continent by a zoologist named Philip Scatler in 1864. He theorized to have it's just a theory, okay? But they theorized that it was actually a continent but it sunk beneath the Indian Ocean. So, I mean, that was just one of a few proposed continents. Which, if you guys, I really want to kind of get into this, but I don't want to waste that much time on it if no one's really interested in watching the video about it. But I can go into this about some of these continents that supposedly some of these cults believe we had on Earth, and tried to figure out, the truth, or is it fact or fiction, And if you're interested in it, let me know. Comment down below Lemuria, and I will also tally that up and go from there. So apparently, though, Amy said that a special obscure technology. Okay, this is where every cult leader always says this. Again, another red flag if they ever say this. You're in a cult. But apparently, though, Amy said that a special obscure technology was stolen from there, which in turn also caused an explosion to sink Atlantis. Because apparently Atlantis was this land. It was Atlantis was actually on land. It was like an island, and it was also technically like another continent, and it was like it, but it also had a lot of beaches around it and everything, and it was had Roman gods and all this stuff on it, and that's supposedly this explosion sank it, so that's why it's down under the ocean. But like true cult leader fashion, quote-unquote Mother God was able to save the technology, but wasn't able to fully ascend to the fifth dimension because humanity wasn't ready. Humanity's never ready. This is why everybody says we haven't seen aliens before. We're not going to see an alien in their true form, probably because, again, we're not ready. It would be mass hysteria. I'm not saying that there are not aliens out there, because I personally, in my opinion, I believe there are aliens out there. I believe they're right there in plain sight. They just look like us. I believe that they've been walking around among us for generations. They breed with us. They probably do. I mean, I do believe that's why we have some messed up individuals out there. But anyways, yeah. So she continued, returning to Earth in human form because this is why she was kept being reincarnated in all 534th. She kept being reincarnated, returning back to Earth because apparently humanity's not ready for whatever's going on. So, to top off the insanity, the group's former website said Carson was a spiritual surgeon who worked multi-dimensional, she worked multidimensionally, and that's in quotes, to operate on people's bodies and cure various physical ailments. She said she had cured cancer, Lyme disease, addictions, and exiting thoughts. I use the word exiting because we can't use the S word, as well as removed brain tumors and helped cases of autism. Oh my gosh, so she is Jesus, right? Yeah. But she did it from her mind. She would able to channel all her energy. She would give them all the energy to these people. She would actually sometimes put her energy in these crystals, and they were making, I mean, they believe colloidal silver was a thing, which if you watched the documentary, you'll know that she was taking that several times a day, and hence why her body looked blue and gray. And it was bad for her. But they believe that clears any toxins from your body. But she needed it to channel her energies and all this stuff. But it actually was killing her. She wasn't eating. She was actually really, really sick. But yeah, but yet they sat there and watched her. They kept watching her and do this, and she would sell this stuff to people. They were selling this stuff online, and people were buying it. So I wonder how many other people out there are taking this stuff or still believing it, because this group is still doing it today. So basically, though, but now we have a mental picture of who Amy Carlson, aka Mother God, or just Mother, the followers who called her that, and that the group claimed that Amy was a queen of the lost continent Lemuria. In fact, that they actually believed that Lemurians, that's the people that lived on Lemuria, lived within Mount Shasta in California. That's another reason why they sometimes would go to California. And she states that Donald Trump was her father in a past life, because Donald Trump supposedly is a spiritual being too. And that the deceased Robin Williams is an archangel Zadkiel. Okay, Zadkiel, if you're Jewish or you study Christian angelology, you might know this name. It's also known by Hasdiel, which also means God is my righteousness. The group's theology also included references to the concepts of Atlantis, which most know, an ocean city that was above on land, but theoretically an explosion happened and it's hidden deep in the water now. Scientists have proven no explosions was ever happened around the time Atlantis was around, but what happened was a continental drift was happening. Okay, just like earthquakes, when the platelets, when they kind of collide and it causes an earthquake, and it causes drifts, which means that the ocean flooring would pile up and water would rise. So therefore, if it's an island, eventually the island will get smaller and smaller, and eventually over time, it literally is underwater as the water keeps rising. That's what they believe it's happening right now in Florida, California. They're starting to realize that in some parts of also Texas, and also they believe in New Orleans probably wouldn't exist in the next 50 years. They're saying that it's slowly, it's slowly sinking into the water. The water is rising. I don't know that verbatim. I just know that I've read some studies. I'm trying to take it with an open mind, open thought process, educated guess here, as well as an educated mind, and try to put two and two together. So, yeah. But anyways, scientists, that's what they believe would happen. That there wasn't explosions, but there was just continental drifts. They also believe that they also believe in the Anunnaki. Now, you probably heard of Anunnaki if you followed a lot of Galactic Federation UFO stuff, like on YouTube and stuff. Everyone talks about that stuff, and then they talked about and they also believed in reptilians. They believe the world is being ran by a cabal determined to keep the planet in a low vibration state. So yeah, that they believe that there are these low vibrational aliens slash people who believe in keeping humans in this mindless mental chaos of destruction and disturbance to the core, that we humans are slaves to them by working, paying taxes to line their pockets, following their laws and regulations they set up to keep us in line. They believe that, like, basically, like people like in lawmakers, Congress, things like that. But they also believe that there are good aliens, like Palladians. Now, if you ever heard of Palladians, if it sounds familiar to you and you dabbled a little bit into the UFO theories and aliens and stuff like that, you will know that Palladians are described as they look like us. They're really tall. They have this like really blonde, long hair. They look almost androgynous. They have crystal blue eyes, and they're almost like very comforting looking. They're not scary looking, but Anunnaki aliens are. They're very reptilian. They're very, this is why we're scared of alligators and crocodiles and snakes and stuff. That's their descendants. But Palladians are more human-like, and they're more caring and loving, and they're like nature and stuff. Anyway, but like the Palladians are the totally opposite, and those that they're actually Palladians who keep people and within good graces, who help them stay sane and at peace with their life, who helps them concentrate on focusing on healing, self-healing, without taking like the Western like medicines, and don't go to the doctors, and don't basically don't pay your taxes, and don't do because otherwise you're falling for the badness of the world, and you're supposed to be the opposite. And Palladians are, a lot of people, there's a whole genre on YouTube. If you just search Palladians, I mean, there's so many people out there that believe in it, and they literally will like channel Palladians. Like, they believe that they can conjure up and call out to their Palladian like they're meditating, and then suddenly they can start speaking like they're a Palladian, and they start reaching out, and they like give a message to humans. And I mean, yeah, it's crazy. And then suddenly they come out of their trance. It is insane. I mean, I laugh at this. I'm not to make fun of them, because I mean, each their own belief system, but it is a little, off the beaten path. But anyways, so, I mean, if I was going to believe in something, I mean, I'd rather believe in a Palladian than some reptilian creature who's out to, basically, kill my firstborn child, you know what I'm saying? So, yeah. So they're basically, they're saying that, that's what they believe in. I mean, they believe in all of it. So, I mean, it's crazy. I mean, that's just a piece of what this cult really believes in. I mean, that's the main part, but yeah, there's it's just pieces of it. There's a bunch of other things they believe in, and some of the things that they believe in, to me, is almost contrary to other belief systems that they believe in as well. So it's no wonder it's all confusion and chaos. So yeah, if you want me to go into the Palladians thing, I mean, I wouldn't mind doing it. If you guys want me to, I just comment down below the word Palladian, or you can type in, I guess, Anunnaki or something of that sort, and I will tally that up and see if it's worth deep diving into it, because I personally believe that, I mean, it is a very deep iceberg. I mean, and a lot of these, it's like the red strings are attached to other things that are going on today, not just politically, but also what's happening in the world today. And so this cult, I mean, they're not so out of touch with reality, but they are out of touch with what is important in life, I guess. So yeah, I just wanted to explain that to you guys. And if you're interested in me going into that, yeah, just comment down below and let me know. And with the words either Anunnaki or Palladians, I mean, I could do both. They go hand in hand, but they're both very deep icebergs. So just so you know. So let's move forward with Love Is One. So, what happened once Jason Castillo entered into the cult as Father God? Well, the group started to feel pressure to make more money, and Mother God, aka Amy, became more and more hidden in her area of the house. Wherever they lived at, she wasn't this vibrant, full of energy person anymore. So the group had enemies from the outside who thought they were weird by their lifestyle. I mean, here's a group of people from all walks of life and ages. I mean, consenting adults that we know of. I mean, living together in a broke down looking house. No one seems to have what America calls a normal job or an income. Refuses, they never order food or drinks when they come out to restaurants to bum off the Wi-Fi because it was free when they did come in town. And then they didn't like to really bathe too much because water costs money. And they usually wear the same clothes and so forth again, because washing and carrying too much on your back was an excess. So, because they always moved around a lot due to this. So, yeah, they kind of dress almost bohemian style, if you're going to think about it. I mean, I would think like Woodstock, but a little bit more dirty side of things, of that, generation. They hardly ate, drink. When they did drink, it was mostly alcohol, but a lot of the alcohol was reserved for Amy, and we'll get into that later. And so when they did drink, I mean, it was things that they could make or preserved or whatever. They hardly, because they didn't have the money or funds to go into town to buy groceries and so forth. Now, when I did mention how how they did get money was selling stuff on a website, how they would get it from basically selling items and crystals, and the colloidal silver is a big thing. So yeah, and I'll get into that too in a little bit. Okay, so they hardly did eat and drink, and they're always selling online fake crystals, their vitamins. They would tell others that if they don't feel better or aren't open-minded, then to double their intake. Or basically, someone complained about it wasn't working. Well, it's because you're not doing the work, or it's something you're doing. It's not us. And I keep comparing this and to almost like Scientology style of thinking, which also I believe is a cult. It's the same similar style. If you know about Scientology, I'm not going to probably do a video on that because there's way too much. Like, it's a very, very liquefied all over the internet about it. But thanks to a lot of celebrities that come forward about it. But if you knew about Scientology, you'll know that they do things called auditing, and that auditing basically, it's like trying to find your real truth about you, and you begin to believe things, or you agree that you did things even though you never did, or you didn't, just so you can move on to the next step. And so that's what a lot of cults do. They don't take account for anything they've done wrong. It's always, you're not doing it right, or you need to add more to it. This is also another thing that a lot of MLMs will do as well. They sell you a product, and they would tell you, if you're like, well, I like this product, but it's not, or it's not working very well anymore, or something like that, they'll say, well, you need to add this to your routine, and they'll come up with another product, and then next thing you know it, you went from like spending $50-$60 to now you're spending $500 to $600. I mean, it keeps adding up to it, you know what I mean? It's just like, you can't, like, if you're a woman, you wear makeup, you can't just walk around with just wearing concealer and foundation and that's it. You have to have the mascara, you gotta have the eyeliner, you gotta have the blush, you have to have lip liner, lip gloss, lipstick, lip plumper, and then you have to do your eyebrows, and then you have, it's always something you're gonna have to add to it, otherwise you're not gonna look beautiful enough, you're not doing it right, you know what I mean? So it's everywhere. It's everywhere. It's not just with cults. It's everywhere. Once you know these things, and once you see these things, you begin to open your eyes and realize. So yeah. Back to what I was saying, though. They were basically telling people that, if you don't feel better, then, you aren't being open-minded, you need to double your intake, which means you gotta buy more. They would bottle, in a shed. Like, they would bottle all this stuff, like, in a makeshift shed or area. They would sit around, and they're just, bottling, almost, think about homesteading back in pioneer days where, or your canning things, basically this is what they did. This is their business, which I'm not knocking entrepreneurship and business, because I myself pretty much are about to dabble into that. But there's one thing of doing a business and being ethical about it, another thing of going into a business and you are basically selling snake oil. There's just something not right about this. So anyways, what they'll do is they would, sell these watered down, it's colloidal silver, and some herbs like they either find, or foraging, and they don't even know what it is. They're thinking, oh, I'll eat this, and hey, they kind of gave me a nice little high, and we could sell that, and not necessarily, cannabis or anything like that, but I'm thinking of literally, they would go out there and get some shrooms or something and try to sell it. But they would mix it in there with it, just a dabble. They'll liquefy it. They're playing scientists here. They're playing they're researchers, and they're, trying to find the right potion. And all without degrees. None of these people are educated, or if they were educated, they're just enough educated where they're just Googling, okay, if I mix this and this, could this work, or whatever. That's what they're doing. But yeah, so they would, they would, they would ask people, to buy them, somewhere upwards to a few $100. Like it would charge somebody, like 20, 30, $40 at first. And again, like I said, you started off paying only like a certain amount, and then next thing you know, you're paying hundreds of dollars, and you need to add this to it. It's an add-on. They would offer Mother God, quote unquote, like sessions, like cleansing sessions, with Amy, or like that you can get, like, oh, you want a 20-minute session with her. She'll come on here and privately talk with you, or send you a video, like you would send in your questions, or write letters or whatever it is, and then Mother God will actually personalize these little sessions. And sometimes you don't even get actually one-on-one. It's like more like, oh, it's just like a very generic video, and that's it. You know what I mean? It's like you probably paid $1,000 for that, and it's very generic. I mean, you probably got the same thing, one video, and they send it out to hundreds of people. So, I mean, but they would sell these sessions, and they call them cleansing sessions. So it's like, think about when you go to the doctor's office, like the doctor's office probably has this generic form, and then have a blank in it. It'll say so-and-so is exempt from work or whatever, or from school or something, because they have this and this. It's a generic form. The doctor just fills in the blank. That's probably what a lot of that was. I mean, that's all it is. I mean, because Amy, was not in her best limelight anymore by the time Jason came into the picture. I mean, Amy was already going through the throes. I mean, it was crazy. So, anyways, so if they could not sell some of the cleansing sessions, they also offered to sell some beads and jewelry, like handmade ones. But which is nothing wrong with that. But they were saying that they were made from like Mother God's sweat, or her tears, or like strands of hair they used, and that's why it's so strong, because Mother God is strong. And they would do these things. They would put this out there, and people believed it. I mean, if I told you, if I sneezed on a tissue and told you that it was Britney Spears' tissue, and I would sell it online, I have no proof that that's what it was, and someone would buy it. I mean, it's crazy, but that's how it was. So this is another reason why we have to have a certificate of authenticity of things, because it's insane. It really is. So, but they would really believe, they would believe it or not. I mean, they would say what needed to be said to make people believe enough to buy whatever they're selling. Whether it is the herbs, whether it's jewelry, or beads, or crystals, or supplements. I mean, yes, supplements. They were capsulized supplements. They'll put them in these little capsules, and yeah, they would do that. I mean, in this little mixture set, and it's not sanitary. They're not really washing their hands or anything like that. These are people that haven't bathed in days. I mean, probably weeks. I mean, they maybe like do a nice little sponge bath thing, but they don't believe in using deodorant because of the aluminum, or because of, because that's part of the cabal. That's part of, if you spend money at the grocery store to buy items like food and things, you're lining the pockets of Congress and so forth. So, yeah, I mean, so when people complain, though, that nothing is working, they'll really like twist it, saying that it's you that's the problem. Or maybe you need a mental block removed by Amy. So now you need to buy sessions. Sometimes when your session time came, though, like they say, okay, we scheduled you, and now it's your time. You're getting excited, and you're like, yes, I got to finally talk to God, because God's a woman, and we're not talking about Ariana Grande's thing, which made me start thinking now. But I mean, they literally was like, you would thinking you're gonna get this one-on-one video Zoom call with Amy, like, oh my God, I get to speak to God, and when it came to your time, Amy would be quote unquote too weak, because of some chaos was happening on the other side of the world, but instead so it makes you feel bad, and you're like, oh, well, that sucks. What? But I paid, But then another member would basically pass on whatever you came or whatever you bought and say, this was from Amy, though. She still did a session, but she did it privately last night, in case. She always does this in case she can't be here for your session, so she'll sometimes channel all these energies, and she came to you, she was coming into your sleep, and she was able to transcend and all these things, and it's like it's really I am having a hard time trying to believe that people actually believe this stuff, but people, thousands, and I'm going to get in that later on. This video is going to get pretty lengthy, you guys, so I mean, we're already at the hour and a half mark, but it's going to get pretty lengthy. I mean, probably a lot longer, probably the longest video I'll ever make, but I'm telling you guys, it's worth it. Okay, so yeah, so they'll tell that person, hey, she's weak because she's fighting battles of, and the cabal and all this stuff, and the Anunnaki has been attacking her, and so she's resting right now, and she apologizes, but she did do you a session, and this is what she had to say. So that person's like, oh, she still thought of me even though she was doing that. So you're on this high, and so you're gonna listen, right? Which to me, and they're basically probably making up some stuff to make that person feel good and okay about everything, which to me is very, very sneaky. Sometimes the haters, who didn't like them, would get so bad, either online or in person. I mean, they would create new channels and websites, and they'll end up going on trips for a while before returning back. They're like, well, there's people out here, and I mean, there's even some of the members even threatened the public, because they feared for their safety as a cult, a compound, whatever. And so, yeah, and again, I'll get into that later on, but I'm letting you guys know now, though, how deep this really kind of goes. I mean, Amy believed Cordial Silver was, her gateway, to other dimensions, she believed that it was, her it was cleansing her, so she could do what she's supposed to do, which is save the world, So, okay, in case you're not sure what actually is Cordial Silver, let me get into that one, and I'll explain shortly what exactly is Cordial Silver. Okay, so what exactly is Cordial Silver? So Cordial Silver, basically, I've got a lot of my information from the Cleveland Clinic. The clevelandclinic.org. It's a website you can go on to. They're pretty reliable. They're not really biased on any way, because I've used them with other supplements and things, and to make sure certain vitamins I can mix them, and yeah. So, and with herbs and stuff. So, I mean, they're not that they're not like, oh, we're only one-minded, thing. But they do say, though, that it's a solution of tiny silver particles suspended in a liquid base. Okay, so essentially this liquid base is like either a gelatin, or it could be even just water. It could be just anything like that. It's just some kind of liquid base. Sometimes it'll be mixed with some other type of liquid vitamin, like a B vitamin, or even like Thaline or anything like that. So this is essentially the same silver as the metal. Yeah. So it's the same metal you find on jewelry, hardware, etc. It's literally the same metal you find on the periodic table. So basically, if we know this, why are people ingesting it? Okay, so because colloidal silver continues to be touted as a medicinal cure. Okay, it's like a cure-all. That's what it's being touted as. And it's added to various supplements. So they'll add it to, like I said, they'll put it in like a liquid vitamin or a liquid supplement, and they're just floating little particles in it. According to the FDA, which according to Amy and them, the FDA is actually the Anunnaki. So of course they're going to go against the FDA. But the FDA, which is the Food and Drug Administration, they warn that colloidal silver is more like snake oil than a magic bullet. No scientific evidence supporting its use for the treatment of disease or conditions. The side effects, because your body can't break down silver because it's a metal. I mean, yes, we do have metals in our body, like we do need zinc, which is a metal. Some copper is a metal. We do need some of that. I mean, but it's such a trace amount that we don't need silver, though. Silver is one of those things we do not need for our body to survive. But for some reason, it's because our body can't break it down. So it builds up, and then that's what causes your skin, your eyes, even your internal organs, your nails, your gums. They'll turn to a bluish gray color, which if you saw the documentary of Love Is One, you know this. You saw how Amy's body, literally, she looked like she was gray. She was literally a gray, bluish color. She did not look like a white woman anymore. I mean, that's not even just the shock of it all. She also lost a lot of weight too. But yes, so the condition is actually called, now I may be butchering this, but it could be argyria or argyria or something like that. The discoloration is often permanent and darkest in skin areas mostly exposed to the sun. Well, they did bring her out every now and then. Jason's like, hey, let's bring Amy, let her get outside, get some fresh air, let her so she can be grounded with the earth, So they brought her, knowing her bluish purple skin, or not purple, but bluish, grayish skin. Let's set her on a blanket out here in the sun. I mean, it's gonna make it more permanent, and it's gonna darken her. It's also poor absorption of medications. It reduces the effectiveness of certain medications such as antibiotics and thyroid medications. So God forbid if she was on any medications or she needed antibiotics at any given time, it wouldn't have worked. I mean, so yeah, that's crazy. The toxicity can contain contaminants that could be toxic. According to Dr. Melissa Young, she studies a lot of internal medicine. She said that studies have shown that silver can interfere with kidney and liver function and damage the central nervous system. And in 1999, the FDA declared that over-the-counter drug products containing colloidal silver ingredients or silver salts, okay, are not generally recognized as safe and effective. If it's not safe, then how did it become quote-unquote safe in the public's opinion? Well, let me give you a little brief history on that one. It was used as a health remedy way back as far as 1500 BC in China. Okay. Ancient civilizations commonly used silver to treat a variety of ailments. Okay, well, that's normal. We used to. I remember once upon a time when mom and dad, after having dinner, would sit there and snort some cocaine or something. You know what I mean? Because they would feel good about themselves. Or our cocaine was actually in Coca-Cola one time because it was a drink. Actually, it was supposed to be marketed towards adults, but kids were starting to drink it, and they realized that, hey, this is not good for our bodies. We need to remove it from our product. But then, so yeah. But back then, colloidal silver, they believed that it would actually help the ailments due to its antimicrobial properties, which that in itself is proven. It does have antimicrobial properties, but it's not supposed to be ingested. That's the problem. You don't need to be putting it inside your body. It's just like, okay, so my Lysol is antimicrobial. I'm going to come over here and, drink it or huff it or whatever it is, you know what I'm saying? We should not ingesting it. But once effective antibiotics came onto the scene, and we found the antibiotics that came out, they started realizing that didn't have hardly any side effects and was actually not causing any harm to the other organs or any side effects of it. People started, having more favor antibiotics versus the silver. So silver basically fell out of favor. Okay, until being adopted by those that are selling over-the-counter supplements. Now, some of the claims that were that silver works to eliminate internal toxins while boosting the immune system. Some say that it's a good effective treatment for cancer, C19, diabetes, HIV, Lyme diseases, and common colds. Etc., 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 right? So, you got it. If you got troubles, silver can make it go away. Basically, that's what they're saying. Again, snake oil. It was the answer to the end all, So, basically, folks have been billed that silver as a remedy for over 650 different conditions, according to the FDA. And that's as of now. They're probably adding more to the list. So people are still thinking that it's going to cure them of any kind of disease and ailments, whatever they have. So why would we need any other product out there on the shelf when we could just take some colloidal silver and we're all good to go, right? So, but the problem is, though, yeah, it doesn't work. I'm sorry. And what little you did take, some people, they took it, they begin to take it at the very beginning. What they were feeling was almost a kind of a euphoric high a little bit. It was almost like a what is that word I'm looking for? The placebo effect. They had high hopes. If like you think, therefore you are. They were thinking, I take this because I know it's gonna work, and yeah. So I've been taking it for a couple of days, and I feel better. But do you really feel better? Or you just think that you feel better, so therefore you probably are your mind is over your body, your mind, mind over body. I say that a lot too. So, I think that comes into play as well. But, yeah, it just makes you wonder though. It's really, honestly, it's like no wonder that why Amy and her group believed that they believed in the cordial silver and sold it to many all over the world using spirituality as a gateway. But did they know that it was of its harmful effects? My opinion is, if they were smart enough to build a website, to sell it, to balance it out with other herbs and do place some mad scientists over here. If they were smart enough to do that and other bogus products and set up a YouTube channel and all that, I bet your bottom dollar that they were fully aware of its harmful effects, yet insane and brainwashed just enough to believe that the FDA is Anunnaki power, and we need to tell the people to do the opposite, because FDA say no, we say yes, would be their motto. And Amy probably took more than anyone else because it's reserved for her and it's reserved to sell. So, if you watch the documentary, you would notice Amy was the only one who was sick, turning colors, etc. You would have noticed. I'm not saying that nobody else there wasn't taking it, but if you watch the documentary, a lot of them did. They may have looked a little bluish, but I don't think I remember watching the documentary, and I've seen photos and seen some of their YouTube videos. Many of them just look tan, maybe because they were in the sun a lot. They were up in the mountains. They were in California, then Colorado mainly. They even were in Hawaii at one point. But I really believed that it was more Amy than anybody else, because they believed that the cordial silver was only for the divine and it was reserved just for her. And why couldn't they take it, but they can sell it to the public to take? People that weren't part of their family, their group, because it's money. You see what I'm saying? If they saw that it was working for Amy, then they thought they can believe that that it would work for the other people too. And then the rest of the group was the middleman. They were the workers. They were the ones that connected the public to her and her to the public. So, yeah. So, like I said, if you watched it, you would notice that Amy was the only one who was getting sick. She was the only one that was turned obvious colors, etc. This is because she believed that the silver helped her channel and be the divine being she's supposed to be. She believed that the silver was healing her from all the physical ailments she was dealing with, because her purpose was taking the pain from the world. We caused her pain by following the low vibrations, aka the Anunnaki way of life. That I already mentioned, earlier, that, about the whole low vibrations. We were causing her pain, so she had to take this stuff and to numb herself or to heal herself, because cordial silver, again, is it heals you. It boosts your immune system. It was healing you again. Remember, So she believed that, and so that's why she had to take so much. And and it was because of our worldly ways is why she had to do what she did. And so it would actually, every time we would mess up, it would cause her spirit and body pain. So she would basically live off of silver to help cope with everything. At this point, Jason is basically running things, so because Amy just can't physically, energetically, emotionally. I mean, she's completely drained. I mean, at this point, Amy is literally. I mean, she physically, emotionally, everything. She can't cope. She is bedridden. Jason is literally the opposite, okay, of Amy in every way possible, which is kind of amazing. Why did they even hook up? I have no clue, but it just did make sense. So, who is actually Jason Castillo? The reason we're going to focus on him, because he was the last father god, and he's still going to this day. So, who is Jason Castillo? Jason was born August 5th, 1975. He came from a completely normal family, but had some issues within himself. Okay, he's very rugged. He wore a ponytail. He's that type of guy who often wore black and white all the time. And I'll get into the reasons why he did that too later on. He grew up in Wisconsin, where he built his character as overly confident, athletic. He played football and baseball. I mean, he seemed kind of normal, right? Since his mother was a single mom, he considered himself as the man of the house. And I think this is where his narcissism really, really grew. His father left at the age of 3, which you think is still young. So, I mean, it wouldn't make sense why his narcissism grew at that point. But I think it started at that point because of maybe mom was like, well, you're now the man of the house, you gotta be a little more mature, even though you're about 34 years old. So, anyways, so the day his father left at the age of 3, which is really sad because it happened the day after his birthday. His dad came home. His mom and dad had an argument, and dad said, "I can't do this anymore. I'm done." And his father left and never came back. He also has a sister. His sister's completely normal. His sister's like, yeah, he was just the typical dude, I mean, we got along. It was fine, like typical sister-brother love, So, in his mid-20s, he went to California, met his wife of 20 years, raising 4 kids. He called that his quote-unquote 3D family. Okay. And in 2007, they moved and they lived in Las Vegas. He was basically, he had a job. He was an appliance installer. He worked for an appliance company. And he made decent money. He was fine. Everything was good. Right? You would think. But around that same time, he also started abusing drugs, aka crystal meth. He just it got kind of bad. In 2013, he got heavily deep into Love Is One online. He said that, he felt like he knew there's more to this life than what it is, and that that he believes that he felt like he was being called to order. He was called to it. So in 2013, he started, really dabbling into, looking into, what more is out there in this world, and that's when he came across Love Is One online. When he came across, he started watching the videos and everything, and then that's when he fell in love with Amy. He tried to talk to his family, tried to introduce them to Love Is One, try to get them to come with him to be a part of it. But they thought he was really crazy. I mean, he tried to explain things to them. They were like, what? That makes, I mean, a lot of this doesn't make sense. Why would we do that? We got a nice house. We got a nice home. We have kids. We've been married for 27 years. Why are we going to uproot our lives, I mean, we got 4 kids to take care of. I mean, we're going to live out in the wilderness. I mean, it makes no sense. And so he was like, you know what? Fine. If you're not coming, I'm going to go then. And he actually left his wife of 20 years, his 4 kids behind, and he went to go be with Amy. And he had stuck to Amy's side like glue. And during this time, he really, when he actually met up with Amy, he started to see how frail she was starting to become. He thought, well, I could be your hero. He was doing the Enrique Iglesias, let me be your hero, he was just playing the whole character, and I think that's when he thought, hey, that really narcissism really started to come to play, because Amy announced to everybody, guess who's new Father God? Jason Castillo. And now, because he's Father God, everybody has to sit down and do what he says, because what he says is truth, and what he wants you to do, what he wants you to be. If he says jump, you jump. And that's what really fed into his demeanor. So, but back to Amy. You really got to think about this. So, Amy wasn't just all about the cordial silver. Amy was also an alcoholic. Let's just put the terms right there. Amy loved to drink alcohol. And get drunk on top of taking the silver. She never ate. She lost over 50 pounds. She was very weak. Jason blamed the world and even other members that they weren't doing enough to save the world, that their habits and just living life as what a normal, what we would think was normal, like get up, go to work, pay taxes, pay your bills, vote, attend events in the community, was all that was killing quote unquote God, aka Amy. So much pain, it was causing her pain, that she had to numb herself with alcohol and nutritional supplements, according to the FDA, fought to remove from the counters. Amy believed the cabal is trying to assassinate her. She's always fighting to set, she was always fighting just really to get to the next dimension, transcending not so much physically, but spiritually and mentally. This cult essentially was built on caring and love, but it slowly turned chaotic and contradicting and even aggressive in the end, because it became almost disbanded. Almost. So what happened? In 2018, by this date, Amy's body was bedridden. Eventually, she was paralyzed from the waist down. The group kept going on YouTube and website videos saying she's being attacked by the cabal. Etheric darts penetrated one of her hearts because she's quote unquote God. She has many hearts, right? And the good aliens, aka the Pleiadians and so forth, are trying to fix it. Their whole stories were so much more like the book of Revelation in the Bible. It's really insane. Yet Amy would call for her quote-unquote medicine, aka alcohol, and still pop some more silver along with it. Okay, so in April of 2021, there are some articles I mean, not a whole lot, but there are a few out there, and they say it was April 2020. I think it was in 2021 because a lot of mainstream media posts that it was April 2021. The majority, I guess, people believe mainstream media over other smaller outlets. So I'm going to, for this video's sake, I'm going to say April 2021. So in April 2021, Amy finally passed away. The whole plan for the group members was to keep her body for a year. They wanted to keep her, even though they knew she had passed away, they wanted to maintain her body, preserve her body for a whole year. I mean, and they did, I'm not talking about keeping her in a freezer or something like that, something true crime would be, but I'm talking about they were going to keep her laying where she likes to lay in bed, and the whole plan was to, they were going to make her into a shrine. They wanted to see if she would resurrect like Jesus, and she said she was Jesus at one time, so they thought maybe, maybe she can resurrect in 3 days or so, but or they were going to see if she was going to move forward as planned, and that's basically what they did. I mean, that's what they wanted to keep her body. They wanted to keep her as long as possible. I mean, many of the members actually wanted to spend time with her. They would want to sit with her. They said when she died, they said that some of them laid with her. They only got to keep her body for a couple of weeks, but the time that her body was there, they said they can, when they're with her in the room or they're laying next to her or holding her hand or stuff, they said they can feel her spirit still there, and if they felt like that, if they immediately handed the body over to the government, aka their dark spirits of this world, it would do her disjustice. It would be a slap in her face. This is why they didn't want to do that. They think Amy wouldn't want that, because they've been brainwashed or been taught that, and they fully believe that the government, even those that handle bodies to go get embalmed or to be cremated or whatever it is, that's the dark forces. You're handing your body over, and they're afraid that what are they going to do with her organs, and they believe in the cabal, they believe in reptilians. So I mean, think about that. I mean, even though Amy is not going to feel anything, she's not here anymore, but they really believe she still kind of was. They believe that she was still around. She was aware of her death, and they didn't want it to be a disjustice to her by handing the body over. I mean, because you got to think about it. To them, the government is the Anunnaki. I mean, the bad forces, the reptilians, as well as Amy spent her life fighting against them. So why else would she be willing to be taken by them? I mean, on a physical sense, of course. But, I mean, the members, they would wrap her in layers and layers of shrouds and blankets and use candles, and they said they opened up and aired out a room, because they felt like, her spirit, I know there is some cultures and belief systems out there that believe that when a person dies, you usually open a window so the spirit can fly out to heaven and so forth, and but to them that wasn't why they aired it out. I mean, they claimed that they did that because they thought it was a way of allowing her to to reincarnate, if she wanted to be a butterfly or a flower, to be as close to to be as close as one with nature as possible. And so, I mean, but I mean, they honestly, they say it's to preserve her remains, but we all know logically she probably stunk. I mean, think about it. I mean, the body starts to decomp almost immediately as soon as the heart stops beating and the lungs stop taking in oxygen. I mean, so one can only imagine, I mean, a few days. I mean, you may can get away with a day or two. Usually after 3-4 days, something's not right, and by a week later, yeah. But I mean, so I mean, you can only imagine what it was starting to smell, and I think that's another reason why they used the candles and why they kept wrapping her body up to cover up the smell. They kept opening up the windows, but they're not going to admit that, because I mean that sounds mean to say that someone smells and stinks, especially their God, because Amy was their God. That Amy was her Jesus. So I mean, it makes no sense. But so I mean, what now? Now that Amy's gone, what now? Well, I mean, life continued for everyone. I mean, members continue to sell the products. Even more so, I mean, they kept going on their YouTube channel saying they get messages from Mother in their dreams and meditations. They hung a canvas, or I think it was like a blanket, really, or a backdrop of her in the background with the flowers and butterflies and everything, and they would sit there and she'd be like behind them and look like praying over them. I mean, it was like they had this whole setup. I mean, their setup is better than mine. I mean, I'm just sitting here in my bedroom and just talking to you guys, but I mean, they had a whole setup, and they literally, I mean, they would tell people, their followers, we're not grieving that she is that she is gone, because she's not gone. Her physical body is still here. She's maybe not able to speak in a physical sense of a 3D way, but she speaks to us in a higher dimension. And we hope to someday be that way too. And we want you to come along with us. That's how they talked. They talked very sweet. We're like, oh, we want you to be with us, and keep fighting, keep standing strong. And I mean, it was a whole thing. Yeah, I'm amazed at how their videos were allowed on YouTube, honestly, considering the fact that, I mean, I can't even speak my opinion about Hollywood and politics without being warned or striked against, but yet people can post brainwashing, and sell bogus stuff on YouTube and other outlets and not get any backlash whatsoever from the actual server or the actual company that runs the platforms. I mean, and it's amazing. But anyways, so I mean, Jason, honestly, I mean, what happened with Jason? I mean, think about this. This is supposed to be a woman he loved and so forth. Well, Jason went out of control. Jason went off the deep end even more than usual. We already knew he was already narcissistic and aggressive and so forth, but Jason began to continue to become more and more aggressive, but he was being this way towards members. I mean, there was a lot more arguments going on. I mean, over the smallest things, he was out of his mind. He wouldn't sleep or eat half the time. He was probably doing drugs. I mean, a lot of members say that he's really aggressive person. So, I mean, it's crazy though that the members, this community, I want to say they don't believe in guns and so forth, but supposedly they have a stockpile that was found. Jason says it's for protection against the evil government and others out there against them. He turned peace and love into hostile and war. So yeah, so it got so bad. People started to threaten to leave. They still believe in Amy and their whole belief system, but they really loathe Jason. But there was nothing they can do about it because Jason is Father God. So, and that would have been Amy's choice. That was Amy's decision. And they believed in Amy, so they still try to respect Jason, despite him and his his demeanor and how he was running things. They didn't like his antics of verbal and often physical abuse towards members. There actually were videos of him posting online. I don't even know if they're still out there anymore, but because they try to scrub as much as they can. Anything has to do with Love Is One. A lot of that has been trying to be scrubbed off of YouTube and off of the internet, unless somebody out there has got like a screen record from it or something, because they've changed names, and I will get into that later on. But yeah, so I'm pretty sure that a lot of his videos and stuff like that is probably, when it talks about this, it's probably been scrubbed. So but I remember, and if you've seen the documentary, you've probably seen snippets of his videos, so you'll know what I'm talking about. So if you want to see those videos, they're probably on the documentaries, if you can still find the documentaries, because you know how sometimes, I think it was on HBO. I really want to think it was that. I don't know why I keep thinking Hulu, but I think it was on HBO Max. I keep calling HBO because I'm old school, but it's Max now. Yeah, he used to post like videos of him posting online doing like karate kicks, and really being, acts like he's fighting something, and he's yelling into the camera, and he's actually yelling into the viewer, saying, that he will do anything and everything to protect everything, while simulating almost like gun pointing a finger at the viewer. It was like, but yet remember, this group was love and peace, it was almost hippie like. That's what it was supposed to be about. It was supposed to be welcoming environment, and instead when Jason took over, it turned into something completely opposite, which it makes you wonder, why did Amy even fall for someone like this? But I don't know, unless he was one way with her and one way with other members. I had no clue. We'll never know that answer. We can only go by what other members and their accounts were of either conversations, but no one ever questioned Amy's choices. No one ever said no to Amy. No one ever said no to Jason either. So, yeah. Several members left because they just really couldn't handle him anymore. Most of them really just, they left, but they stayed below the radar. And they just didn't want to be attached to the group anymore because of as long as Jason was there and in charge of it. But I'm pretty sure they probably still believed in everything that Amy was teaching and brainwashing and so forth, and I think they still believed in it, but they just couldn't handle the environment, the vibes that were being put out. But the Klan moved, about because of resources and things like that. Everything was running low. Everything was running out. So just like nomadically done, they get up and they moved. And they also moved as well because of, town folks, they didn't like them. They knew they were kind of strange, but at the same time, they also got tired of them hanging around their businesses, and they weren't contributing to society in general. And not only that, but a lot of them were like, I'm not saying being weird is wrong, but there's being weird and being okay and still being nice and respectful to the others around you. But the way Jason made some of the members act and portray themselves around the rest of society, it's almost like he wanted members to inflict violence against the norms of society, of other people, because he feels like he was literally physically fighting a war. And because if you weren't part of their family, you weren't part of their clan, you were the Anunnaki, you were the bad ones, you were the dark forces, and you're evil. So he would try to get members to, want to fight other people, other townsfolk. And a lot of the town folks were, they really steer cleared. And it's kind of scary if you think about it. I mean, here you are walking around, in your own little town, and you're literally, because the town they were in, I mean, it wasn't a small town considering, but it was still small enough where they, people knew other people. I mean, or they at least know their faces, or they've seen them, or they knew the regulars. You know what I mean? And they knew, okay, where's so-and-so's house? Okay, well, you turn left, you turn right, and there you are. It was kind of like that. And imagine here comes this group coming around, and I mean, the only thing you could think of is, oh my gosh, it's Charles Manson and his band. You know what I mean? And that's what the vibes I kept getting. Yes, I'm not saying they committed murder, but I'm just saying, though, where that he enticed them to commit murder. I'm just saying, though, I wouldn't put it past him to put those wives out there to commit murder. It was more like he just wanted to get out there. He was wanting them to go to war. And usually what happens in war is usually murder. So, I mean, they were right there on the edge. Thankfully, a lot of them and the members would find ways around to get away from it, to get to to go against, what he said, by finding excuses or something like that, or calming him down, or redirecting his, sight onto something else, So, or the conversation, or they would just kind of leave the area. So, I think because they felt like they were being pushed out and so forth, they thought, hey, we need to leave. And literally they did this often. This is why they visited several states, almost in a cycle. I mean, it's like, okay, I'm not like for a while. It's like what we do at home. You're at home for a while, and if you work from home, you stay at home all the time. You're home all year long. What do we do yearly? We want to go on vacation. We want to get out for a week or 2 weeks or whatever it is. So we want to go. Let's go out on vacation somewhere, get out of our four walls, and and then but we still come back. Well, that's kind of like what they did. This was like, but it wasn't like a vacation. But that's the best analogy I can think of. That's what they did. But they did this like almost on a cycle. But they ended up landing in Hawaii, and Hawaii was what really got them into trouble. Hawaii, they got harassed in Hawaii a lot. Mainly, this is before Amy had died. Amy was sick, but she was still vocalizing. She was still kind of loud, and even though she couldn't really move too much with her waist down, Jason had to carry her everywhere. She was still loud. She was still, moving her body, her arms, legs, not legs, but arms, head, and so they would position her in chairs. They would put her, outside, let her sit outside for a while. She would be still sometimes in front of the camera, if she had good days. There was like, I think a hot tub or something like that where they were staying at. I don't know if this was a rental house or something like that, but they were staying in, or it could have been like, I don't know, say Airbnb style place, but they had just enough funding to stay there. And granted, I mean, they thought they would still be, they'll be away from the inner land of the United States, but they thought, well, we're going to be on an island, and, and it's the most welcoming island ever would be Hawaii. So, I mean, where does everybody go when they're on vacation? They want to go to Hawaii, because it's the most welcoming, and they are very welcoming folks. Hawaiians are they are very loving individuals, and they love nature. They love all that stuff. So I think Amy thought, this will be perfect for us. We can just stay here. Everything will be good. Little did they know. So what happened was that, I mean, the problem is that when we got there, Amy actually was portraying herself as Hawaiian. She would use certain verbiage that seemed culture misappropriated, almost racist. She said she loved Hawaii, but she feels like she was a god there at one time. And when locals found this out, and locals heard her talk about this, they did not like that at all, because Hawaiians, they're very, very, very deep in their culture. I mean, you disrespect their culture, you're very, you're gonna be hated on. They don't stand for that. Unlike here in the inland of the United States, I mean, yes, each state has their own, like, hey, don't hate our state, kind of thing. Like, I'm from Texas. We have our signs, don't mess with Texas, kind of thing. But that's mainly for litter. But yeah, it's kind of like, but Hawaiians, they do not stand for it, and many of them are still, they live this lifestyle as their ancestors and everything. So you don't want to cross them, because especially there were some of the wrong people. Some of the locals, they were like, no, they're deep rooted, and they did not like Amy and her group at all. They did not take lightly. So, I mean, they began to protest outside their home and telling them to leave. They wanted Amy and her clan gone. They told her they wanted them to get out. I mean, they wanted them to leave, go back into the inland. They do not want them there at all. They didn't want them to hop from one island to another. They didn't want them at all at any part of Hawaii. They did. They took it offensively. And Amy, they were not going to apologize, because Amy really believed, I was a god here. She really believes, I don't know what god, but she believes that that's where she belonged. I mean, and I think she just kind of thought she was just this special person. You're a white girl, you know what I mean? I mean, you're not even Hawaiian. You probably have no Hawaiian descendants. I mean, you're over here in Hawaii telling Hawaiians that you were a god there, and basically they should worship you. No, that's not gonna fall for them. I mean, they did no. That was a hard no. So, and it got pretty bad. I mean, it got so violent enough where, like, the group's home would be damaged. I mean, they would, bottles would be thrown. There would be a lot of pineapples. I know that sounds really bad. It sounds like that's the only thing they have there. But no, seriously, because it is in abundance. I mean, they literally would, and they're heavy, and they're easy to grab, and they can go pretty far with them. So they can throw them like footballs, and they can do a lot of damage. They would so the violence got really bad to the point where both ways, not just Hawaiians attacking them, but they would attack back at Hawaiians. They would, like, especially Jason. I mean, they would literally, Jason said, this is war. And he was telling them, we need to fight. Members need to, protect our area, protect our home, our land. And it's like, this is not your land. This is not your home. Yes, you are staying here, but this is not your native land. So, in the end, I mean, the group was, they feared the government because obviously the government was the Anunnaki, and they were, they didn't want, the cops coming after them or anything like that. So they got to the point where they got so scared that they actually decided to leave. They finally just said up and left. Like in the middle of the night, they got up and left. I mean, there are some Hawaiians that were interviewed. I think on the documentary they were saying that, they just randomly, they were just not there suddenly. They found out that they were out there protesting, and they went out there and one morning and noticed that it was really quiet than usual. And so somebody decided to go and check on the home and saw that it was trashed, but it was empty. I mean, nobody was there. So I feel sorry for whoever did own the actual home. I mean, I really, that the damage was probably horrible. But anyways, so they left. They went to California, back to Mount Shasta. In California, they thought, hey, it was also around this time after flying. I guess they flew. I mean, they had to. I mean, Hawaii's an island, so I don't know where they got the money to fly. I mean, you're talking about several members. I mean, somehow they got there. I don't know if they were hopping on, like hobo style, on a, docking ship or something, or they paid cash and said, hey, we'll sit in a container and go that way out. I don't know. But somehow, I mean, because flight tickets are not cheap. But if they were going in the middle of the night and they probably took a red eye, I mean, you could probably get them pretty cheap if you, grin and bear it. I know from where I live in Texas to Hawaii, I mean, a non-stop flight you're looking at, it's probably a good 6-7 hour flight. So, yeah, I mean, so I don't think it's that far from Hawaii to California. So, I mean, especially Mount Shasta, so it's probably not that far. I would probably say it's probably close to about 4 or 5 hour flight, maybe. I don't know. Don't hate me on this because I didn't do the research on the distance. Again, I just didn't do that. And I mean, it would have made this video a little bit more interesting, but I didn't. I'm not here to, counter, distance and counteract their, how far they drove and all that stuff. But apparently they had enough funds, thanks to Miguel, who was just funny because he was left behind. He wasn't with them during this time. He wasn't with them in Hawaii. He was in Colorado during this time. The reason I'm mentioning Miguel, because he is a big person in this whole thing. Because when they went to California, it was around that time, that Amy was actually getting so sick that they realized this could be the end. This was at the point where they really, she's been sick for a long time. They knew she was sick for a long time. And, but she seemed to sometimes bounce back. She had good days, she had bad days, but she was sort of okay, especially when she drank her quote-unquote medicine. And so but this point, they realized she was so sick to the point that she would just kind of, her eyes would be gazing over, at things that weren't really there. I mean, it was like she was like incoherent sometimes. She was also sleeping a lot. and she would go days without eating. She would barely sip anything, not even her medicine, quote unquote. She would maybe take 1 or 2 sips, which everybody knows alcohol is very dehydrating. So I mean, if she's not really eating and she's not drinking anything else, I mean, she's really sick. She's dehydrating, and so it was at this point where they realized that sometime while in California, I don't know exactly how long they were there, but they weren't there that long. The group decided it maybe as a whole, maybe safer to just go back to Colorado and just stay out of town again, be in the openness. Amy seemed to like it in Colorado. She seemed to have had happier times when they were in Colorado, so they decided to go back. So one morning, they were all packed up. They decided to, pack the car up, and they ended up going to go back to Colorado. Jason was getting, was going to get Amy last after they packed everything up, and then they noticed Jason went to go get Amy, but she noticed that she wasn't responsive. And although, members said, told him, hey, maybe we need to call help because, I mean, this is when I think their logic started to kick in. Brainwashing or no brainwashing, this is when we need, I don't care if they're bad forces or not, we need help. We can't allow our God to die, because she's being non-responsive. And that's when they started realizing the fight or flight mode was kicking in. The adrenaline was kicking in. Jason started panicking. He was like, no, we can't do this. And then they realized as a group that Amy wouldn't have liked that. Amy was against the government. So if she's against the government, she'd be against hospitals, she'd be against, the group, calling 911 and getting help and talking, and then the police would show up, and so they were trying to avoid that. So and because they've been brainwashed to think, and Amy's told them, hey, those are the bad people, so calling them when she's apparently non-responsive to them, that would have been like a slap in her face. So they ended up decided, okay, what? Well, let's just take her with us. We can't leave her here by herself and us just leave her. We can't just dump her, because especially if people know us, it would tie back to us. So we can't just leave her here. So they decided, okay, we're gonna wrap her up in sheets, and then they snuck her out into the car. They laid down the seats. And because she would be laying down flat, and she would be sleeping, and lay down the seat, and then they traveled with her body from California all the way back to Colorado. So I mean, okay, at that point you're obviously going to be charged with I think what's called abuse of the corpse. I mean, you're moving a dead body. You didn't contact help. You're fleeing, and this is with the dead body, cross state lines. I mean, you're really. It sounds very sus. So, but at this time, Miguel had a home there in. I want to say it's Moffat, I guess, Colorado, where he lived with his son, who was 13, and he also had a 2-year-old daughter with one of the members, the mom. So the son had a different mother. That mother, I don't know if she's been called or she's just gave up her rights or something, like don't want the son, I don't know. But all I know is Miguel had custody of the son. And he also had, it seemed like he had 50-50 custody of the 2-year-old daughter, who I think he met with one of the members there in the clan, and I guess, she got pregnant, and so she had a kid. So I don't know how long, or if, at this point, but I'm assuming she was pregnant after they both joined the cult. So whether one joined and then the other, or I don't know what happened, but yeah. So um, around this time, also Miguel didn't get along too well with Jason, but it was okay. Miguel wanted to stay. He still, believed in the group. He still kind of supported the group. He still kept his position as the logistics finance person. So he, and Jason was fine with him staying back because Jason didn't really get along with Miguel. I think Miguel was a little bit more, he was probably the most level headed person compared to everyone else, I think. So that's probably why later on you'll see why Miguel does what he does. So, but since Miguel, who didn't get along with Jason too much, he stayed behind in Colorado to make money to support the clan, at least the bare minimum, of money. So Jason called Miguel, asking for a place to crash, with everyone, of course. And Miguel was like, yeah, sure, I'm still part of the group, so yeah, my place is your place, that's how we work, So, Miguel was probably, he wasn't there when they arrived, but, he probably told them, hey, there's a key, probably under the map, which Sylvan, so forth, his 13, they knew his 13-year-old son would be there, but his 13-year-old son was aware the dad, was part of this group and so forth, but, he kind of did his own thing, so it was kind of like roommate style, I guess. So, you had the group as as classified as like one roommate, and then you had the 13-year-old son and, as another roommate, but Miguel is like the bridge between them. So, but the kids were never any harm, supposedly. I would think they would be, considering, the violence that happened in Hawaii. You have a 2-year-old kid with you. And not only that, and any other violence that Jason was doing within the home with other members, towards other members, either physical or verbal. I'm sure there's a few words that were said. It just kind of makes me wonder. It's not a very good home to be part of, but I'm shocked that Miguel was okay with this, but I think he did it out of fear of Jason. So, and since his son was there and everything, he just was like, okay, you know what, fine, that's okay, it's cool. But so Miguel understood. He allowed them to stay, but he didn't. At this point, though, whenever Jason called him up and said, "Hey, we need a place to stay," Jason didn't tell Miguel that, "Hey, we have Amy's dead body with us too." He didn't tell him that. So Miguel had no clue. He thought Amy was still alive. He thought Amy was with them. Everything was good. So he was out of town working on April 27th. Okay, and he was doing. I don't know if he was. He's a logistics person, but he's also. I'm wondering if he worked on like computers or something, because he was delivering a computer to somebody, but he also gave a ride to somebody to the Denver airport. So I don't know if he also did like Uber or Lyft or something. You kind of made some, because that's immediate cash flow. So it was kind of like, I don't know if he was doing that also, and you could work your own hours. So I'm thinking he was doing that. So it was, and not only that, you could do that in almost any state you live in. So if they were moving around a lot, he could still work. So he went to several different cities. Again, I don't know the distances between the airport, the Denver airport, and where he went to. He went to different little towns, so I don't know the distances he was traveling. So I don't know if he was gone for like hours at a time, or if he was gone for an hour or total or what. But anyways, so he was out of town working on the 27th. He came home. He saw some folks. probably, he saw some folks. I mean, he saw some of the other members he recognized. He was saying hi. He probably saw his, daughter, said hello to her, hang out with her for a minute, and then saw his son. But then he probably was like, I'm hopping in the shower. I'm going to bed. I'm tired. So, then he, he went to bed. I mean, I guess, and he left the next day to work on April 28th. Now, at this point, he said he had to go, he went to like 2 or 3 different places and everything, but he wasn't gone all day long, but he was gone a majority of the day. When he left his son there, but I mean, and his daughter was there, but he, his son was fine, he said his son was okay, he was just hanging out. Every once in a while he'd go to a friend's house and hang out with them, and so he felt like it was fine. So he felt like he was safe. So he went to work, he came home, but then when he got home, I mean, he wanted to, I guess he realized the day before he didn't go see Amy, because I guess he was so tired and he was seeing everybody else. He just didn't, and he wanted to see his daughter. He was like, oh, I forgot to see Mother God, and it was like, oh no, so he went into, he saw where it looked like it would be her room, because he saw the lights and a lot of decorative areas. So he was like, oh, I'm going to go back there and go say hi to her, But at this time, again, nobody said anything to him. No one said anything to him the day before. Nobody told him that, she was dead. So, I mean, when he went in the room to go see Amy, and then that's when he went to go see Amy, he realized she was cold, and realized that's when he noticed that she was already dead. He noticed that it looked like she's been dead for quite a while at this point. He told Jason, hey, we need to call a hospital or something. But I mean, as a group, they already agreed to keep her there. Because again, I mean, their intentions were they wanted to hold up her body for a year. They wanted to preserve her. They were trying to keep her, they wanted to make sure she transcended to the next dimension. I mean, they were so brainwashed at this point. And not only that, Jason was not allowing this for them to, you cannot, no, we're not calling 911, we're not going to do any of that, we are just going to let it naturally decay, basically. The group agreed to keep her there, that, it was at that time, Miguel was, he was upset about it, he was distraught about it, he was like, okay, you know what, fine, you know what, I'm done. This makes no logical sense. Someone is dead. I mean, if that was my kid and my kid was dead, I mean, would y'all just leave the body just laying there? I mean, you're not gonna. And how come y'all didn't tell me? Obviously she's been dead longer than 2 days, and y'all have only been here 2 days. So obviously, y'all have gotten. I mean, she's been dead a lot longer than that, and no one told me that you were gonna bring a dead body into my home. This is my home. This is where my kid stays and sleeps and eats and everything. I mean, how you guys didn't do that? And so at that time and Jason was like angry with him. He's like, you're not one of us. You're like an insider of the bad forces. I mean, calling all sorts of names and stuff. So at this point, Miguel felt threatened, and he got on his little laptop and he was like, you know what? Screw this. He transferred all the funds of the group, all the money. And I don't know how much money it was. I'm not sure. I don't think they ever said it in the documentary or anything like that, but he transferred all the funds to an account that was solely in his name, and it was a secret account. He then tried to get his son and daughter to leave with him. He was even trying to tell the mom, hey, come with me. We could be a family. Let's leave. And they let him leave with his son, obviously, because his son was his, and the mom wasn't even there. So, but they would not allow him to leave with his daughter. And that, the mom was like, because the mom was still a member, she was with them. Like, she was like, no, this is my daughter, and I'm part of this, and she needs me, and she's only 2, and I'm all she knows, and you haven't been around because you've been working and so forth like that. And well, yeah, because he's financing y'all's moving around and everything like that, so of course he's not been around. But I mean, so it got to the point where he was like, I'm done, fine. Probably told his daughter, I love you, sweetie, but you stay here with mommy, and daddy loves you, and don't forget that. You know what I mean? And he left. He knew the laws. He knew what the law was and what the law says about dead bodies. And he knew that she's been dead a lot longer than they've been living there. So he knew that they were coming from California. So he knew that they had to transport. They had to move her dead body. And at this point, he was like, and you're in my house. I can get implemented for this. I'm not going down with this ship. Nope, not happening. So, what did he do? He knew the law so well that he basically, he decided, what? Okay, what? It's my house. No one told me that she died in California before arriving in Colorado. He then was obviously so distraught, but he wasn't dumb. He let them keep the house. He said, fine, y'all can keep the house. Y'all can have the house. Obviously, I wouldn't want it now, but he wanted his kids. But since the mother, the 2-year-old, was still a member, she refused. So he took the money, his son, and then he left it the same day. Or I think it was like the next day or something like that. He went on his own and he met with an officer in a parking lot. He went to like a payphone or something like that, or got on his cell phone. He called the police department and says, hey, I need an officer to meet me in this location because I wanted to speak to him about a death that had happened in my home. So they were like, oh, yeah, okay. So the officer comes by, meets him in the parking lot. If you watch the documentary, you see him. He's sitting like on the curb somewhere in a parking lot, and the officer kind of pulls up in his truck, and he's like, okay, so are you Miguel? He's like, yeah. He's like, and they shook hands, and he's standing there, and he's like, okay, so you said you want to talk. And he was like, yeah, I need to talk to you about, Amy and some of these members, are people in my home. He didn't mention the cult or didn't mention the name. He just said there's people in my home. Now, according to the officer was like, okay, we can't talk right here in the parking lot about stuff like this. If it's that important, we're going to have to go down to the police station, and I'm going to have to get a report together, and then we can sit down and talk. So everything can be on tape and recorded and everything if you're being truthful about, and this is not a prank. He's like, okay, yeah, sure, I will go with you. I meet you down at the station. I can't be seen with you, but I will, drive my car or my truck or whatever it is, and I will follow you, or I will go to the police station. So, because he didn't know if they were watching him, like, i.e., like Scientology, they're always watching. So, this is an affidavit I found online, although the defendant is of the youngest of the 7 who were arrested that night. All the affidavits all say the same. All of them have the same story on there. I just found this one because the youngest member of the 7 that was arrested, I thought that was kind of interesting because considering he was born in the 90s. So I'm like, you're still a baby. Your brain is still molding. how long have you been part of this group? Were you underage when you joined and they were aware of this, or did you join as soon as you turned legal age? What happened? So, but anyway, so this is the affidavit. And they all, like I said, they all said the same story. So, now, I mean, and now we're going to get into basically what happened after they were arrested. Okay, so yeah, let's look at the whole I guess the statement that Miguel sent to the sheriff's county's office. I'm going to say S because I cannot pronounce this correctly, and I don't want to offend anybody, and anything that I can't pronounce, I'll just put the initial, or I'll just kind of skip over. But in a nutshell, this is basically what it is. The Corporal Stephen Hansen, he's a peace officer. This is the whole what is being charged. This is everything that he's putting on there in his paperwork. This is what Miguel's being charged of, supposedly. It is abuse of a corpse and child abuse ×2. Now, as we know right now, that Michael had, oh my God, I keep calling him Michael, I'm so sorry, Miguel, he has 2 children, one 13-year-old and one 2-year-old. We do know that the group was living underneath his home because they needed a place to stay, and they couldn't afford to, and they were constantly moving a lot, so they couldn't afford the whole group to live somewhere, you know what I mean? And plus, they're trying to stay off the grid because they don't like the government. So, because the government's the bad people. So, obviously, I mean, at this point, they probably all pretty much burned their driver's license. So, and any identifications they have, but, or they probably still kept it. But, this is the, a warrantless arrest. I am not sure exactly the difference. I want to say the warrantless arrest. Now, correct me and comment down below if I'm wrong. I mean, this is probably an easy Google search, but I didn't think about it until now. But a warrantless arrest is probably, I believe, one that's where somebody, it doesn't have a warrant against them already, but they're being arrested. And then the warrant arrest, obviously you're being arrested because you have a warrant. So that's what I know. Now, this is it says Ryan Kramer on here. I believe this is my Miguel's statement on here, but this is actually, Ryan Kramer is actually one of the people that was arrested, and the same thing that's going to be on this one is going to be pretty much on all the ones, everyone that was arrested that evening, so, or night, should I say, because it's happened at nighttime, but this is the main one. Yeah, so we're just going to briefly scan over this because a lot of it I probably already mentioned. But this is the reason why the officer would have to have contact. And they're saying that on April 28th, 2021, not 2020, but 2021, at approximately 2000 hours, which would make it about 8 p.m. Okay, now keep that in mind. Okay, so 8 p.m. The corporal was on duty in the state of Colorado when he was contacted by the sheriff in regards to a party later identified as Miguel Lamboy, going to the Salida Police Department, which is probably a small police department in the area, to report a death. I was told that Mr. Lamboy lives at and has his address, and that was actually where the home where Amy was found. I'm assuming it's also, I mean, other at that time when the officers arrived, other people were there too as well. At this point, the whole cult was actually really, I'm not saying it was like slowing down, but it was really, some people were getting to the point where they were getting ready to leave. They were done. Because once, Mother Goddess passed away, that she was the reason why they were there. So, and not only that, but Jason got so hostile, and he was probably on drugs. He was probably, and he was seeing things, hearing things, accusing people of stuff, and he was becoming very, not just yelling aggressive, but he would be physically aggressive, especially with some of the men. He would try to withhold like food and any like resources from them, and I think some people got to the point where this isn't what Mother God wanted. So they believe that this isn't what she would have done to us, or treated us. So, and this is not what I came here for. So, and I guess that some of them decided to leave, but there were a few that actually still stuck around, and surprisingly though, there was more men than women that stuck around. Yeah, so apparently they're saying that the actual statement is that they said at approximately at 8:15 in the evening time, the officer contacted the sergeant. Sergeant stated that Mr. Lamboy walked into the police department to report the death of a female known to Mr. Lamboy as Leah Carson, which I think is funny because I've never came across in all my research so far the name Leah, Lia. I had not come across that, and I thought that was hilarious because I'm thinking, where did Leah come from? And I'm wondering if she changed her name, or she used that name. She used that name when they were like in Hawaii, because it looks Hawaiian. Almost, it reminds me of like Princess Leia, but also reminds me of just the lettering and how it's laid out. I mean, it reminds me of something like in Hawaii because you have a lei. It looks Hawaiian. So, and they were in Hawaii. I mean, some of her last days, they went to Hawaii. They did go to California, and I think, around that time, I think she passed away. I believe she probably passed away, or she was really in and out of it, probably in California, and then they decided, okay, we need to go basically home, or we need a place to stay, so let's go back, or let's go to Colorado. And I think that's where she finally laid to rest, was in Colorado. So the following statements were told to me by Sergeant Arthur Orth as they were told to him from Mr. Lamboy. It says Mr. Lamboy stated that yesterday, which is April 27th, he was driving all over the state. So I don't know what Mr. Lamboy was doing, what he did to make money. Maybe he was trying to set himself up because he was getting ready to leave. I think he already made his stance. He was done. I don't think him and Jason got along very well. Considering that, Jason pretty much replaced him, so as Father God. But I think once, I don't think he knew that Amy had died. I think he knew that Amy was sick. I think he knew that Amy was fragile, and he knew it was going to be any day now, but he didn't. I don't think at this point, he didn't know, supposedly, that she died already. I think, so I don't know what he did, but we knew he did logistics, and we know he did, which does sometimes consist of traveling, and doing work, and so forth. And if you can see in the statement, it does say that he went to Monroe, Colorado. He dropped off some type of computer, and then he stated that from Monroe's he drove someone to the airport in Denver, Colorado. I don't know. He probably. Maybe he was doing like an Uber thing. I don't know. He was doing some odd good work, probably to keep afloat, make some couple bucks. It's easy, fast money, and you get it immediately. And so I'm wondering if that was what he was doing. But then after that, he stated that he did return to his residence, and then when he got there, he said that there were people at his residence needing a place to stay. He identified the people as Jason Castillo, John Robertson, Crystal Raymond, Karen Raymond, and Ryan Kramer. Now I believe, let me scroll back up. Ryan Kramer. I just think that's kind of weird because this one has a C, not a K, but I'm wondering if that's probably a mistyping or something. I don't know. Anyway, it says I do not have any more information other than that on the 5 persons that Mr. Lamboy that they needed a place to stay. He doesn't know anything else about this group of people. The sheriff's offices know nothing about this, which is I find kind of weird, because they considering, we'll read later on, that they found out they were getting numerous calls. The police department and the sheriff's office were getting numerous calls from all over the U.S. stating that their family members are being brainwashed, and they're being taken, and they're being, and their money is being stolen. They want money back because they bought some items, and the items are not true, and they're not refunding, and they're scamming people, and so I find it hard to believe that you don't know what he's talking about, anything other than these people need a place to stay. I highly doubt that. But anyways, so Mr. Lamboy stated that he said he got up this morning, which is April 28th, 2021, and left for Denver. He stated that he left for Denver, went to Buena Vista, then returned to his residence. So he got up again the next day. I'm guessing, okay, so April 27th, I think he got there, and he was saying, hey, they were probably contacting him and said, hey, dude, can we crash at your place? At that point, he probably didn't know that she was dead, he probably said, yeah, sure, there's an extra spare key under the mat, and then, so when he got there, he hung out with them, didn't even see Amy probably at all at that point, and thought nothing of it, and then he, I guess, went to bed or went to sleep or whatever, and then he got up the next morning. He left for Denver, and then he left from Denver to Buena Vista, and then he went back to home. That's when he stated that that's when he found deceased female known to him as Leah Carlson, which is kind of, I guess, again, I think that's probably not her government name. Her government name is Amy Carlson, but I think Leah is probably a name that she was given herself at that moment in time, so everybody knows her as that, and so that's who he knows. He probably doesn't even know who Amy is. Mr. Lamboy stated that Miss Carlson's skin appeared to be gray in color, and her eyes were glazed over or missing. I apologize, this may be a little graphic for you guys in advance, so feel free to move forward, but Mr. Lamboy stated that it was obvious that Miss Carlson was dead because her eyes were missing. Mr. Lamboy stated that the body appeared to be mummified with Miss Carlson's teeth exposed to her lips. This means that she's been there for a long time. Guys, they can't bend her body. So if they do, her bones will break. I mean, it's been like that for a long time. Yeah, so, and if she's laying down, gravity takes control. Usually the body, it decomposes, all the fluid, the oils, the fat breaks down into an oil, much like vegetable oil in a way. It will break down into the bed, the mattress. It will get everywhere. And so this explains why Mr. Lamboy stated that Miss Carlson was wrapped in a cloth. She was wrapped all the way up. They kept putting things around her, like I mentioned. This is where it gets kind of dicey a little bit. It does talk about that he attempted to take his son and leave the other people at the house, but the other people at the house, they wouldn't let him leave with, I'm guessing the 2-year-old probably. It is not known where the mother is at this time. There is an ongoing complaint with social services in regards to him, and I'm guessing with in the 2-year-old. Mr. Lamboy then left his residence and then drove to the police department to report the possible death of Miss Carlson. So he got to the point where he was like, enough's enough. I'm done with this. Screw this. I didn't sign up for that. You know what I mean? And then it goes and talks explaining about how they do believe that he's a part of they call it a religious group known as Love is One. It's known to take people in from all over the world. Apparently, they receive many complaints from families within the United States saying that the group is brainwashing people, stealing their money. The DSS complaint was because of and there's, I guess, a redacted point, and the Love is One group. Miss Carlson is believed to be the leader of Love is One and goes by the name Mother God. Okay, so about almost midnight, the search warrant for them was executed. So the warrant was granted to check the welfare of his son and to search for a deceased person, as he claimed. During the search of the house, there were 7 people. They later identified as Ryan Kramer. Here it's got a K. That's interesting. Okay, so I assume this is Ryan Kramer's, actually. This is his paperwork, but everyone, all 7 people, their paperwork is all going to have the same stuff on there. So, just so you know. But this is the one I found. But Ryan Kramer, which I believe is going to be the youngest person, I'm not counting Miguel's children because they had no choice. That they were just there. That was actually their home because that was Miguel's house. So, they lived there. But these other people, they didn't really belong there. He was just allowing them a place to stay because he belonged to the group. But he didn't know that Amy had died until a day or two later, till he saw her, because he never went and checked on her. He never went. And the house is not very big. The house is, have you seen the documentary? The house is a very small, it is probably got like maybe 1 bathroom, maybe 3 bedrooms. It was 7 people plus two children, not including Miguel himself. People were probably sleeping outside at this point. They were probably camping or, all sleeping together in a living room somewhere or whatever. So, anyway, so they later identified as Ryan Kramer, Christopher Royer, Sarah Rudolph, and Karen Raymond, Jason Castillo, John Robertson, and Abdulia Franco, who looks, I think is probably the oldest, were found inside the house. All 7 persons were taken into custody and transported to the county jail, which is in Del Norte, Colorado, and booked in on the above listed charges. After all persons were taken into custody and search of the house, they did discover the mummified remains of what appears to be a human female. And then it goes and talks about this, and again, I'm going to I'm trying to be mindful of you guys because in case you may be triggered. But they're saying the mummified remains were found in a back room. It was a bedroom on the south side of the house. The mummified remains were found lying in bed, wrapped in what appears to be in a sleeping bag. It appears to have glitter type makeup around the eyes. They probably kept putting makeup on her, which is really sad. The mummified remains were decorated with Christmas lights. I mean, they literally put Christmas lights all around her. I mean, it appears to be set up as some type of shrine. You gotta understand, Christmas tree lights, in April. So, yeah. The mummified remains could be seen from the hallway between the kitchen area and living area. That's probably so they probably positioned her, put the bed in that position so you didn't have to go near her because she was probably starting to smell at this point. So yeah, but you could still see her and she can quote unquote see you. I don't know, that's kind of creepy, but yeah. Also found in the house was a 13-year-old female. See, I don't understand that because earlier they said it was a 13-year-old male. See, this is where I'm confused at because some of these police reports do get it confused with the male and female thing, and they put a C or a K, and this is why a lot of things get thrown out of court because it gets really confusing. But they found in the house was a 13-year-old female identified as so-and-so, and then there's another name, it's a short name, is the daughter of Karen Raymond. Karen Raymond was one of the people that were actually charged, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, right here. Oh. That explains why when they wouldn't let him take the 2-year-old because the mom wanted to stay and he was trying to go, but the son may not be hers, so she didn't have legal rights to the son, didn't want to cause problems, so she's like, fine, whatever, go. So okay, so Mr. Lewis's 2-year-old son. Both children are in good health and sleeping at the time of the search warrant was conducted. DSS was contacted to take custody of probably the 2-year-old because Miss Raymond was taken into custody, obviously because she's being arrested, and so yeah. I'm guessing somebody was turned over to DSS replacement, waiting for a forensic interview to be held at a later date. Probably the 2-year-old, and that's why the 2-year-old was probably released to the custody of Mr. Ramboy because he was like, I hadn't know, I was out of town, I wasn't even there, she was alive when I left, and then they left, they went on their own, and then next thing you know what, they need a place to stay. I never saw her, and then as soon as I saw her, I came to you guys. So that was his story, and they realized, okay, maybe that's true. And they probably talked to the other people, and they probably say, hey, was Miguel there when you guys arrived? How long was Miguel there for? And they probably all agreed. They were like, I never saw him, he wasn't there, he left. And so they corroborated his story, so he had left. So so that explains why they probably went ahead and handed over the 2-year-old to him, because it is also his kid. My mom went to jail. Basically, Mr. Lynn believes that the people that showed up at his residence had transported the mummified remains to his residence from California. So apparently, I think she died in California. And Mr. Lamboy stated that the vehicle that they showed up in was a Nissan Rogue, later found to have California license plates, so that explains the story. While on scene, I could see inside the Nissan vehicle and found that the backseat was laid down. The position of the rear passenger seat is consistent with someone transporting the mummified remains, because you can't bend a body that's been dead for a while. I mean, it's hard. It's like if you bend it, it will break. I mean, the body will break in half. I mean, obviously not the skin, but it could, because there's no fat. There's no nothing. It would ooze liquids and stuff like that. I mean, they probably wrapped her up in sheets and sheets and sheets, and then, kind of like carried her out to the vehicle and laid her there. And then drove across state lines, which is probably why they're being charged with the abuse of, I guess, a dead body, so a corpse. Yeah, so because you're moving, you cannot. You barely can touch a dead body without being charged with that. Let alone you are literally picking up and moving the body. The body's dead. It's abuse of a corpse. The corpse is, it's dead. So, yeah. The Nissan Rogue is registered to, the Abu Julia Franco. And if I'm mistaken, that is the oldest person that was listed right there. She was born in 1968. She's the oldest person. How do y'all did her wrong? I'm just saying. Y'all chose the old person. No offense to anybody that's older or old on here. But y'all chose the elder person to get a car because it's registered to her, used her car to transport. So now she may have extra charges. Oh my gosh, that's not right. That's not right. And then of course the judge signs it. The signature says 4/29/2021. So bond amounts is per scheduled. So it depends on everything. Yeah. So that's basically. I'm not going to read everybody's because there's 7 of them and they're all going to have the same thing written on it. Just defendants' names and information will be different. All this will be different. But, yeah. So, let me know. What do you guys think about that one? Yeah, that's just crazy. So, apparently, the 7 members that were taken into custody, they I did come across where there was an investigator of CBS 4, Rick Salinger, who is an investigator for CBS. I'm believing that's in Colorado. Had a little interesting conversation. So I'm gonna read it to you guys. They said, Ryan Kramer is one of the members, and I believe it could be the person that was in the actual affidavit, the defendant. So that I just showed you guys. So, which I did. So I thought it was kind of interesting. They seem to be really focused on him, and I don't understand why, but they really did. So the investigators did ask 2 of them, but I guess Kramer was one of the ones that just answered. But they said, "How did she die?" And then Ryan answered, "I actually do not have an answer for that. Sincerely, I do not know." So, yeah, at the time, of this, the coroner had a really hard time. First of all, they had a hard time trying to figure out who she really was, like to identify her, because she had no dental records, she had nothing. She hadn't been to a doctor, she had nothing, she had no records. So they couldn't identify, and then they had a feeling of, because of the way her skin looked, but again, she was so mummified, they could thought, well, maybe, because if she's obviously Caucasian, when we die, we're literally, we turn blue. So they probably thought, that's where the color came from, but they knew, but they weren't quite sure. But they had a feeling that she ingested something that caused her skin to turn that color, but they didn't know for sure. And the corner office, they have to know for sure. Otherwise, it can be questioned. But anyway, so the coroner was unable to determine the cause of death at that particular time. And then, members, including Kramer, they talked about her being ill in their YouTube streams. So they're, I guess they're covering themselves. They're saying, yeah, she's not feeling well. So, they were telling me, you're not feeling well, go to the doctor. But apparently, because they don't believe in that she never went. And then the investigator said, well, why can't she just heal herself if she's God? I don't know how to answer that. I actually don't know how to answer that question. That's what they said. Okay. So, the investigator asked Karen Raymond, which is one of the moms of, I believe, the 2-year-old, said, he asked her, said, God is a woman and Amy is the God? ? And she just said yes. And then he goes, she has been reincarnated many, many times? ? Right? And then Kramer obviously replied, yes, 534 times. Like, of course, like, duh, you should know this. And then the investigator said, so maybe she'll come back to life, and then Kramer, comes back in and says, maybe she will come off of a starship. So, I find it kind of interesting. And then the investigator asked Kramer and Raymond, who was the woman and the male who were part of the group. He asked this in May, and he said, with Christmas lights and glitter, is she going to be reincarnated? And then, Raymond goes, God is a woman. Ha 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 ha. That's exactly what she did. I find that kind of interesting with that, because, it's kind of funny, though. We do know that, that 7 of them were arrested and so forth. And, we do know, and as you know, of the affidavit that I've read to you guys, we as I did find a couple articles. I'm trying to get it from a good timeline from the time of the arrest up to today, but I did find several things saying that, and I'm also finding a little bit of conflicting articles as well by actual, I guess, supposedly accredited resources, aka like news articles from news outlets. Some are saying that the children, some say it's a 13-year-old female and not a male, but even though Miguel said it was a 13-year-old son, so I think and even in the documentary he says my 13-year-old son is there, and he was concerned about him. But then so I'm assuming the 2-year-old's a daughter. But I'm seeing conflicting information where they're saying that it's a 13-year-old female and a 2-year-old son. So I think some of these news outlets are getting a little confused. I'm going by what I saw in the documentary. Because they used actual police body cam footage of him. He does mention, I'm concerned for my 13-year-old son. So that to me in itself, so I'm going with the 13-year-old son and 2-year-old daughter. So yeah, but there's different outlets are also saying that even in court they mentioned how it was a 13-year-old girl, and I mean the prosecutors were saying 13-year-old daughter, and I don't believe there was. I mean, there was no more than two kids there because there's two counts. It makes two counts as two people. So I don't know why even in the courtroom, prosecutors said 13-year-old daughter. And supposedly they're also saying that that the mother of the 2-year-old, I guess, also has children in Pennsylvania, and I mean, so yeah, that's crazy. I don't know. I mean, each member has their own story, and I'm not trying to focus on any particular member per se. I'm just trying to do it as a general thing, because this is a movie. I mean, I've already pretty much I put the sequel with the movie all together in one video, but this is real. Like I said, it's a whole iceberg. I mean, y'all can do more research if you want to, but what I'm saying is that if you want to pick out, there are some things about certain members, and I mean, so many of them got a history, either within being in jail before. There's one that was in the Marines that was part of this group. I mean, there were so many. I mean, each person has their own story, and you want to think what drives somebody to join a group like this, and maybe it was a sense of belonging. I don't know, but I dig deep a little bit. They're saying that there was, according to, like I said, I was trying to go chronological. So as of September 2021, because it took that long for them to get into the courtroom, there was an actual in May, actually, not May, but because it was actually it was in September. It was in September of 2021, because she didn't die till April, so it didn't make sense for her to be in May. But they did say that that prosecutors have dropped criminal charges, against 4 of the 7, including Jason, which I would have thought would have been the last one to get dropped. I mean, he was the leader. How is a leader of a cult is able to walk away from all this? I mean, I think that's crazy. I would love to know their thought process, even if they went with a jury. I believe it was a jury trial. I'm not sure, but I mean, how do you even? How? What was your thought process? I'd like to ask the judge if it was up to the judge to ultimately decide if their charges are going to be dropped. But apparently, Jason Castillo, his charges were dropped. So 3 of the 4 each face a charge of tampering with the deceased human body, and 2 misdemeanor counts of child abuse. Now, the child abuse basically probably stems because of they were in the home with the deceased body, and they didn't do anything about it. You know what I mean? It's a difference with, like, oh, okay, we live with grandma, and grandma passes away in her sleep, and and we have children here. I mean, that's not. We wouldn't be charged with that child abuse because we didn't, but because we contacted the police as soon as we knew that grandma had died. We didn't move grandma, we didn't touch grandma, grandma's dead, you know what I mean? We contacted the cops, and then, grandma is passed away. They did not suspect any foul play at all from any of them, so they don't believe that they murdered her. They don't believe that that they tried to kill her, that this was all, she just died. All this was all her doing. So there was no foul play at all against any member, which to me is still a fine line, because I still think, I mean, there's got to be some logic in there, at least psychologically, if you really think about it. I mean, if somebody who passes away, or somebody who's ingesting things or taking things, that there's got to be some logic in your brain to say this is not normal, or this person is drinking excessively, and you're not doing anything about it. You're not trying to go get them help. You're not trying to help them. To me, it's almost like you're condoning, you are enabling them to their end demise. I mean, it just sounds, I mean, there is a very, very fine line. But I guess in the courtrooms, I mean, it's either black or white. I mean, it is what it is. So, and if you're not there, you won't know. And if there's no evidence, you can't charge them with foul play. There's no evidence. I mean, it's just like if I had a friend who was a drug addict. I'm aware that they're a drug addict, but if I'm not the one who is giving them the stuff, and I'm not the one who's actually forcefully injecting them or forcing them to take that drug and so forth, you can't charge me with foul play because if they happen to die, because yes, even though I could given them the stuff to take, I didn't put it in their vein. I did not force it down their throat. You know what I mean? I didn't do it to them, so there's no foul play in the courtrooms. Unfortunately, this is why a lot of drug dealers and so forth that sometimes get off on, if they try to, a lot of families try to bring murder charges against drug dealers and so forth, saying that, if you didn't supply the product, my son or my daughter or whatever it is would not have, died, because you supplied the product, they died, but they get off on those charges because they can't be charged, because just because I supply it does not mean that I killed your son or daughter, because I'm the manufacturer. I have it here and it's on the shelf. You chose to buy it, and what you do with that product once you buy it, that's on you. You can't sue the store for selling that product. You can only, because you decided to mishandle it, or you decided to take too much of it, or because you decide to use it. That's your decision. So I think that's why they could not be charged with foul play. I didn't know if that would need to be explained or not, but just in case some people thought, why not? I mean, they're really complicit to the decisions. They were there. They saw her. They condoned her behavior. They supplied her with alcohol. They supplied her with the products and so forth, but they did not. Just because they gave it to her does not mean that they caused her death. So there was no foul play brought upon any of them. But, so we already know that Jason Castillo, basically his charges were dropped. 3 of the 4 faced a charge of tampering with a deceased human body, 2 misdemeanor counts of child abuse. The 4th person faced the charge of abuse of a corpse, and 2 misdemeanor counts of child abuse. I'm assuming because of the 13-year-old and the 2-year-old were present during the time of the deceased body was there. I also was thinking maybe they probably could also thought that they could have maybe possibly forced the children to take some of these supplements, maybe because they believed in it so much. Or they probably put it in their foods, or they could maybe start them in short spurts of time for like punishment or something like that. I thought about that, but I don't think it was that. I think it was just, and they tried to make it clear that it was mainly because they were present during the time of the course being there, and that's whether the kids saw the dead body there or not, or were aware of it or not, it can still cause trauma later down the road. Even though I doubt the 2-year-old would probably remember, but the 13-year-old, it was probably more than aware. Unfortunately for Miguel and his son, I mean, I probably need therapy. I don't know, but yeah. So as of September of 2021, the charges were pending against three other members. So I mean, right there, that adds up to 7 people. So we do know 7 arrested, 4 were dropped. 4 people got charges dropped, and then 3 of that 4 were faced with certain charges, and then we still have 3 more who were still pending as of September 2021. Now, where do we go from there? What happened with those members, and what's going on from that point forward? So I came across another article. It was like a news article. Again, like I said, that some of these news outlets, I mean, there's a lot of contradictions, or some are like really getting their dates or the gender of the children and so forth. It's a lot of conflicting information here, and I don't understand why, but now I kind of do now, but I mean, if you know, you know. I mean, it's mainstream media. I mean, they all will spin it to however they want to spin it, so I guess it depends on what you follow. But according to I believe it is also I think it may be an NBC channel, I think it is, but it's 9 News, which I think may be out near or in Colorado. I'm not sure, but I did come across an article. It's around the same time as the other one, which was in September. It said that the charges, were dropped against the people who were initially arrested or charged after the decomposing body of the cult leader was found inside the home in Crestone, which is a small town in, I'm not going to say the county's name because I will probably butcher it, but I'm going to say S County. Earlier this year, which was back in 2021, as we know, excuse me. So, as a result of the body being found, they said the following people were arrested, which we already know, which was Ryan Kramer, Christopher Royer, Sarah Rudolph, Karen Raymond, Jason Castillo, John Robertson, and Abdulia Franco. Now, we know Jason Castillo was the actual leader, was Father God. And so, anyway, so they said that 6 of the 7 people were later charged with abuse of a corpse. But during the court hearings that happened later on, charges were dismissed against Ryan Kramer, Sarah Rudolph, Karen Raymond, Jason Castillo, and John Robertson. So those charges were dismissed completely, which is crazy, right? It's like you can be a part of a cult, and I would love to be a fly on the wall during these proceedings, because I'd like to know what actually, what were you thinking, just dismissing this, because I mean, they got away with this. They scammed people out of money. At the very least, if you disregard the abuse of a corpse or the child, I don't want to call it child abuse, because to me, when I think of child abuse, I think of the typical, verbal, mental, emotional abuse of a child, but them just being in the home with the dead body was abuse, I guess. But according to the law, so even if you didn't even look at that, I think they still should be charged for scamming people of of actually selling products that doesn't do, but I guess that would be civil. I mean, I'm not a lawyer, so I mean, I know some law, but I mean, I'm not well versed into it. But maybe if anybody's listening to this, and if you know more, comment down below. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I mean, I'm guessing that would be a civil thing. If they were to be charged with scamming people, I mean, the people would have to, each individual person, or do a class action if there's a lot, and they can all kind of get together and band together, and then, that would mean, try to put their money together, hire a lawyer, and say, hey, we want to charge this, aka almost like a company, because they were like a company, for products that aren't, they're claiming that these products do, or whatever it is, because there was no disclaimers or anything like that was saying that, hey, how you usually, when you watch commercials and they talk about like diet pills or something like that, it usually in a very, very small print at the bottom of the screen, it would literally say, results may vary or not guaranteed, or things like that, so I mean, that's their disclaimer, so you can't sue them because it didn't work for you. But I seriously doubt they put that on their site, because if they did, that would mean they would be abiding by the law, which to them the law is the bad dark forces. So if I were to buy their product and it didn't work, I could come after them, right? So I'm sorry, I've got like craziness this morning, but yeah, I really think that that they could still be they should have been still be charged with that. Now, the people that probably bought the products are probably like-minded, like they are, so they probably wouldn't, file anything against them, because they believed in them and they followed them. So it's like they're like, it's almost like I'm your friend, you know what I mean? I bought stuff from you and it didn't work from me. It didn't work, what I bought from you. So, but I'm not gonna be, I'm not because go after you because of it. So, yeah. So, anyways, but they did, but according to them, though, they did say that I guess the majority of the group, I want to say that's like, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5 of them were dismissed, I guess all at one time. And then the charges against Abdullah Franco, which was the one, if you remember, was the one that it was her car. And that was so her, not only that, but I think she could have been, I'm not sure, I'm not matching faces with names. I mean, I obviously know who Jason Castillo is. I mean, I know which one he is, but I believe, though, Abdullah Franco would be the one with I want to say the olive color skin, with the darker hair. I believe she looks a lot old. She's the oldest one, so I think it was her car, and her charges, I guess, were dismissed in August, which is crazy, because I mean the charges on the other ones didn't get dismissed and didn't get done until September, because you got to remember the hearings and stuff didn't happen until September. So hers were dismissed before theirs was, which is kind of crazy, because it was her vehicle, and we're taught that if something that is, again, illegal or whatever it is, it's in your vehicle, you would be charged for it, right? Well, apparently hers was dismissed, which again, to me, I mean, having a dead body and moving it across state lines and with the intent of keeping the dead body, I mean, to me, it's crazy. You got people that are sitting and rotting in prison over drugs and everything else. I mean, that to me are crimes that are not as big as this. I mean, this is a whole dead body. You moved across state lines in your vehicle. You agreed to this, and that's your car. And I mean, and you just basically get to walk away. I just think that's kind of crazy. I guess in Colorado, I mean, you could do almost anything, right, and get away with it. I mean, it just seems like it. Anyways, so they're saying that there's no such case exists for Royer. I guess Christopher Royer. I don't know which one who he is, but according to the court clerk in that county. So I mean, they're saying at this time we don't know why the charges were dismissed. So, and that was in September. So, I mean, the investigation, everything began in April. So we already knew the investigation when it happened in April because that's around the time when Miguel, reported against them to the police department. So, and because he lived in Moffat or whatever, the information was passed to the S County Sheriff's Office, and that's who the ones who end up, reporting or responding to his home because he lived in a different county. He went to a different police department, but because it's like if you live in a metro, let's say a metroplex, if you understand how how cities and towns work, you inside the metroplex you got small other little cities. So you would if you go to your local police department and say, yeah, I not your local police department, but you go to your local police department and you tell them, hey, this is what's going on, and I have like a dead body in my home, and this is what's happening. They're gonna because of the situation, they end up passing it on to the actual county, which will be your Metroplex's police department, because one, they're bigger and they have the resources. Two, they're the ones that mainly would be able to initiate the investigation. They also have the manpower and higher jurisdiction. So so that, as far as that goes, that's all I can really find on. There's not really a whole lot of any updates with the members as far as about the arrest. I think this section of this whole, story has. I mean, that's all there really is. You have that's like 6, and I believe we already talked about how and Ryan, since Ryan Kramer was the youngest, his was the affidavit that I previously read and shown you guys. And then you have, for some reason, there's no case for Christopher Royer. So I wonder why. I don't understand why. It's kind of weird. That's suspicious, I was just thinking of the whole gist of Cardi B talking about that's weird, that's suspicious, but yeah, I don't know. That's kind of, I wonder why. I may have to dig that up a little bit. But we do know that apparently, though, out of all 7 of them, they all pretty much got to walk out the courtroom. I mean, pretty much everyone did. I don't think anyone really got charged for any of this, but we don't know why. Why the charges were dismissed. I'm gonna have to dig a little bit, but yeah, it's crazy, right? I mean, it's insane how people can get away with brainwashing others, scamming people, basically, and enabling somebody to continue to, off themselves. I mean, with alcohol and colloidal silver of excess, and are able to, I mean, and that's against the FDA. I mean, I don't understand. And then also, whenever she ultimately died, they were able to put the dead body into a car which belonged to one of the members, and then cross state lines, and then end up being like, okay, we're going to keep the dead body for however long it takes, and we had intentions of keeping the dead body for a year to make sure she transcends and all this stuff, unless they all pled insanity or something. But even then, there would be some kind of charge. I mean, they'll be still putting some kind of psych ward or something, you would think. I mean, it doesn't make sense to me at all. Why and how they got off. I mean, on this, I mean, obviously they had to have a public defender, because, I mean, I don't think any of them had money, because Miguel ran off with the money. So I think whoever their public defender is, if I'm in Colorado, I mean, and I get in trouble, that's who I want. I mean, because apparently they all got off on it. I believe it was a jury trial. But it makes sense for it kind of not to be. But at the same time, it would make. But I think because I think they had better odds of getting charges dismissed or getting lesser charges with a jury trial versus, because they can plead on the emotions and I was brainwashed kind of, theory, and they probably all blamed Amy. It was Amy's fault, Amy brought him in. It was Amy's, cult, basically. And so, yeah. And we were all brainwashed by her. But since she's dead, they can't charge her for anything, and so they were victims. And yes, I do agree, and in hindsight they were victims, and that I do agree with. I mean, even though I disagree with their actions, I disagree with their belief systems, but I do believe, I mean, from an educated point of view, I do believe, an intellectual point of view, I believe that they were all victims. Even Jason, even though he is so narcissistic and aggressive and everything, and but I do believe he was also a victim as well, because I mean, if it wasn't for him coming across Amy's YouTube channel and the group stuff, he probably wouldn't be a part of it. But yeah, I mean, it's crazy. But I do believe they should be still in jail. I really do. Only because, and we're about to get into it, of why they should be. Because when you're a victim, usually you try to get help and you try to do better and be better, and so you don't repeat the process and you don't pass it on. But did they do this? Did they do that? Did they try to live a normal life? Did they get therapy? Did they get help? Did they get whatever? Let's find out. So I did find a small article, which is kind of ironically, because it's not here in the U.S. It's the Independent. It's in the UK. They did talk about, and they kind of went into the story with the whole Love is One thing. But this one specifically talked about Christopher Royer. Remember when I mentioned about they couldn't find any thing on him, because according to this article, it says Love As One member Christopher Royer appeared in court to challenge a police search warrant executed after the death of Mother God Amy Carlson. Now, Mr. Royer is facing charges of child abuse and abuse of a corpse related to the discovery of Miss Carlson's body in Colorado in April. Investigators they seized his cell phone for what prosecutor Alonzo Payne said was more than sufficient evidence. It could contain proof of crimes committed while crossing state lines. Defense attorney Ann Rowan. Well, this is the first time I actually got the lawyers' names, which is kind of crazy. I mean, I'm over 4 hours into this, and yet this is the first time I actually came across it. And I got so many tabs open, but I mean, it's the first time I've actually heard about anybody's, like, their lawyers' names. Maybe I need to make a note of that. But that's crazy. Okay. So defense attorney Ann Rowan said it was a quote unquote fishing expedition. Okay, that's an interesting way of putting it. And that there is no probable cause that evidence of any crime would be found on the phone. The affidavit, this is quoted, the affidavit claims 4 people, none of whom are Mr. Royer, arrived at the house in Moffat with a dead body in the vehicle. So maybe this is why his charges got dropped. Because they're saying that that the 4 people that arrived with the dead body, he's not one of them. So, did he not go to California? Did they not go like a clan? Because, I mean, like I said, I told you guys, some of these things are very, even the documentary, I mean, it shows that they all went together. But, there are so many different... This is why you can't trust sometimes mainstream media, but I'm trying to use this with a grain of salt because it's kind of the best, I guess, credited resource I could use. Besides, I don't really like to use a lot of Wikipedia because that could be, anybody can go in there and type in and whatever they want. I did at the very beginning, but then I was like, okay, I got just the surface. But then I really wanted, kept digging like this. This is the whole iceberg. But I'm pretty deep into it. We're almost at the end anyways. If you made it this far, by the way, don't forget to like and subscribe. And comment down below anything you want to when it pertains to this. Please be mindful. Some people may disagree with me. And if you want to defend me, hey, I appreciate it, but it's okay. And if you want to hear more other cult, stories, or want me to dive deeper into other cults, let me know. I'm trying to stay away from a lot of the ones that are very well known, if possible. It's really kind of hard to, because there's so many out there that everyone's pretty much already talked about. There's so many other channels that talked about. Many have already had documentaries on cable and stuff. I said cable. Oh my gosh, I'm so old. On other streaming apps. So like I said, just let me know. Also, if there's other things in this cult that I can dig a little deeper that kind of spin off from it, like I can get into the Pleiadians, I can get into the Anunnaki thing, I can get into they talked about the Lemurians, all that. I can get into all that if you want me to. It would take me a minute because but I can do it. Like this is taking me a minute too, and be prepared again. Like I said, it may not be as long as this video, but yeah, I mean, my daughter told me, "Mom, you're gonna have to divide this up into parts because this is a whole, this is a whole series, But I don't like doing that, honestly. I feel like if someone wants to listen to it, that's great because a lot of this, I mean, you can watch it, but a lot of the what you're going to be seeing on the screen is pretty much is, things you can obviously look up yourselves. So I mean, this is actually, and she told me this. She said, you know what, you should make this into a podcast because you like to talk a lot. So I mean, yeah, maybe I should do that. I thought about diving into that. What do you guys think? Should I do that? Should I just kind of take some things like this and put it into a streaming app? Into a podcast, and I'll just keep it this name, so you don't get confused. But and that way I'm the same on both platforms. I mean, I know some people change theirs up because they only want to stick to just certain stories on podcasts and everything else plus that on YouTube. So, but I mean, I'll talk about anything, so it didn't bother me a bit. But back to what I was saying, guys. Like I said, if you made it this far, you might as well hit that subscribe button and notification bell. So, as well as if you like this and you appreciate it, the best way you can show me your appreciation is just hitting that like button, so I know that you guys appreciate it and you enjoy this type of genre, and I'll do more of it. I mean, I don't know unless you tell me. So, just listening, I mean, that doesn't tell me anything. YouTube just tells me, yeah, they're listening, but that's it. They watched, you got so many views, but I don't know if you liked it. I don't know. So here's your chance. I mean, if you did not like it, you don't appreciate it, and you wish I could, would have done it in different sections, different parts. Give me some ideas if you prefer it that way. If you don't mind it being like one long video, and you could just kind of, start watching it and then like, okay, I'm gonna pause it here and then I'll come back to it later. And you pull up the app and then you can get onto it and pick up where you left off at. I don't know if I mean I can try to see if I can put chapters so it makes it easier, but some will only be like 5 minutes and some would be like 45 minutes long. So I mean, it depends. I mean, I could do it that way, and then I can try to put timestamps in here because it is so long, so you can go straight to that timestamp and then listen to it. But I prefer you to, because it is like a story, to listen from start to finish. So, okay. So with that being said, let's get back into what I was talking about. Mr. Royer and him and his cell phone apparently. And everything, and they're talking about him in court, and they're saying that his defense attorney, who was Ann Rowan, said it was a fishing expedition, and that there was no probable cause that evidence of any crime could be found on the phone. And they're saying that the affidavit claims that 4 people, none that was him, so he wasn't there, arrived at the house. In Moffat with the dead body in the vehicle, and she said that there's no inference at all that Mr. Royer had anything to do with the body. So maybe that explains why his stuff got just completely. There's no case with him. But then again, if there was no case, no court, cases, then why would they be in court? I guess, I don't know, maybe this is what they submitted when they get ready. Before they actually did with the jury and stuff, they probably did, it was just him, the defense, prosecutor, and the judge, and this is when they get ready to submit evidence before they select a jury and so forth, and then go from there. So maybe that's why you can't really find anything on there about it. So I mean, that's the only thing I can think of. I mean, another thing about it, we mentioned there was I've only read that there was only 2 children, but even in this article, it also says several children at the property were reportedly taken into custody at the CPS, but several sounds like there's a lot more than 2. So I don't know. And again, it's the first time I've seen the word several children. I mean, I've read so many different ones. And this is The Independent. It's based out in the UK. I'm pretty sure we have an Independent in the US version, but I came across the UK one for some reason. But again, this is also the first time I've seen names of the attorneys on both sides. They're saying that it was crazy is that they're saying that they were appearing in video conference. Mr. Royer was one of the first of the Love Is One group members to appear before the court. And then after that, it said Jace Castillo on June 9th, followed by Ryan Kramer, Abdullah Franco Gonzalez, Sarah Rudolph, and Karen Raymond on June 16th, which makes no sense because Abdullah Franco, this is the first time I got her whole full name, Abdullah Franco Gonzalez, I don't know where that came from. I mean, it's the first time I've seen her full name. And how come it's like all 3 names? It's like a first, middle, last name. Everybody else just has a first and last name. And not only that, but they're saying that hers would have been on June 16th. But on another article I just read, it said that the charges were dropped her charges were dropped back in I believe I said May. So May comes before June. So maybe they dropped him before. Maybe that's the anticipated date was in June, but then they got dropped before it even happened. And then John Robertson was supposed to appear on June 26th, which is crazy. They're saying that they're facing various counts of child abuse of a corpse, tampering with the deceased human remains, and false imprisonment. I don't know what that would mean. Mr. Payne, who I believe is one of the, I think is the prosecutor, he told the court that the state was, quote unquote, not going on a fishing expedition and was simply looking for information on that cell phone from April 1st to May 1st. Those dates coincide with the period that Miss Carlson's body was believed to have been moved. The judge, this is the first time we actually got the judge's name, which is kind of crazy. So, as county judge, Anna Urick, she ruled the state's warrant application failed to find probable cause, and its affidavit lacked the nexus between criminal activity and the content of Mr. Royal's cell phone. So, and they're saying he's scheduled to reappear on June 23rd. So maybe that's explaining why they probably just threw it all out. They probably just threw his whole thing out, and that's it. I mean, that's what they're saying. Yeah. So I don't understand why some of these news articles. I mean, something as simple. I'm not saying this cult is simple because it's really not, but it should be kind of simple enough. Where the article was written in May 26th, 2021. So I kind of went backwards, and so when I did the other articles was in September of later that same year. So maybe, like I said, maybe it just it changed, the dates and everything changed. So I kind of went backwards a little bit when I meant to go forward when I saw this article. So maybe that's what it was, but because, and maybe that's why in September. That article, they mentioned how they could not find any court case on Christopher Royer because they probably already been dropped by that point, because according to this May article, they were talking about it, about the cell phone and all that. So maybe that's why. I just wanted to look in why it was, because in September we didn't know anything about him, and how come there's nothing written on him. So his was completely washed away, as if he never got arrested. He never had anything to do with anything, and so yeah. But I'm still conflicted here, because I'm led to believe when you're in a cult, you all kind of go together. I mean, am I wrong? I mean, typically most cults, when they move, and they kind of go like in a group, like because they're a family, like they go together. I mean, unless there's reasoning behind why one or two or a group may stay behind for certain reasons. But I don't know what his reasons will be. Now, I know Miguel's reasonings would have been because if he was handling the finances and he had a job or was working there in Colorado, it would make sense for him to stay in Colorado and not go to California. So that made sense to me. But I don't know why Christopher Royer would stay behind. And again, I don't know which one is Christopher Royer in the photos. I guess I could dig a little bit deeper. I don't think it's that important at the moment. But I do think, and if you want to know, you can look it up. But I think it's crazy. I guess I just think it's kind of interesting, the fact that they're saying that he wasn't there when they were moving, and there was 4. Okay, and so total 7. Okay, not including Miguel. Okay, so Miguel stayed behind. Okay, so there's 7, right? They're saying there's 4 that moved the body, and if he wasn't one of them, so that would be 5. So where's the other 2 at? And the only thing I could think of is it could be, I mean, it could be Karen Raymond, who was probably the mother of the 2-year-old. Maybe she stayed behind with Miguel. That would make sense if Miguel is the 2-year-old's father, and that would probably make sense. But again, where's the 6th person? Because, I mean, we know that Abdullah probably was driving because it's her car. And Jason Castillo is Father God. He was probably sitting in the front seat somewhere. Now, a Nissan Rogue is not very big. And you're thinking of 7 people. They may came in different cars, but I'm still confused. If 7 people were charged with moving, and if they went in separate cars, then only the people that were in the car with the dead body should be charged, not the ones that were in a different car. So, maybe I'm getting confused here. I mean, explain the logic here. I'm like I said, some of these articles that I'm coming across, and some of this little bit of digging a little bit more deeper, and I'm trying to use credited, resources, as well as, I'm trying to stay away from like Reddit and Wikipedia and things like that, because it gets very convoluted with things and it will confuse people, and it's really just people's opinions. It's not really collectively of the same or the actual factual. And I obviously don't have the resources. I'm a one-person show here, so I do not have the resources nor the licensees to go to and contact the courts and be like, hey, I want all the, I want the whole, court records of what happened with this cult. I can't do that. 1, I mean, it's out of state. 2, from where I live, but 2, it's also, I don't have the manpower, more nor less. I do not have the credentials to get said documents, especially if they had some of these documents scrubbed or locked up. So if these people decided to get an actual normal 9-to-5 job after all this has happened and snapped out of everything, I mean, their documents could have been hidden away. So their future, like employers, so like that's not going to see that they were charged with this and this and this. They were not. So, and so I think that makes sense. Another thing I also came across was the actual coroner who did the autopsy on Amy is a singer's name, which I think is hilarious in a way, and I bet he gets that joke a lot if it is a true name. The S County coroner's name, who did the autopsy, his name is Tom Petty. I'm not lying. I'm serious. Tom Petty. I mean, like the singer, almost like. I mean, I am. It's not. I mean, it is a common name, but it's not a common name when they're together like that, when they're congruent together. I mean, it sounds kind of. I don't know. I mean, what do you guys think about that one? That one's kind of interesting. And again, like I said, this article is the first article that I came across actually listing actual names of the attorneys, everything, the coroner. I mean, it's just the judge. I mean, it's listing things, and it's actually quoting things. And the first time I ever heard about a cell phone being brought up. I'm like I said, I'm 4 hours in, and I'm first time I've come across that. So let me know down below, what do you guys think about it? What do you think about this news article? Because do you think it's kind of filled in the blanks, or is it a truthful one and the other ones were not as they were a little bit more biased, or didn't do deeper research like the Independent? I don't know. But yeah, so we're gonna get into next will be the actual autopsy of Amy, and we're moving forward from the charges and everything. At this point, I believe that I think everybody pretty much walked away and not sat in jail. They all pretty much, they're not in prison. They got away with it. That's crazy, right? But yeah. So, again, if you made this far, also, guys, don't forget to like, comment, share, subscribe, all that good stuff. And also let me know. Also, comment down below the word podcast if you guys think I should make this into a podcast. I have never dabbled into podcasting, but I thought about it, and it has been on the back of my mind, and it's on one of my little bucket lists. So, and I think I have a good knack for it, considering I like to talk. So, yeah. Let me know. Down below, just type in the word podcast. Also, let me know also, comment down below the word independent if you believe that the Independent article is actually more truthful than compared to the other articles from actual other like news outlets and stuff like that I have posted or talked about before I got to this point in the storyline. So and also I will remind you guys at the end of all the keywords, so don't worry about if you forgot already. I will comment below, and not comment below. I will mention at the end what you should comment below if you want to hear certain things, and then I'll give it a time, and then so people have a chance to listen to this or watch it or whatever you choose to do. You don't have to actually watch this video. It does help at least have it playing in the background so you're listening to it. And YouTube still thinks you're viewing it, but you can just listen to it. And like I said, there's not going to be a whole lot of things on the screen to actually be watching. I'll have obviously photos and things like that, and there's obviously going to be some news clippings and maybe some screen sharing of obviously the affidavit of Miguel and things like that. So, but other than that, you're feel free to just listen if you prefer to do that, and just continue about your day. Just pop in your earbuds and just listen to the story, I guess. So, again, so we're gonna move forward on to the autopsy of and the findings of Amy Carlson, and yeah, so we'll go from there. Okay, so the whole like autopsy thing with Amy, and in a nutshell, they're saying there's an article that was done in I believe June, yeah, the end of June. They're saying that the coroner in southern Colorado has not yet been able to determine what caused the death of the spiritual leader. They're calling it a spiritual leader. It's just funny. Whose mummified body was found decorated with Christmas lights and glitter, what appeared to be a shrine. As the S County coroner, they're saying it's Tom Perrin. And then the independent said Tom Petty. Oh my gosh. See, this is what I'm talking about, guys. Oh my goodness. I can't get it. So, this is from the Colorado Sun, news outlet. So I think they will probably know because it's in Colorado, but Tom Perrin, Perrin, so that joke I made about Tom Petty, I think but it still stands. It's still funny, but they can't get names right. Mainstream media, even in the Independent, was the one who said Tom Petty, which is kind of funny. And so, on Colorado Sun says Tom Perrin. Told the Denver Post, now Denver, Colorado. So I'm believing them over, the UK, I guess. So maybe they misdid it, but I thought that was kind of funny though. But they said that he doesn't know when Amy Carlson's autopsy will be finished because he can't find a lab to test her body for heavy metals. So that is how much metals that's probably in her body. You can't even find a lab to handle it. That's insane. So they're saying that, the group Levels 1, they use electrolysis to break down metals into various solutions that its members sold online as health aids. So, yeah, we already talked about that. Again, they were scamming people. They were basically killing people with their heavy metals. And, I don't understand why they still couldn't be charged with that. It still doesn't make sense. It's like me selling, but then again, I talked about this earlier too. It's like if I were a drug dealer and I sold illegal drugs that could possibly kill you, just because I sold it to you does not, and you died, that I can't be charged for your death because I did not do the actual foul play. You know what I mean? So, they can't be charged for that, but they could be charged for scamming. You didn't put a disclaimer saying that results may vary, or we're not promising anything, and you didn't put any disclaimers whatsoever. So you were saying, "Oh no, this works. Well, hey. And it didn't work. And if you get a lot more people that say the same thing, I can see why they could have a class action. But again, the people who bought their stuff are those same people that believed in the same things that they believed in. They're like-minded people. So, if you believed in their spiritual whatever belief system is, and you're gonna believe in the system before you start buying stuff. So you're already into the Kool-Aid. You're making the Kool-Aid, you're stirring it up, you poured the glass. All you gotta do now is drink it. So that's pretty much, so those people are not gonna sue the very company that supplied the Kool-Aid to make. So I mean, so I don't see them ever being charged with anything. I know their extended families probably want to charge them for something, but it's not. They can't do it because they weren't the ones that were harmed by it, or it didn't work for them. They're not the ones who bought it. They're not the ones who did anything. It's their actual family members, and if their family members still believe in this and they're still drinking that, those gallons of Kool-Aid and everything, I mean, they're not ever going to charge. They're not ever going to try to. And there's also, I think, I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure there's probably some kind of statute of limitations anyways by now. And we're already 3 years, 4 years actually. No, 3 years. Okay, I can't do math today, so please disregard. Yeah, so moving forward about the whole autopsy thing. Apparently, though, they're saying that authorities want to know if Carlson had been ingesting those substances. Well, obviously, look at her skin. I mean, you just look at her, you can tell that she's been ingesting them. But then again, if you're on the outside looking in, you had no clue about anything about this cult. You didn't know anything about anything, and you saw her, and she's been dead for a while, and she's a white. Well, she was a Caucasian white woman. I mean, if she comes to your and she's been dead for a while, she's obviously going to look bluish. So I guess I understand their way of thinking that okay, we have an idea. Because she's not that typical bluish color. She's got a little bit more like a shiny sheen to her skin, which typically metal shines. And if it's in her pores, she probably used it as a lotion. She probably also ingested it. It was everywhere. So, yeah. But, of course, the article goes down and talks about the whole thing, how it went down. I'm not repeating myself. We already talked about all that. But this article also says 4 of the followers were charged with tampering with the deceased human body. 3 were charged with abuse of a corpse. Prosecutors have since dismissed the charges against one person, and the other cases are pending in court, which we already know the outcome of those. So we're already past that point. We're past the charges, and then we're just talking about the autopsy now. So I'm not getting into that. But they did say that, she's known by Mother God, by dozens who followed her in person and online, had for years predicted that she would ascend to the 5th dimension to save humanity. So yeah, the Colorado Sun is basically kind of like the Associated Press. So I think they're like a sister of Associated Press. Now I did come across again on I don't know if you guys know the TV network of Oxygen. They did have an article put out on their website about this, about the autopsy and stuff, and I think this was in December 2021. So they're saying months after she was found mummified and so forth. It says. Now they're naming her as Leah, Lia, but they put Amy in quotes. So is Amy not her real name? Because Miguel knew her as Leah, but everybody keeps calling her Amy. And I guess she went by it as Amy. But did her mom? We'll get into her mom, and things like that later on. Yeah, so, and then I'm going to follow up at the end a really good article by the Rolling Stone that really kind of goes into things, and I want to read that fully to you guys. It ties in to everything I've been saying, but yeah. So stay tuned for that one if you're thinking about giving up, don't give up. We're almost there, guys. Hold on. I promise you, we're almost there. So, Amy, I guess, okay, Leah, I'm going to call her Leah, Amy Carlson, known by her followers as Mother God. They're saying that died as a result of, they're saying it's alcohol abuse, anorexia, and colloidal silver consumption. Now, I'm not sure if I can say the word anorexia on YouTube, so I'm not going to say it too many times. I may say Anna on there, so, or A. So, just so y'all know, because I'm not sure, and I don't want to say it too many times, and then, the AI YouTube people come after me, the Smiths. They'll come after me, knock on my door, like Men in Black, So, I'm just going to probably say Anna. But, yeah, so, according to an El Paso County Coroner's Office, why is El Paso? That's weird, because maybe that's the only way they had to, because El Paso's in Texas, but El Paso's right there on the border. So it's possible that it was the closest, but it's in a whole nother state, which is kind of weird. I don't think there's an El Paso, Colorado. I think no, I'm in Texas. I'm a Texas native. I mean, I've been here all my life. So, I mean, I'm pretty sure I never heard of El Paso, Colorado. So I'm thinking it could be an El Paso in Texas. So that was probably the office that was able to do the testing. So apparently, though, they did get the report obtained by the Daily Beast, which I will go to that one too as well in a minute. Colloidal silver is a metal that has been promoted on the internet and in some social circles as both a dietary and healing supplement. However, health officials warn against its dangerous and ineffective. And then it goes on and talks about her again and everything. They're saying they said there was some makeup on the corpse and some essential oils like incense, stuff like that to control the odor of the remains. See, this is what I was talking about, how she was wrapped up. They wrapped her up. It looked like a shrine, but I think they had opened up the windows. They had candles. It looked like a shrine, but I think honestly, they may claim it as a shrine, but I think honestly, they were just trying to cover up the odor. I mean, anybody, I don't care how off your rocker you are, when a dead body's nearby you and you're not moving it for days and so forth, I mean, yeah. It's not happening. So you're gonna end up trying to cover it up. So I think that's what they did. Yeah, I'm trying to scroll through this. They're saying, it goes and talks about everything we've already talked about. They're saying that the coroner said that in May that there was nothing to indicate any foul play. So, I mean, again, we already know about that. He said that the autopsy results were delayed as he tried to find a lab that was tested bodies for metals. Yeah, so I am gonna post. I'm gonna try to see if I can. Hopefully, I don't get copyrighted, but I'm gonna try to post a snippet or the segment of, if I can find one that I could use, of when she was actually on the Dr. Phil show. See, even Dr. Phil got into this. Of course, Dr. Phil's going to get into it. I have my opinions about Dr. Phil, but, yeah, they're not always the greatest, but, I mean, I think he just banks on people's tragedies, and he's just making money off of it. But then again, you can't, it's like you don't hate the player, hate the game, you know what I mean? But I do hate the player that plays the game that I hate. So, yeah. I think he, of course, I mean, it was a hot topic at that point, and they're gotten so popular that I think, honestly, he did a little video, she wasn't there in person, obviously, but it was on video. He did talk to her and stuff. But on the video, she claimed that she had the coroner's report noted that they found a thyroid gland that was grossly consistent with a coiloid, a coiloid. But they didn't find any evidence of any type of like cancer or anything like that. So I don't know. I don't know why she thought, maybe she was using it as an excuse of why she is the way she looks like and whatever to hide. I mean, if you really believe in, what you are promoting and what you're doing, then why would you need to lie, or why would you need to, why even say that? I mean, especially, how would you know you got advanced cancer if you don't believe in doctors, you don't believe in the government, you don't believe anything? And since there was no records of her going to the doctor, or no dental records or anything like that, how would she even know she had advanced cancer? That would make no sense, right? So, yeah, but yeah, I'm gonna try to see if I can get a hold of the snippet from that part of the Dr. Phil show as well. I'll plug it in here, and then as well as I don't know, I would probably dig more into the autopsy thing, but like I said, I'm going to go into what the Daily Beast, because that's where Oxygen got their stuff is, what their information from. And the Daily Beast, who again is, obviously another news outlet, they're saying that Amy Carlson, the leader of a new age sect known as Love Is One, died due to a decline brought on by alcohol abuse, Anna, and dosing colloidal silver, according to an autopsy report in El Paso County, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so, and then they talked about, again, there's a little paragraph about the story of how it happened, how they came across her body. They're saying that her body had been decomposing for roughly almost a month. So yeah, usually typically after about 2-3 days, you start kind of emitting an odor. Now imagine a month. Yeah. There's nothing left, and you couldn't even move the body because, I think your body would be stuck to the mattress or stuck to whatever cloths because of the liquids. We get sticky and they're oily at the same time. It's not a very pretty sight, especially. This is why whenever someone dies, they tell you, we need to make arrangements as soon as possible. If you're going to have viewings of the deceased, they usually try to, you need to actually go into and talk about the whole concept of getting them either like embalmed or something like that, so you can prolong your schedule of the whole of viewing the body, when you do a funeral and so forth. But they usually tell you to do it within 3-4 days at tops. You're going to take one day is usually when they take the body, depending on how the body had died, investigation, anything like that. And usually by day 2 or day 3, they're already starting on the process of already going ahead and, not exhuming, sorry, wrong word. That means to bring something from the dead, but no, they're in the process of actually doing the autopsy, the Y incision and all that, and looking over everything, and so, and then typically by day 3 or 4, everything's good to go, ready to go, and but the body's usually in the ground by, or in a mausoleum or whatever, however you want to choose to do it. It's typically by the end of the week. It's done. You've already had the funeral, you already had the viewing, you already had everything. Now, typically, people want to have a wake, and the wake usually can last, I mean, to preserve the body even longer, you can opt for that, and it's a little bit more pricier, but they can put a special chemical in the body or position the body a certain way. You know, some people do this, I mean, especially people with money, or so when a celebrity dies, sometimes they would like to remember them in a certain way, so they will position the body and in a certain position, like sitting in their favorite chair, and it looks like they're a part of everybody else, you know, and it's like a remembrance. And people can do this in their homes, but this is only with the permit. You have to, I mean, there's so much money involved, so many red tapes, but because it is a dead body, and you obviously that you have to also pay for somebody who is part of the city or county and the corner office or something like that to be there present, to make sure that the body is still good, everything's fine, and until the end of whatever religious ceremony you're doing. And then from that point forward, then they will take the body and then they will go, and that's when the process goes. Now, if you're being cremated, I mean, that's almost within 2 days. I mean, it's literally really quick. They would still do. Sometimes they'll still do the Y incision to make sure to figure out how you died. You know what happened. You know, look at your organs, everything, and then sometimes they'll put the organs right back in your body because you're just going to be cremated, and then they'll go that way. Sometimes they remove the organs and they get rid of the organs, and then they, you know, sew you up, and they'll let you have a small memorial, and then I mean it's really quick. I mean within 2 days tops, you're gone. I mean, it's the cremation time, and that's it. So some people will choose to go and just do the cremation and then do a memorial afterwards. That way they can take their time, because then they don't have to worry about, okay, we have to do something with the body, because you're not going to embalm the body if you're going to cremate it, because there's no point. I mean, because you're not preserving the body in the ground as a whole. You're just basically, and I'm trying to be very sensitive about this because I'm apologizing if this is triggering anybody, and I should have disclaimed this at the beginning before I start talking about the process, but I'm trying not to be as graphic, but typically, you know, some people will just as soon as the person passed away, they immediately go straight to basically burning the body. That's what it is. You're going on you're put in a box. Typically, it's a wooden box of some sort, and you are on a conveyor belt into this, you know, almost, I don't want to say an oven because that sounds really bad, but literally like a burning oven, and you're pretty much cooked to ashes, and then they, after a while, they pull you out. It doesn't take that long because it's such a high, you know, Fahrenheit, that it doesn't take that long. And sometimes they allow the members to stand there, and there's like a little window you can actually see, but they don't really recommend that. Sometimes they just make you, you know, you could be in the room as it's happening, but you have to stay at a distance and wear protective gear. But I mean, yeah, you're just kind of there, and it's like that's your little memorial. And then afterwards, they will prepare the body, or they will just, if they don't allow that wherever you live, if they don't allow that, they will take the body, they will do it, and then they'll contact you, let you know, hey, your relative or whoever, typically it's a relative, but whoever is there to collect the body, you know, you can come and collect. And it will, when you go to collect, it will already be like basically in a nice, beautiful, like almost like a baggie. Then it would be inside of another bag as well. You can pick out the decorative bag, but then typically they'll either put it in like a just regular box, like a little regular wooden box, or it would be put into a if you pick out an urn, then you would pay for that urn, which will be like their casket, and they will go ahead and put everything and seal it and put it inside and this urn, and you could take that urn home because you bought it, and now you have them with you always, but they're ashes. So it's amazing, the process, and it can be a beautiful thing. It's typically cheaper to cremate because there's really not a whole lot going on there. Sometimes you can almost skip the autopsy, and that's really optional as well. So that eliminates the cost. If you're cremating anyways, some people do that, but if there's foul play suggested how the person died sometimes, or if there's somebody that wants to contest and take it to court and be like, hey, no, they did not die of natural causes, I believe so did poison them or did something to them or whatever it is, and in that case the judge would make an ultimate decision of yes, you can probably still do cremation, but we're going to do an autopsy first just to make sure. And then, you both get what you want. So, but an autopsy would still cost money. So you would have to figure out who's going to pay for that. So typically the person who's actually contesting would be the one who's going to say, hey, I want the autopsy. I'll pay for it because I want answers. I want closure. I want to make sure, because I want to know why suddenly so quickly you want to hurry up and cremate this person who I love dearly, and what are you hiding? Because a lot of people will cremate to hide foul play. So typically because they'll, to hide the foul play, they'll skip the autopsy. So it goes straight from there to the coroner office. Coroner office says, okay, this person just wanted just straight up cremation, and they will check off some kind of religious box saying that we don't believe in autopsies, blah blah blah, and then since they're being cremated, they don't have to be autopsied. So, and you can go straight to it. So yeah, I don't want to go any more deeper in that because I don't want to trigger anybody, especially if you've recently lost a loved one and you're listening to this and then you come across this part of the segment. I apologize if I triggered any emotions. If you have lost someone recently, my condolences are for you. I'm sorry for your loss, and I hope you find peace. Know that either is help out there, so please seek help if you need it, grieving counselors and so forth, if you haven't lost anybody recently but you still feel triggered by it, there's also counseling for that as well, and I hope you reach out for help as well, and hug your loved ones. You never know, we're not guaranteed tomorrow, we're not guaranteed the next hour, so yeah, you never know what may happen, especially with today's world's going. So yeah, with that being said, let's go ahead and get right back into the whole cult thing. I really went off side quest, so welcome to ADHD, guys. But I figured since I'm already this long of a video, why not extend it? We're already here, guys. We're here for the long run. You're my family now. So, we're all big old family. So, anyways, they basically, that's what they said, that what she had died of the alcohol abuse. She called it her medicine, and then obviously due to her not eating, and as well as dosing on the colloidal silver. So, and then they had to find a office to they said that the El Paso County Coroner Office in Colorado. So is there an El Paso, Colorado? Okay, so maybe it was in Colorado. I never heard of El Paso, Colorado. I know there's El Paso, Texas, but I didn't know that about Colorado. I don't know much about Colorado. So, I mean, like I said, it's just Colorado. I mean, mountains, skiing, resorts. I mean, that and some grass. I mean, and legal terms. I mean, that's the only thing I can think of about Colorado. So I know it's beautiful, but that's it. So moving forward, though, with the article, according to the Daily Beast, let's continue on about what they said about her autopsy. They did say that, so she was decomposing roughly about 1 month before she was found. When the interviews with law enforcement, the group claimed that Carlson was not dead, but was just simply, quote unquote, out of communication. This is what I'm talking about. They wanted to keep her body preserved because they were trying to see if she was going to transcend, they wanted to make sure. That's what it was like a shrine. That's what I said. She was just out of communication, which means she just couldn't communicate. But she's not dead like you guys think. She's just, she's in the process of being, she's in a meeting right now. I mean, it's not that she's not here in the building. She just, in another room somewhere. You know what I'm saying? That's what they were saying. But there was a report that was obtained by the Guru magazine. I'm not even going to even go there, but according to Dr. Emily Russell, ruled that Carlson died as a result of a global decline in the setting of alcohol abuse, and chronic colloidal silver ingestion. According to the corporal, Corporal Steve Hansen, who was obviously on the affidavit that Miguel had actually stated to him, said that investigators found the human remains with what appears to be glitter-type makeup around her eyes. While conducting an external examination, Russell similarly remarked on the body's missing eyes, which she said were not appreciated secondary to decomposition, but showed no evidence of trauma. So that means that that it was more deeper than what it really was. She's been there she wasn't so far gone where it was like she's been dead for months, and a year, but she's past the initial when someone had died, let's just say a couple of days ago. This was a little bit deeper. It's been a little bit longer. She's starting to get to that next level. They said that she was a mere 75 pounds. 75 pounds. Now, I'm trying to think, how much does Eugenia Cooney weigh? I'm just curious. If you don't know who Eugenia Cooney is, and you're on YouTube, you're missing a lot. I mean, she's very, very popular. She's got millions followers, and there's a whole, that's a whole nother rabbit hole in itself. But, just a simple Google, you'll know who she is. But Eugenia Cooney, she's going to weigh around that much, at the most. I'm trying to think about if Carlson died and she was at a mere 75 pounds and she was already dead. What's keeping Eugenia Cooney alive? I'm just curious. Anyways, I said that Carlson had a tie-dye fleece shawl draped around her bony shoulders. They call it bony. And a fake fur scarf and bandana, cradling the blue-gray skin around her neck. She was only 45. I'm only like 3 years younger than she is. That's crazy. Just barely though. She wore 2 pairs of socks, and she had a gold-colored headband encrusted with blue and green stones, and several chains and a pendant necklace. According to the report, a red scrunchie swept back her reddish brown hair, and she wore gray cotton pants with they call it, this is quote, and I'm sorry if this is going to be a little triggering and gross to you guys, so feel free to skip about like 3 seconds, 5 seconds ahead if you don't want to hear it. But it says gray cotton pants with a quote-unquote diaper containing red purge type fluid. Ugh, I'm sorry, I don't know if that was a good sound effect, but that wasn't a sound effect, that was me. Ugh. I mean, I don't know, was she on her period? Or she was already decomposing. Typically, if you have holes, it's going to come out. I mean, it's when the body decomposes, it kind of, yeah. Oh, yeah. So, according to if you skipped ahead, welcome back, by the way. Okay, so the county coroner, Tom Perrin, who also says Perrin, Perrin, which is hilarious, told the Daily Beast in May that there was nothing to indicate her death was cause of foul play. In July, he told the Denver Post that the autopsy results have been delayed due to challenges finding a lab that could test Carlson's body for metals. Her body was found accompanied by 8 small, these are in quotes by the way, 8 small brown bottles with medicine droppers that were colorfully labeled, which were retained as evidence and detailed contents of various metals, including colloidal titanium, gold, and silver, among others. And then it goes and talks about how Lubbock 1 has previously been described as by ex-followers and law enforcement as a cult, had also hawked colloidal metals for treating compulsive behaviors. Carolina Noble, who is a forensic toxicologist at a Pennsylvania lab, said after conducting a test on Carlson's liver tissue on November 16th, that silver was present in her body. She had 470 micrograms, which is more than 6 times the daily average intake, with 70 micrograms from the environment and diet of an American adult, according to the report. The toxicology report further revealed the presence of ethanol and acetaminophen, aka Tylenol, and her fluids tested positive for chemicals found in cannabis and tobacco, as well as opiates, including hydrocodone and hydromorphone. It's not morphine, it's morphone. Okay. Andrew Profaci, I guess, a former member who left the group 5 years ago, apparently previously told the Daily Beast that she drank 10 shots of vodka a night, losing her cognitive abilities to the point that she would fall and walk into walls. In September 2020, Carlson told Dr. Phil's show that she had advanced cancer. After reviewing her organs, the coroner said that one lobe of Carlson's thyroid gland contained a nodule containing clear brown gelatinous fluid. that she said was grossly consistent with a colloid, but found no evidence of metastatic cancer. So she didn't even have cancer. She just told them, she totally lied to Dr. Phil. So I think she did because she didn't want to deal with Dr. Phil's antics or him yelling at her or making her look bad on TV. So because their whole idea is to get more followers, right? So I mean, well, better yet to be on the Dr. Phil show and try to promote your stuff, right? So yeah, that's as far as it goes. As far as the autopsy goes, I'm going to go ahead and try to see if I can insert what she said on the Dr. Phil show, and yeah, we'll see about that.
A crazy person. She's not Amy anymore.
Amy, who calls herself Mother God, is here today for her first ever television interview, and we're going to talk to her in just a bit. But first, joining me is Amy's mom, Linda, her sister, Chelsea, and virtually Amy's other sister, Tara. So welcome to all three of you. I'm glad you're here. Let me start with you, Mom. You say this is not the daughter that you raised.
That is correct. Amy is not.
God to do, but I guess she can explain that. And she feels like if she doesn't get her sister help soon, that she will die. But Amy says she doesn't need help, that she's the helper. We'll meet her and talk to her about that next.
I was called onto a mission in 2006, and I just surrendered and embraced truth. It's okay. I am God. I am Mother Gaia, Mother Earth, Great Spirit, Spider Woman, White Buffalo Calf Woman. My angels told me that I had to go serve humanity and that I had to give up everything. I did that, and I went to Colorado. Love has won is just the new paradigm that we all can share in unity. I wanted to bring joy, which is reality, and I produce miracles. Kind of like Jesus. I've done over 100,000 surgeries. I healed people of cancer over and over with the power of love. Robin Williams came in 2014 when he died. He's been with me ever since. He talks to me. He's a guide. I have reincarnated many, many moments. I was Marilyn Monroe, Joan of Arc, Jesus. Humanity's gonna trip about that because they always thought Jesus was a masculine. A mother has to bear children. I have full memory of all my lives. I fully remember being hanged on the cross as Jesus. We're not a cult. Absolutely not. What is a cult? A cult, is not transparent. Point blank. I'm transparent.
Some of the other accusations were that you use sleep deprivation as a way to control people.
I'm sorry. One moment. That's funny. Do I do that? Absolutely not. They're jealous. They wanted to do what I did and I've done. So they want to take it from me because they want it for their own. So, but I did it. I am bringing peace to the planet. That's my role. It's my job. And I'll do whatever it takes.
Streams, I've seen some of the things that, videos where you seem to be upset a lot, yelling and screaming and calling names and all. What is it that upsets you the most?
Well, a lot of those are taken out of context and not properly represented. However, where the upset comes from me is when, as I serve love every day, and I am in love in action every moment. That is my role. I've been like that since I was born, serving love. And a lot of the anger things, I suppose, if you call them that, or is it passion, comes out because I've been raped several times. I've been stolen from. They burned my house down. I've been come after so much. And it gets a little, you get a little weary. It's, keep living the truth and being the truth despite anything coming at me.
Well, I'm very sorry to hear that that's happened to you. It seems like your tone is not always peaceful with your followers. Let me let you look at this and then you can comment on it.
Kill me! Spiritual ego whores, done! My own light workers, battle me! Serving love! And bringing in a new paradigm, you whores!
Wow. That seems pretty aggressive for someone that's leading the world to love. That seems counterintuitive. You'll have to explain that to me.
I agree with you. It was taken in a moment where a lot of things were happening to me, and I was upset, and that's how I expressed it.
Now, you have 3 children, correct?
Yes, I do.
And you left those children when they were 2, 7, and 12, and just up and left them. But yet you call yourself Mother God. How do you explain abandoning your children?
For me, I did not abandon my children. I begged my angels I didn't want to leave. And they told me I had to go on mission. If I didn't do it, then no one else would. And I had to make a jump, and I had to make a decision.
So just a
And
higher
so
calling.
Yes, absolutely.
A higher
So
calling.
I gave over all the papers to their fathers and said, thank you for taking care of our children. I appreciate it. And I left on mission. Did my heart break every day for about a year? Yes.
Well, I need your help explaining something for me, because your mother
Sure.
said that you were never really maternal. And
Okay, real quick, I just wanted to just jump in here real quick and just let you guys know that the following clip is going to be based off of, I would consider child abuse. Dr. Phil considers it also child abuse, and I just wanted to jump in here and let you guys know that it's not per se like something physical, but I will just describe that basically Amy disciplines a child by putting a child in a locked closet. She does clarify herself, but it does show the home video of her doing so and her holding the child down. So, and you hear a lot of screaming and so forth. So if that may trigger you, or having to may actually be a little sensitive to that nature, feel free to fast forward about a next, I guess I want to say a next minute to 2 minutes, and then that part will be over the video, but they will kind of discuss it because he's going to give Amy a chance to explain herself. So just want to let you know, fair warning, trigger warning, that's what's coming up right next.
you locked a child in the closet. Take a look at this.
3. Oh my God, you want me to get to 3? I'll put you in timeout. I don't have a problem about that. Okay, timeout.
You got the timer, 2 minutes?
Yeah, I got it.
It's all my fault. The mind is an idiot. It's how to keep it. Are you ready? Come on. Let's stop
Come here,
now.
Ogden.
Thank you, buddy. Mother. Good job.
Thank you.
Go to mother.
Come here.
Go to mother.
Come here. Oh, you want to do the one? You want to do it over again? Up, back up.
2 more.
Yep. Out. Time out. Yep. You're not listening.
I've got something to say to that. What do people
They better listen.
People what? Exactly.
Okay, we can let him out now. See what's going on here.
Turn off the light.
All right. All right.
Trust the process, right?
You need to surrender.
I trust what's
Surrender to mother.
She's real. What's tangible. Right? What I can.
Now.
But I'm right
Now. You want to go back in time out? I'll just 1, 2, 3 game. I'm not kidding about that.
I'm sorry. I need you to help me with that. Explain that to me.
I will help you with that. What was happening in that group dynamic is that these children came to see me, and they're in their environment. They were very dysfunctional. They hadn't been disciplined, and I feel that's the majority of humanity hasn't had discipline, and children have to have boundaries. So what was happening is that they didn't have any boundaries. We started coming up with ideas of how to assist them. One of my ideas was, just whatever their age is, just 2 minutes of timeout. And if they can't, get it, then they go back in timeout. I mean, screaming behavior is, why are they screaming? Why are they out of control? And I was assisting in that situation with the mother and the father.
Well, that's just that's flat out abuse to lock a child in a closet like that. And what really bothers me is not the poor judgment that I see on your part, but the fact that I'm looking at 5 or 6 or 7 adults.
Another real quick, there is another split few seconds of the video of the alleged child abuse, so you can skip forward if you need to.
In the room, and not one person in the room has the backbone to stand up and say, this is not okay. You're not going to bully and abuse this child and traumatize them by putting them in a closet with a closed door like this.
What we were doing is experimenting
On a child.
They weren't locked in a closet. They were put in timeout, Dr. Phil.
In a closet.
Timeout.
In a closet.
Yeah.
With a closed door.
Well, they were in dark so that they could focus and center on themselves. And we put an adult there with them.
There was an adult in the closet.
Of course.
I don't believe that.
You can ask the mother.
Yeah, coming up, Amy has many devoted followers who say Mother God is a healer. We'll meet 2 of her followers next. Days a year without ever missing. So
That's correct.
are there 100,000 people that she's encountered that needed this?
Well, we haven't been here with Mom for 14 years, but from the 2.5 years that we have been here, I mean, she was doing up to more than 30 surgeries a day, just that we were physically speaking to the people she did the surgeries on, and all have amazing testimonial. They have witnessed and experienced the miracle. And that's just the nuggets that we have spoken to. And she's done thousands and thousands more of beings way before we ever even joined Mom.
Amy, that's got to wear you out.
It did eventually, because now I'm paralyzed, but I still can do the surgery.
Are y'all aware that she says that she's actually Jesus? That she's reincarnated from being Jesus?
Yes.
Yes, she has the documentation.
And remembers hanging on the cross.
She remembers that lifetime, yes.
Yeah. And Amy, you say you recall 534 lifetimes, correct?
That's correct.
If those lifetimes averaged 50 years each, that would be 26,700 years. If it was 30 years each, that would be 16,020 years that you've been alive.
Yes.
We're 2,020 years since the birth of Christ. So 14,000 years you've been on this earth before Christ.
That's correct.
It's no wonder you're tired.
That's actually.
Yeah. Does it strike y'all odd that she drinks so much?
No. I mean, you have to envision that she is the embodiment of Mother Earth. So if you were to meet Mother Earth in a physical vessel, which is Mom, she is in extreme amounts of pain.
If she's God, then wouldn't she just resolve that pain spiritually?
She can't. It's based on a karmic contract with humanity.
What do y'all have to say about that?
I don't believe any of it.
I don't either.
Coming up, Amy says that Love Has Won is absolutely not a cult, but a victim who just left the organization says they are exploiting people for financial gain and feeding off fears during the pandemic.
Amy, I love you. You know that. I've loved you from the day you were born, and I miss you, and I don't like what you're doing at all to these poor people. I would love it if you would come home so that we can help you. You weren't raised like this, and it makes me so sad.
This has gotten worse than I think y'all may realize. Let's take a look at Amy with a defenseless animal.
Real quick, also, this is another trigger warning of animal abuse. So if that actually bothers you, and it should if it's animal abuse, Amy is doing something in a video towards a cat. She's holding it up, shaking it around and stuff. But if you are squeamish about that, please feel free to fast forward. Again, this is your trigger warning. Thank you.
Hey, I'm not. Hey, stop it. Stop being a bitch. You wanna run? Oh yeah, that's the greatest thing that I can do is I can run. You're stupid.
Amy, everybody does something for a payoff. What is the possible payoff for abusing a helpless animal?
I feel I was giving my cat discipline. I picked her up by the back of the neck, which is the same as her mother, her cat mother, and I was just reprimanding her. And again, we're looking at things out of context and bits and pieces.
Well, we'll take time. Put that in context for us.
I mean, I was reprimanding my cat. I was giving my cat discipline, and I grabbed her by the back of the head, just like her mother. That was all. Just like how we have to discipline our children.
By putting them in a dark closet.
Okay, that was for timeout. Yes. Husband, I was very upset at him about something. And we were just sharing an example of how it wasn't directed towards anybody else but him and Adams. So, yeah. And I get it. You're taking things out of context, and there's not a lot I can do except my life's work. That is a representation. Unfortunately, do I get upset about things? Yeah, because I get really frustrated right now. I'm in a lot of pain, and I easily get frustrated. I can't walk. I can't go to the bathroom. I can't take a shower by myself. Someone has to put me in the shower and take me out. And I'm in a very frustrating situation with that energy for myself.
Hope, Aurora, you would like to respond?
We're both college graduates, and some of the most brilliant people in our family. If this was everything that everybody is saying against her, we would be gone. If I were to choose to leave and get on a flight back home, Mom would send me off with love. All of the people that have left have made their own decision, and Mom has let them go on their way. So there are things that are being said that are not true, and they know that they are not true. They come on our live stream daily and harass us with lies, and this group of people sits there and trashes Mom with lies and things that are not true that we address every day on our live stream with the whole truth, and they still choose not to listen.
And I just wanted to address everything that you guys are showing about mom is out of context.
Well, I've said after each time you've said that, I've said, please put it in context.
I would love to. Timeouts are timeouts.
No, that's not true. Timeouts are not locking a child in a dark closet.
We'll move on because we all have
We'll move on because you don't know what you're talking about.
You know, everything that you guys are showing about mom is out of context.
Please put it in context.
I would love to. With the timeouts, I mean, there's a history years ago, decades ago, when parents would physically discipline their children. And that was okay. But mom putting a child who is highly dysfunctional, and his mother brought him to mom to help her because the child was so out of control.
That does not justify putting a child in a closet and closing the door. And it wasn't okay to beat children years ago. So you're setting up a paper tiger, tearing it down, and trying to justify abusing a child by terrorizing them, putting them in a dark closet. Doesn't wash. Sorry.
Well, I disagree, but I'll move on because timeouts are timeouts.
No, that's not true. Timeouts are not locking a child in a dark closet.
We'll move on because we all have
We'll move on because you don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, love. Well, back to mom is that you guys are also missing the point that if she is Mother Earth. So if you had to envision Mother Earth in a physical vessel, then you would understand mom's experience.
Well, do you think it might be better? Do you think you owe it to her to hold her to a higher standard than letting her get to the point that she's that drunk and abusing followers?
I have been with mom for 2.5 years, and I will tell you, she is the absolute brilliant, kindest, sweetest being. She has taken me from a highly dysfunctional place and made me highly as brilliant as she is. You are seeing a microscopic piece of mom. She is absolutely amazing.
I have spent almost 3 years by her side, and she is absolutely amazing. I would not be the person, the feminine that you see on the live stream every day in front of thousands of people if it wasn't for what she has done. She is my best friend. She is a companion. She has shown me so many beautiful aspects of this planet that have been forgotten, and that is love. And why the people you see are going against her is because they can't feel love. It's not in the mind. God's in your heart. And that is where she has always been her entire life. And how you view these things, that is your opinion. That is your belief based on other things. There is so many grander things on the horizon for this planet for everybody to see. And it starts with mom. She is the way. She is the only person that has been in the heart space. We forgot. And we have to learn the right way. And I owe everything to her. No matter what anybody says, no matter what her family believes, what she did to her children, it's all been higher guided. It's love-based. Mom didn't want to leave her children.
Well,
she did it for all of us.
Well, you have to understand that I didn't have to have supporters on this broadcast. I did. I wanted to give you guys an opportunity to speak on her behalf. That's why I have you here, because I wanted to have both sides of this conversation. And you two have spoken on her behalf, and so you've had the opportunity to do that. We'll be right back.
The leader of a cult was found dead and mummified in a sleeping bag wrapped with Christmas lights in southern Colorado in May of 2021. 7 members of the cult face charges. Our Rick Salinger reported on the case.
It was at this home the mummified body was found. The leader of the group Love Has Won, Amy Carlson, known as Mother God, was found in a sleeping bag with Christmas lights and glitter. A neighbor says they had been complaining about the cult's presence.
We've been trying to ask the sheriff in the county for 3 years now to get this place shut down as a public nuisance, and we're ignored.
It's believed Carlson was already dead when her body was transported here from California. Just last year, she appeared on the Dr. Phil show, which showed clips of her behavior.
Battle me! Serving love and bringing a new paradigm.
We have to sleep. We have people up at night. We sleep in shifts because we're so scared to go to bed with them here now.
7 people who were in the home at the time the body was found were arrested on charges relating to abuse of a corpse and child abuse. Even stiffer charges may be coming.
You know, we really try not to expel anyone out of our community here. It's a spiritual community.
The cult has been here on and off since 2018 and recently returned after being kicked out of Hawaii. This group is called Love Has Won. Is love what you have seen here?
Not at all. Not at all. These are some very scary people.
So as you guys can tell that, from the Dr. Phil show, I took just major segments from it. I didn't want to do the whole episode because obviously it was a whole hour long, and I got that from the Guru Magazine's YouTube channel, which I'll put everything that I use. I will put it down in the description, all the links, everything. So you can click on each individual link if you wanted to, or search it for yourself. So you can tell that I'm just basically putting it all in one big old package. So yeah, with the whole Dr. Phil thing, I don't know if I really want to break that down because I did use a big chunk of it, and I'm hoping that YouTube does not sit there and get me for it, for copyright, but I don't see why, because if other users, I've seen them use other networks, shows and stuff like that, and do reactions and stuff, so I don't see why. And considering that I use different segments, so it's not actually the full thing, but I did use a chunk of it. You can tell how she really did believe, and you can see the distraught in her mother's face, and how her mother really does really care. And her sister was there, and those are only 2 really family members that she would be in contact with. That's it. The other members, they weren't allowed to basically be a part of their family's lives. I think the one that was called Hope, I don't believe these are their real names, this is what they go by. I believe, in the documentary, I think they did use some of their family members were like begging for help and trying to get, them to leave the cult and come back home, and so forth. And that's why Hope said, if I were to leave and stuff like that, my mom would still push me out. She would say no, So I don't believe that, because even as a mother, it doesn't matter how bad or what you've done or said towards me, my family, or whatever in this world, you're still my child, and I don't care how old you are, you're still my child. I will always have my door open for you, even if you were a mass murderer. I feared that you would murder me. My door would be open. If that's the cards I'm dealt, that's the cards I'm dealt. But I would do it because I love you, and if that means it cost me my life, then it does. But I find it funny that that Hope actually said that, about her mom, that how if she were to go home, they would kick her out, blah blah, whatever. I seriously would doubt that. Aurora, I think she's just kind of like a shadow puppet of Hope. You can tell by the presence of when they were both talking, you can tell Hope seemed more in control of Aurora, and Hope's been there longer than Aurora. So I mean, yeah, I just think I wonder if in the cult, if they did have, I'm not saying handlers, but like if one was basically making sure that to make sure another one is doing what they're supposed to be doing, and they had some kind of structure with who's in charge of who, basically. Again, it's just kind of like Scientology. You have that one person that watches and makes sure you are doing and saying what you should be doing and saying, especially when you're out in public, in the public's eye, and also are able to double check on what you're doing online or what you're writing, and you kind of have to kind of go through them like a guide. I'm just wondering, but they also ultimately go through Mother God, because I don't think Mother God could actually. I don't think she could be able to handle everybody, and they're all adults. I don't think she'll be able to handle fighting the dark forces on top of handling people in her home, and so I think she delegated some of those sense of responsibilities to others that are in the home. So the ones who've been there the longest were in charge of the ones that just came in. So it was kind of like a ladder, I want to say, kind of like a business, I mean, technically they ran a business, but I mean, being a cult leader and being in a cult is like running a business. It is a lot like it. This is why a lot of them they compare MLMs to cults, because I mean, in the end, the payoff is the person at the very top is going to basically get the freedoms, and the people at the bottom are doing all the work. They're the one who's making sure everything's running smoothly. They're the oil, I mean, they're making sure that everything's going smoothly for that leader. I mean, it's just so that's they kind of go to hand in hand, and the people at the bottom are not going to get the same benefit as the cult leader would. So I just think it's kind of funny how some people don't see that correlation. I do. I see, and then if you do sell items that are similar to that type of MLM style, I know a lot of people that do MLMs. I have a lot of friends that do them, who are claiming, oh no, it's not like that. It's not like that. Well, I mean, how else is it not like that? I mean, I got involved in a lot of MLMs growing up, and I mean, all the way up until I think maybe 2022, 2021, give or take. So I mean, I'm a victim myself, and I was just as dumb to fall for those things, and I'm not going to say the company's names or anything, but I'm just saying I've gotten involved myself, and I've seen friends come in and then they fall out of them, and so I can see how being in a cult is very similar, like-minded individuals who do MLMs. I mean, that their whole point is to market to the masses, to get the masses to come in and join them, to help them, and because then they get praised by the leader. Good job, you brought more, you're saving humanity, and you think you're doing good, you think you're doing great. That's your payoff. And being an MLM, yes, you may still get paid, but you're only getting a very small percentage of what you should be getting compared to who the person at the top is getting. I mean, why do they get a glass house, castle, and you over here are sitting in a little hut in a tent in a field with a bunch of other huts and tents, and there's only one glass castle? So I think it's kind of funny, though. I think Mother God is kind of like that. It's like that's what they call her, the leader, but then again, that's why she's the only one that's lived so many lives, and she remembers other leaders, aka like Jesus. How many people worship Jesus? How many people worship, even some people worship Hollywood stars, like Marilyn Monroe, and I mean, even Elvis Presley, and then, she remembers them. And then you're talking about, she remembers, being Joan of Arc, who was a leader again, was almost like a trailblazer, is who, and it's kind of funny, she's depicting how she was these beings at one time spiritually, I guess, in her soul. And I guess if you do believe in reincarnation, I mean, it's kind of like that. But it's not like that, because reincarnation is different. Reincarnation is based on, okay, you're alive today, and whatever deeds and things you've done in your life, if you didn't hit a certain level or a certain goal, I guess you're supposed to spiritually, when your body physically dies, your spirit will go on, will be still here on earth, but it will be something lesser value than being a human. You will be, you could be an animal, or you would be a cockroach or something like that. You know what I mean? You would be something to the point where, you're given so many chances to get to the lowest of the low of the life on earth, like evolutionary. I mean, if you still have not learned your lesson, if you still had not done good enough, by the time you get to the lowest of the low, I mean, you pretty much, that's when you end up going out in, purgatory, I said purgatory, and you will end up in basically hell. I mean, it's just, that's how it goes. Or you will end up, if you lived your human life and you actually, you met your goals, you don't know what your goals are in life. You don't know, like we all don't know, we don't know our purposes in life. We just know we try to do the best we can, try to make people happy, we try to do what is right, we try to follow the rules and try to be basically perfect. And you do the best you can throughout your whole entire life. And when you get to that point, and once you do get to the point of doing everything your whole entire life, then you become, and then once you die, your spirit, your soul goes on to being of a higher existence, which means you may become some kind of god or a goddess of some sort of, your soul will be put into a baby that will be born, but that baby would be a genius or would become something of a higher ranking than what you were when you were human. If you were just like, let's say you were just a regular worker, a 9-to-5 worker, but now when you die, you will now be a corporate owner. You would be a political leader, and then and then if you continue to do good and do what you're supposed to do, when you die again, when that leader dies, because your soul's in them, when it dies, you may become a king or a queen, or you become a even higher ranking, like some kind of religious sect of something that is like almost like Buddha or something like that, you know what I mean? Or suddenly you have some supernatural powers. You keep going, and that's the whole point. And your soul, it may not be immediate, but your soul will be can be placed into this holding area until the right child is born, or to the right baby is born that fits where you need to be at. Now, who is holding your soul? I mean, I don't know. I mean, many of them believe that it's some kind of god, who are the gods with a lowercase g, I want to say. I mean, in the spiritual realm, or you're in purgatory, where purgatory in Catholicism seems like a bad thing. You don't want to be stuck in the middle, but I mean, but a lot of religious sects, I mean, some purgatory is not always bad. It just means that you're just kind of stuck in the middle, and this is where also people get into saying that they see a spirit is stuck in like a room when they died, and people say they consider a ghost. they saw a spirit, they saw a ghost, or they're not, it knocked over something, it did something, or it's saying something. When people go ghost hunting, this is where everything is getting crossed. You see how I'm doing it? I mean, it is like that. I mean, the red strings are attached, but that would be the middle realm of things, and they could be there for centuries, until the right, I guess, body or whatever comes along that they're supposed to move forward. So, I mean, Amy claims that she was Jesus, she was whatever, and I guess in her mindset, I mean, she's all of the top. So she's the top being, which I kind of find it funny, because Joan of Arc came in after Jesus. So why would you go? To me, I would think Joan of Arc would be lesser than Jesus. I mean, so did you go from being Jesus, you hung on the cross, whatever it is, but then you went down a level to Joan of Arc back, because Joan of Arc was just like Joan of Arc, yes, she was a trailblazer, but she was also just like anybody else. I mean, she was human. So I think, if you know the story, I mean, I think that would be like a dub down. I don't know her order of things. Now, I don't know, because she never actually explicitly says the order of the whole, of her reincarnations, or her spirit, so I don't know her actual order, because again, if you were Jesus at one point before, then why did you become Marilyn Monroe? And that seems like a dub down. And I mean, it's like, I guess maybe that's why she's angry in the video, and she yells in the video at that one little part, if you saw it, that she yells, and she's like, I'm fighting, y'all need to, give me love and support me so I can reach the next paradigm. Anyways, which means the next level, the next dimension. So maybe that's why she's mad, because she was Jesus, and she moved down a level, and she was mad, and so she continued on. But so now she's a mere human. Well, she's not human anymore, but she's human for as far as us go, and when she was alive. So she's, to her, that's low, and she still holds a lot of that spirituality of being reincarnated. So compared to other people, so no one else in her clan or nobody else can claim that they did these things, because only she can. And so it's like she beat others to the punch, and that's why. So she created the Kool-Aid, the powder or whatever it is, and then and her followers were basically the water to the Kool-Aid, and them making money and giving her what she wanted and what she wants on a daily basis, taking care of her, worshiping her, is like the sugar to the Kool-Aid, and then you mix it all together. I mean, then you pour a little bit in each cup, like a communion, and then that gives up to the masses. And that's what they did on the YouTube videos. That was the little cups of Kool-Aid. And so you're supposed to take that in and be like, oh, I kind of like that. Oh, I believe in that. I agree. I want the world to be a better place. And I do want this. I do want that. And, and so next thing you know we all want the world to be a better place. We all want to be happy. We want others to be happy. I would hope so. There's no reason why nobody should want anybody to not be happy in life. I mean, because if somebody else is happy, that usually makes us happy. I mean, that's a natural instinct. Psychologists have proven that happiness is not really learned. Just like sadness is not learned, but hatred is learned. Loved is learned. we learn to love. We learn what love is and the action of love, and then we differentiate that from this is hate, and we learn what hate is and the action of hate. So, and then we learn what words are connected with the word love and what words are connected with the word hate. So as you grow up, you learn to adapt to those things, and then you learn to spread that whatever you learned, you spread that to others, and you choose which side you're going to be on, whether you want to choose to be hate or you want to be love. And I think that's why they had the name as Love Is One, because the winners, everybody wants to be a winner, right? It's a very good marketing name. Think about it. It's very simple. Not only that, if you look at their logo, it's a multicolored, which considers of the rainbow, which is very religious in the Bible. When Noah's Ark, and after the flood, you had the rainbow symbolizes in the Bible God's promise to never flood the earth again, to never put to never completely flood the earth all at one time, cleanse it all up like that again. That from this point forward, we need to do better and be better. And as long as there are still good people in this world and so forth, then, the world will not be flooded again. And at the same time, she's also utilize the multicolors in rainbow effect or tie-dye like, that also reaches of the LGBTQ alphabet community. I say alphabet in a loving term, meaning that, just in case, because I don't want to offend anybody who's listening who happens to be of that type of community, and I didn't want to leave anybody out. So when I say alphabet, I mean it out of love. So it just makes, I want to cover all my bases. But yeah, so she uses it so it reaches that community out there who may not believe in Jesus, who may not believe in the Bible, who may not believe in that part. So it's a kind of a good marketing thing. She would be a great marketer if she really would have actually, instead of being a cult going into being things like that, she actually could have been a great, made a good corporation if you really think about it. They've gone this long. She was able to utilize resources enough to get people drawn in. The whole Love Is One was adopted by the alphabet community, that they use that whenever it was the same-sex marriage was going to Congress, and some states actually it passed and so forth, and now that they can get married legally and have the same rights as somebody who is heterosexual, who got married. So they're able to get married and it be recognized. And that's what they use, that hashtag, which is kind of funny because it's the same hashtag as the cult. So it's crazy, right? So I'm thinking, which came first? I believe, I think they came about the same time. I really do. I think it was a really big old cluster, but I think when they said they started the cult back in 2002, the cult supposedly was started, I think, yeah. And so, according to that news segment, it said 2002. I think my research, and I can't remember what I said, probably back, let me look at my paperwork real quick, because it has been, I've been doing this whole video in segments, and every day I do something different, but, so, they said, I'm trying to get back to that page. Okay, so, Yeah, so Amy actually abandoned her children in 2007. So that means that the cult was actually in place he said it was in 2002 in that news segment, which makes me wonder if I think that could have been the lightworkers.org, and I wonder if that was the same, because she wasn't the leader of Love Is One has not been around since 2002. I think they got their wires crossed because Love Is One did not come into play until it wasn't until I think it was after 2009. I think it was around in 2014 was whenever the Love Is One actual title came around. So 2014, I believe, I think it was. I can't remember. I don't think it was an election year, but it was around the time of the Obama administration, and so I do believe that was also around the same time that there was a big thing about the whole same-sex marriage thing was going on. So I specifically remember that because I remember making so many Facebook posts and everything. So I remember that. I'm not going in on which side I was on. I'm just saying that I do remember specifically because I've had many of arguments with who I thought were friends and so forth. So I do remember, and I've lost some friends, I gained some friends, and yeah. Bit over it. So for them to change it around that time, that would make more sense. And so again, it becomes more of the whole marketing of them using Love Is One. I don't think she just stumbled across that name and said, that's what the name of our group is going to be called. I think they were looking at what was hot, what was trending, what hashtag is trending, and I think that's when they decided, you know what, that's what we're going to use it. She may have told, people and said, I had a dream where my angels came to me and told me this is what it's going to be called. She may have told them that. But get real. I don't think that's what it was. I think she was trying to get to the masses, and what better yet to do than copy what hashtag was trending, and that's what they did. And again, that explains why it's tie-dye, why it's colorful. She was reaching out to the masses she basically copied the alphabet community when it came to that. So I mean, I'm not giving credit for it because she didn't come up with it first. I believe it came out before she did, before the group title was changed. Because before that, remember, there was the Galactic Federation of something, and then, before she even joined the cult, or, you know what I mean, she was just a simple member of a forum, it was actually the Lightworkers. So, I mean, for her to change it, I think that it was more strategic to change it because of the time period we were in at that time. I think that news segment was a little off on their dates, but it doesn't mean that it was wrong about, when he interviewed the one guy in the truck. I wish I could have gotten more of a clip on that. Unfortunately, that was the most of the clip that I was given that I could find about that interview about it. But saying that that they didn't want them there, and so I mean that tells you right there. I mean, they said they work in the neighbors. They worked in shifts because they feared for their safety, because people there in the cult, I mean, they may have slept, they may have not slept, they could have been on something, on drugs, who knows, Amy being drunk, and plus also if you're vitamin deficient, which if you look at Aurora and Hope, they both look very thin, if you look at these 7 members, even the males, they all had that long face look, which is, vindictive of the whole, I'm not saying emaciated, but the cheeks are sunken in, which tells me they're not eating. And so, I mean, it tells me that they're eating bare minimum. They're rationing out so badly that even the men are looking frail and pale and thin, and the women are small and they are bony. And even on the Dr. Phil segment, Hope and Aurora, they were, and this is when Amy was alive. I mean, can you only imagine what they would be looking like now? Which we're about to get into. So the next, I think the next thing we're going to get into is honestly, before I get into where they are today, I'm going to go into basically where about Amy's mother, because we need to talk about her, because I know as a mother myself, I this whole thing has got to be so heartbreaking for her. I mean, not just because your daughter left and fully believes it. Sit there, and Amy was sitting there smiling like she was happy that her mom was sitting there crying for her. I mean, how Amy was already gone. Her mind was already gone. She could have been drunk during the interview. That's how she got through it. I don't know. And just because she didn't act drunk does not mean she probably wasn't. Because our body is so used to the alcohol that she's functioning. What they call functioning alcoholics, So, yeah. And it was shocking that her Hope and Aurora saying that that they agree with her taking, alcohol or whatever. Now, I kind of thought it was kind of funny when they were sitting there giving her praises at the end, before Dr. Phil basically dismissed them from the show because their part was over with. He wasn't going to have it no more. But he wasn't letting them use it as a marketing tool, because he runs the show, not them. Never mind my beliefs and my conspiracy theories about Dr. Phil, but I mean, I'm putting that part aside. But as far as this goes, I think it's kind of funny though how when they were both had their own time, it was like 1:30 to 2 minutes apiece, talking about how all the praises they were giving her. And if you watch Amy off the side, she literally was like, almost with that smirk, but kind of like, good job, girls. You're reading what basically you memorized what I written out for you to say on the show, because she had control over that. If they didn't, whether they wanted to or not, and they probably did it on their own free will. But if they didn't, or they say like they got into an argument with Amy and so forth early in that day, or whatever happened, they knew that they're going to be on TV and in front of millions, and what better time to sing praises and talk about her is on the Dr. Phil show, where millions are watching, and it's going to be replayed over and over again. So I mean, yeah, you're spreading it out. I mean, it's your platform. And I guess Dr. Phil allowed them to say what they wanted to say, but only gave them a minute or two and said, okay, well, that's it. I brought you on here so you can basically, to be fair, because there was other people on there, and I did not show it. People denouncing her, and talked about how they were scammed and so forth, because I didn't want to get away from the whole point of the cult. Yes, I could have shown you guys that, but I'll put the link down below. You can watch the whole segment. I mean, it's not even a segment. The whole show is about her. And if I'm not mistaken, I think it may be a 2-parter, but I mean, the whole show, is about Amy and the whole in the cult. So, feel free to, go check it out. even if you don't like Dr. Phil or whatever it is, it's not a bad episode. So yeah, I only picked out those certain segments because I wanted you guys to see how brainwashed these people were and devoted they were to her, and also see the different sides of her. She's not this loving, caring person if she's using child, harm, and then you have also animal harm. If you're having that, and you're doing that, and there's cameras set up, and yet you still do it, and then you defend it. I mean, I'm sorry, no. So, and I mean, as far as now the animal one, if you watched it, she claims, I was picking up the cat by the back of the neck like a mother would do. Okay, first of all, that cat was a grown cat. Now, kittens, when they're little, they don't have the weight. So when the mom carries their baby around on the back of the neck, around, it's not harming the kitten because of the weight of it being held. But as a cat gets older and they become an adult, even a juvenile, if they're over basically 6 months to a year old, they can't be carried around like that, and held up like that because of their weight, and it hurts their bodies. And not only that, I mean, if you watch the video, I mean, and the way she held the cat's arms, it was like, I know that hurts. So, I mean, even as a human being, I'm thinking if someone were to grab my arm the way she grabbed that cat, I'm thinking I would be in pain. But she thought she was taking control because, remember, she's Gaia, she's Mother Earth, she's in charge of the animals as well. And it makes me wonder what else has she's done that wasn't on camera, that has been done. Not just her, but I mean, she told if she didn't have the energy or couldn't coherently do disciplining or whatever she wants to call it, she probably utilized the males or other females that are in the cult to, at their discretion, do what they need to get done to discipline. And that's like giving them permission to do whatever the heck they want to do, because remember, they don't follow the laws. They don't care about the laws. So, I mean, yeah, I'm actually amazed that they agreed to come on to the Dr. Phil show. I think because according to them, obviously, I mean, Dr. Phil and TV and all that stuff, that is all their dark forces. Why would you put your body through that? Why would you go through it? Why would you entertain that? And not only that, you're monetizing him and you're giving him what he wants, which is an interview. And why would you agree to that if you're against it? But the only, like Dr. Bill says, what at the end of the day, what is the payoff? And I think Amy's payoff was, I don't agree with him, and I don't like him. I don't like this show. I don't like anything because of the dark forces. But if that means I have to go battle, she didn't see it as an interview. She saw it as a battle, and she goes, if I have to go battle, I'm going to do it, and I'm going to utilize it, and I'm going to bring Hope and Aurora on here with me to speak on my behalf, but also help market to the masses, because that's a door open. She was seeing the glass half full, not as a war, but I mean, yeah, she saw it as a war, but not just as a war, but also as a, let me take advantage of the situation while I can. And I mean, so I don't believe she went on any other show or news or anything like that until after her death, and then it got out on the news outlets about her death. But I mean, nothing else has been, while she was alive, she wasn't on anything else. Why? The only thing I could think of is because I mean, she saw the numbers, and I mean, did she get paid? I mean, a lot of guests that usually come on shows like this get paid, and I'm thinking, were they desperate? They needed money, they needed funding, and were they desperate enough? And they thought, hey, we do need money. We need to eat. We need water. We need, she needs more beer, who knows, she needs alcohol. So, and alcohol's not cheap, even if she does get the cheap stuff, or I believe they probably could have made their own. But, I mean, it's, because in some places it's not illegal to make alcohol. So, I mean, she could have made her own. But, yeah, I think maybe that was the concept of it. I don't know. Maybe that was the whole point. It was probably multiple of those reasonings between utilizing the marketing of getting out to millions of people at one time, or knowing you're going to be compensated for your time to be on the show. And I think that's what it was, a combination of those things. So, I mean, moving forward, though, I feel bad for the sister and the mother, and I'd like to get into talking about the mother and, and how she felt when she found out Amy had died, and how she found out. And I'm pretty sure that the sheriff's office and so forth probably contacted, because they said that whenever she died, I mean, because Amy had no dental records, she had no other records, so they couldn't, she was so decomposed, they could not figure out who she even was. They were telling them, the members were telling them who she was, but I mean, they needed proof. They needed some kind of identification, whether it's of a family member or of a marking to prove, like a photo to prove that this is who they are, or from records. And usually, some medical or dental records were usually the definitive. But I mean, I don't know. So I think that. I would think it's as the members have told the sheriff's office who it is, and then they probably went from there to dig and try to find who, information about, Amy's mother and so forth. Now, I believe that Amy probably had a cell phone and probably did have her mother's number in it or her sister's number in it. I believe that was the only way they contacted. They probably, and so I think then that's how they identified. At once they were told who it is, and then they confirmed it by contacting the sister or the mother, and then they came down and was probably only. I can only imagine seeing my daughter in that state. I mean, to the point that her eyes were sunken, and they were pretty much non-existent, and her body being that way, looking that way. And how could you identify it? Be like, that's not my kid, because I don't remember her looking like that. I mean, everything is it's night and day. I mean, photos of who she was when she left versus who she is now. Now, I'm pretty sure they, ever since she left, and they found out that, found videos online on YouTube and so forth, and they started following her. So they knew what she looked like. They knew, I think her mom knew. That was the only way she could see her, hear her voice. She probably tried to, comment below the videos and so forth, and tried to reach out to her, but obviously either she got, those comments got removed or ignored, or could have gotten banned altogether. So I don't know, But, and then it got to the point when she started, their mom probably noticed, and her sister probably did too, notice how she wasn't appearing anymore on videos, and they probably thought of the worst, because now they're getting small snippets of her update on her health, that, because Aurora and Hope, on their little YouTube videos, I'm not going to post any of their videos, or I may post a screenshot, if I can find one, of their YouTube channel, or like an old one, but I don't think I really want to, because I don't want to lead certain people that are triggered by cults and stuff like that down the wrong path, and they may actually like it, and I don't want to lead you to it, but I will leave that up to you guys. If you want it, if they're still up, I think they've probably been removed. I think anything that has to do with Love Is One has probably been removed, when it comes directly from them. I think that it was totally disbanded. I will get into that right after this little segment about how her mom felt, and after her, her mom felt after the death, and how she found out and so forth. If I can find information on that, as well as her sister and their family. I can only imagine as a mother. I just can't. I mean, it doesn't matter what harm or wrongdoing my child has done in life. I mean, I still love them. I would, and I just don't understand why. And I guess Amy knew that, and I think that's why it didn't bother her that her mom was in tears, and because or it was more like a sarcastic smirk as her mom was crying and begging for her to come home. I think it was more like, Mom, whatever, you can cry for me, whatever it is, but I'm out here doing good, and if you don't respect that and you don't understand that, you're probably part of the dark forces, or you're just putting on an act to make it look like you're a great mom and so forth. I don't know. I noticed the sister wasn't crying, and I think that was because she's probably fed up with it. She's probably mad and at Amy and so forth, and mad at the rest of the cult members and everything, and that they're putting Amy's mom through this. And I think, thank God, I mean, her mom never gave up, and she was reaching out to anybody and everybody who could help her. But because Amy's an adult, Amy can do whatever she wants to do, and she can't force somebody to come home if they don't want to come home after they turn 18. I mean, if they don't want to come home, they don't have to. Some states it's as young as 16, 17 years old. I mean, they could do whatever they want to do. So it's. All you can do is plead and beg and not give up and do the best you can. But if they want to continue to live their life, then they can live their life. I mean, that's how it goes. So, with that being said, let me see if I can find any information as far as any statements or like that, as far as what her mom has said or how she felt and how she found out and so forth. And then once I'll get into that, and then we'll kind of almost tie this all really, really, really long video. It's like twice as long as the Titanic. And again, if you made it this far, guys, thank you so much. I love the love and support, and I appreciate your time and energy, and be able to come into your ears and or into your home or wherever you're at watching or listening, and I appreciate that. You can show me appreciation back by just hitting that like button. Or even better, commenting below and subscribing. So yeah, like I said, I told you guys at the beginning, like true fashion, this is a major iceberg, and I'm trying to hit it all together in one big old video. So if you've stayed this far, guys, just bear with me. I'm almost to the end. We've almost made the home plate. So now I'm going to get into talking about Amy's mother and her sister real quick, and that'll probably be a really short segment because there wasn't a whole lot afterwards. But I'd like to at least attempt to find something to give you guys, and then after that we're going to go into where are some of the members today, and then also has the cult continued on, or and if they have, who's running it, and who is, and what are their names, and so forth. And so yeah, well, we do know they are continuing today. That I do know of. I'll give you that little breadcrumb, but I'll give you more right after I get through with trying to figure out if I can find anything about how her mother found out her death of her daughter, and how that all played out, and how she felt, and so forth. Because I believe she does deserve time on this video, considering as a mother myself, I mean, I don't want somebody just talking about the bad cult that my daughter formed and all this stuff, but no one took consideration about how I may feel. So I would like to at least give her that respect, even if it's a few minutes, and and then go into beyond. So yeah, so let's see if we can figure out what exactly how her mother found out, and also, if we can, also how her mother feels and felt about everything besides what we saw on the Dr. Phil show. Okay, real quick, before I get into the actual, I guess, the whole, of how her mom found out and how her mom feels about her death, I did come across one video. It's from the Daily Mail, and I want to talk about this one real quick. There is a warning above it. It's actual from the police body cam of them when they entered the home and so forth. I said I wasn't going to post that, but I think this right here is not that bad. It's only a minute 30 some seconds. Feel free to fast forward if you wanted to, but I wanted to it doesn't really show anything. It just shows a couple of the members. It shows them entering the home. You can see the home is decorated in Christmas lights. It's a very colorful, very crazy like, but it is, you can see the members are not resisting anything. They put their hands behind their back. They're not really against the police. I mean, they're very, very calm. I guess they're at peace with what was happening, what was going on. But my thing is that... Is
that Jim? No, Jim's not with me tonight.
Contact
All right. How you doing? How many guys are here tonight? How many people are in the house tonight now? 1?
5 beings and a child.
Okay.
And my wife.
What we've got is a search warrant to check this house.
Okay.
I'm here to see mother, and I need to check on the child.
Okay, child's sleeping.
Okay. So
Mother
do that.
is in rest.
Okay.
She has rested.
Go ahead and go with one of them, please.
Okay, share with you.
James.
Okay, Jason. Yeah. Okay, I'm right here.
Put your hands behind your back for me, please.
Wow, they painted her. Is it? That's just, I think, decomp. Decomp mummification. That's what I'm guessing at this point.
The eyelids and stuff.
The eyelids they painted, yeah.
Holy shit.
I
didn't even look at it. I was like, oh, is that her?
Yeah. This has been a while.
Yeah.
I like this response. So there's something back there. I don't know what the it is, but
Couldn't see the face. And I was like, and then when I got closer.
They appear to, what to me finds really disturbing is the actual the actual demeanor of the police officers. I mean, yes, it seems outrageous, and from being an outsider, it seems really cuckoo, but I do think they are a little disrespectful when it comes to the cult. I mean, it's like their religion. It's like this is their home. This is what's happened, and they lost their leader, and you're sitting there laughing, and to me, I think it's really disrespectful. You're a police officer, and yes, they may have committed crimes, but you're still should not be laughing at a death that had occurred. And think it's funny because it may not be of the norm. And I just wanted to say that real quick. But about that video, before I got into, I came across it when I was actually looking for things about her mother and how she felt. And somehow when you type in the word mother, obviously that's her. They're thinking Mother God is coming up, but that's not what I'm trying to get into. I'm really trying to get into her Amy's mother. So yeah. So I think the police officers were really disrespectful. Whether it seemed outrageous, it seemed a little cuckoo with the Christmas lights and the colors and everything. I think they should have really still respected. They should have respected the whole the death and of a person. I mean, never mind who she is, what she is. I mean, if you would have you wouldn't have laughed if it was a celebrity who had passed away or anything like that. I mean, the fact that or if it was a pastor of a church who was found dead or something like that, you wouldn't have laughed. But because it's not of something that you believe in, or you think it's something way crazy, and the way they decorated her body or whatever it is, because of that, I mean, you actually disrespected the dead basically by laughing, and disrespecting the members who were standing there. They may be either mourning or they may be sad. I don't see them smiling as they're getting arrested. I don't know if they're not smiling because they are getting arrested, or they're not smiling because they realize Mother God has passed on. You would think they would be happy, but at the same time, they're not sure if she's transcended and going to go on to another dimension. I don't know. And because they don't know, that's why they're kind of like there. And they look kind of sad. And they don't look happy. And no one wants to be arrested in their time of grieving. And I think this is really disrespectful to them and their community, their quote unquote family, of you laughing about it and pointing things out and laughing and so forth, and it's not making a joke out of it like it's the light of it. And I don't care if it was only a minute, 30 seconds. I can only imagine what other jokes you guys passed around in the office or outside or in the home while you investigated. And I don't think it's funny. I think it's disrespectful. I think it's making me feel uneasy, because if it was me that passed away and my daughter came to me or called you guys to tell you, hey, my mom I passed away, whatever it is, would you be sitting there making jokes and fun because of either how I passed away or what I was wearing, or if my daughter put things around my body because that's her belief system, and you think it's odd or different or weird, would you be sitting there laughing over my body? I mean, that's really disrespectful, and that I believe you guys should have not made fun of that. I'm not going to go any further than that. I mean, it only deserves the whole 6-7 minutes of time, but I just wanted my opinion, to be out there. I think it's disrespectful. I don't think that they meant harm by it because it was just a natural reaction. But at the same time, because it is a little wild, but at the same time, you are a professional. You are trained. You obviously, many of police officers are trained to be. You're supposed to be trained to be a little bit more sensitive to deaths and things of that nature. And I'm sorry, but you did not pass. I mean, that's what it is. I respect police force. I respect the blue, but but your demeanor during just that 1 minute and 30 or 40 seconds was very, it was sickening and it was vile. And I think you guys, at least a minimum, owe the cult an apology for that one. I'm surprised the judge, who probably watched the police cam videos, and of how you know, or the jury or whoever saw it. I really am surprised that they didn't expect you guys to apologize, and at least in the courtroom, to those members that were arrested, or about your behavior, or you weren't reprimanded, or take a sensitivity class, because I think it's disrespectful what you guys laughing. I don't care if it was a split second, it still should never been done. It was a dead body, someone had died, somebody that was a loved one, and their loved ones were still there in the room, still there in the home, still there, and you put them in handcuffs. For other reasons, I agree they need to be handcuffed and they need to pay for whatever crimes they committed, but they're grieving. I don't see them smiling. I don't see them partying it up. I don't see them excited or happy. And you are sitting there laughing like as if this was crazy. This is nuts. I can't believe it. You know what I mean? Like, come on. You're supposed to be professional, and so you need some sensitivity training on this, on things like this, because it's ridiculous. It's uncalled for, and I think you do, at the very minimum, you do owe them an apology on that, at least on that. And I hope you did apologize. I don't know what happened in courtroom. I don't know. There's probably nothing out there about it, but I do think, and I hope whoever was in charge, and hopefully not one of you guys were the one that was in charge, but I do hope that you did get reprimanded and was told to, at the very minimum, to be either take a sensitivity class, or to be, and also told to actually at least apologize to the members for laughing on camera, because that's disrespectful. If anything, it's disrespectful to the dead, regardless of who and what they done. So I just want to say my piece on that, and that's the majority of energy you're going to get out of me when it comes to that. I shouldn't be making a video about that part, but I wanted to say that real quick. I just think it was uncalled for. So yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna go back to try to go back and find about her mother and things like that. But I wanted to jump that in there. It seems it was going to seem out of place because I came across it and I just wanted to plug it in here and say my piece about it. So yeah, I just wanted to. Yeah, that's it. I just wanted to say what I wanted to say about it. Okay, so I did find an article according to the BBC. It's pretty decent. It's kind of short. It does go on a little bit, talks about a little bit of history, but not too much. It does talk about, there's some quotes about with her son, how he felt, and things like that. I'm just going to read it to you guys, but I will put the link down in the description. Like I said, as always, I will put every single link, and it's going to be a lot of links, guys, but I will put every single link as much as I can, and where I found these found all my research and where I'm getting all my information from. So you guys can check it out, as well as I also will put the link to the YouTube video that I used from the Dr. Phil segment as well. So I will give the Guru magazine also, because that was their YouTube channel that I used. Okay, so the BBC said that this article was written in May of 2021, which is actually about a month after, well, not even a month. It was really, honestly, probably about a week or 2 weeks after, I guess, her body was found. So, so the verbiage here may sound like I'm talking as if it's current, but obviously it's not. So bear with me with that. But they said it was late on a Wednesday night when the sheriff of S County in Colorado asked Corporal Stephen Hansen to investigate a report of a death. A body, he was told, had been found in a house in a remote cul-de-sac near Moffat, a mountain-flanked town of about 100 people. It's a small town. It really is. There's nothing there. It's like land. That is pretty much it. Mountains and land. That would explain why they're there, because it's so small. It's basically within hours he executed a warrant to search the house. Inside he was disturbed by what he saw. I think it's, I don't know which one it was on the video, the body cam that I posted and showed you guys just now. I'm hoping he's not one of them, because I think I'm still up in heaves about the disrespect upon it, but he didn't sound like he was disturbed if he was laughing and making jokes about it, about her body. But anyways, in one of the bedrooms, a shrine had been made of what Mr. Hansen described as a mummified remains of what appeared to be a woman placed on a bed. The woman's body was cocooned in a sleeping bag adorned with Christmas lights, glitter makeup applied around her eyes. The body is believed to be that of Amy Carlson, the 45-year-old spiritual leader of Love As One, a religious group rated a cult by critics and police. Okay, so to confirm that the coroner needs to check dental records, blah blah, because the body was so badly decomposed, they could not recover fingerprints. They believe the woman may have been dead since March. While there's no evidence of foul play, 7 suspects members, which we now know, at the time they were at the house, they were charged and arrested for abuse of a corpse and amongst other things, but we now know that they've all been dropped at this point. He said, "I never seen a group of people be so nonchalant about a dead person." Okay, Mr. Hansen, apparently your officers, or you as well, were so nonchalant when you saw the body by laughing and joking around and thought it was funny when you saw her. So how are you saying that you've never seen a group of people being so nonchalant about a dead person, but yet you weren't being so nonchalant? You or your men who work underneath you were nonchalant whenever they came to the house and they saw it and they were laughing. Who could be like that? So I don't know. I'm sorry if I'm a little sensitive about that, because I still believe in humanity regardless of their wrongdoings or whatever they've done. I don't care. They're still humans. And so they say none of this comes as much surprise to Miss Carlson's family. So this is the segment right here. According to her younger sister, Chelsea Renninger, I want to say that's how you pronounce it. I apologize if I mispronounced it. But she told the BBC, she said, we know she's not completely innocent in this whole situation because she chose to join this cult. Which is true. She said, but at the same time, she doesn't deserve what happened to her in the end. No human being deserves that. And that is so true. They said for years, her sister was sure sister's leadership of Love as One would end in tragedy. And it is tragedy. I mean, despite if you believed it or not, it still is a human being. And she just went off the path mentally, and it just, this is our choice that what happened. Let's see. It goes and talks about, little origins about the cult, which we have already talked about. I'm trying to skip over that. But, yeah, they're just saying that, let's see. It does say that, they talking about her false claims about Robin Williams and all that. And they said these false claims were promoted to believers in the U.S. and around the world in daily live streams on YouTube. And the videos, Ms. Carlson's followers appealed for donations, flogged New Age merchandise, and doted on their leader. On camera, followers seemed content with their bohemian lifestyle, but the testimony of former members cast the group in a darker light. There is a Vice documentary out there, and when it comes to Vice, that network, I mean, you kind of have to take it with a grain of salt. I have seen many other documentaries which are interesting, but they're also, some of it's very biased. So if you watch it with an open mind. But there is a Vice documentary as well. It does not surprise me because there's been a lot of networks that have made their own version of the documentary. It's kind of like if you ever seen the documentary about Candy Montgomery. Yeah, you would have to look at that one too as well. Yeah, that one is an interesting one as well. I mean, HBO did their version and Hulu did their version, and it's funny, they both came out at the same time. Different actresses, different actors, but both pretty much came to the same conclusion, but it was, both theatrically done. So, again, watch it with a grain of salt and open mind, and don't take it for what it's worth, but take what you believe and is factual, and some of it could be also theatrically done where it's over grandiose. But they said in a Vice documentary, some of those former members made allegations of physical and mental abuse, which a lot of, obviously, does not surprise me, her followers denied all that. I'm pretty sure that was probably talked about on the Dr. Phil show, which I skipped over. There was a court document which the BBC has seen, which apparently they're not going to show it, but they said they've seen it. The S County Sheriff's Office said it had received, quote, many complaints from families with the United States saying that the group is brainwashing people and stealing their money, unquote. No one from the group, whose website is not accessible, could be reached for an interview. A Facebook page affiliated with Love as One did not respond to a request for comment. I believe now, I think it has been completely taken off of Facebook. Any social media platform, Love as One has been completely gone. It's been eliminated. I think the social platforms completely took them off. I mean, I can understand why, but I also believe they have rights as well. If church groups and organizations like that are allowed to have Facebook pages and so forth and asking for donations or whatever, I think, they have a right to put their stuff out there. Now, I think it didn't get probably taken down, obviously, until after her death. So, yeah. But one of her 3 children, I think it was the oldest one, his name is Cole Carlson, said it was the unpleasant allegations that pained him most. This is so sad, but they said they were part of the reason Mr. Carlson, who is 25, so he was 25 at the time of 2021, so he's obviously a couple more years older now, had been largely estranged from his mother for most of his life. He said that, quote, my life is normal other than the fact that my mom had left to join a cult. So, I mean, he was 12 when his mother left. So, I mean, that's still a young age, but can you imagine? I mean, you're fully aware of things, and that's also a sensitive age. I mean, you're going through so many changes, not just puberty and all that other stuff, but I mean, you still need your mom, and it's bad enough that you were you still kind of connected with your father, but I mean, your mom was a single mom. I mean, and then your mom leaves you. It's like the fact you feel abandoned. You know what I mean? I'm not saying that's what he felt, but I can imagine he probably did. When dad was over here on one side, mom was on the other side. I lived with mom most of the time. I saw my dad sometimes, and then mom ups and leaves, and then here I am with dad. I mean, it's like, it's a mansion. He turned out to be normal, but he said that when he was 12, when his mother, decided to pursue her divine mission, during this interview, I guess his voice cracked with emotion when he described the moment he found out. I could tell he probably was very heartbroken. He's still remembering those memories when he found out. I mean, he's in his 20s now, almost 30s, and he still cracks. I mean, it still burdens him, and he was 12. I mean, if you don't, as a parent, if you think that what you do does not affect your children, regardless if they're 12, 13, 14, 15 years old, give or take, you think, oh, they're old enough, they'll understand us. No, they need you. They need you there, and to abandon them, to go live off with what they would consider strangers. I mean, and it wasn't like it was planned. It was just, I mean, it may have been planned in her mind, but not for her kids. I mean, you didn't prep your kids and said, hey, mom's going to go and live. You're going to go live with dad, blah, blah, whatever. You just up and left your kids. You did not even plan it with your kids. You didn't let them know your plan. You just left. And that, to me, I don't see how a mother could do that. But anyway, so he says he was supposed to spend Christmas in Houston with his mom. But shortly before the trip, his dad told him what had happened, and his mom had gone, leaving her children, including a son that was age 2, in the care of their fathers. Like, each one basically was separated and went to their father. She probably written off her rights to her children and said, here, take them, I'm done. You know what I mean? I'm moving on in my life. I'm going to go do what I want to do. I've been to a higher calling. I can only imagine that conversation with the fathers and like, what? Excuse me, huh? You know what I mean? Despite this painful memory, Mr. Carlson said he loved his mother unconditionally. So, I mean, a child's love. He has a choice now that he didn't. He could easily hated her, but no, he continued to love her. He wanted her back. He loved her. He's like, Mom, I understand you made a mistake. You left me, but can you come back? Come back, I mean, this is what I don't understand. As a mother, and then also as a child, and that bond, I mean, it's just, it's crazy. It doesn't matter how bad or how wrong and how much you've done, there's always that unconditional love. And usually it should be both ways. It works both ways, but as a mother, you are obligated to that child. That child's not obligated to you. And I believe that it's sad that he actually still loved his mother unconditionally, regardless of the pain that she put him through. He said she wasn't the best mother, even when she was around, but I loved her to death. Oh, that's so sad. He lives and studies biology in Portland, Oregon. I don't know if he still lives in Oregon. I don't know if right now, because this was a couple years ago. I don't know if he's still doing that. He could be finishing school. Hopefully he stayed with it and made his life better and moved forward in life, hopefully, and got, and is hopefully seeking some kind of therapy, regardless if he feels like he needs it or not. Hopefully he's still seeking it because of the trauma of everything. They said there was no shortage of love in Miss Carlson's life. Her sister, Chelsea Renninger, said, they had a quote-unquote great upbringing with loving parents in Dallas. Of course, we already know that Miss Carlson was a straight-A student. She was leading a choir member with an angelic voice. Only in early adulthood is when she started to speak to strangers on the internet and did her spiritual persona materialize. When she left home to be with those strangers, many of her family members never spoke or saw her again. I don't believe they wanted to, I don't think they said, okay, you know what, you go do this, never come back to me. I think that was more of she chose not to speak to them. The family said that they tried to help numerous times, because this was that they tried to reach out. So that tells me that they wanted that contact, but to no avail. They even listed Dr. Phil, who questioned Miss Carlson and her followers in an emotionally charged TV intervention. I guess in 2020. Because it says last year, and this was written in 2021, so I'm assuming that's probably when that interview was done on Dr. Phil. So we can see on that, if you watch that segment of this video that I'm making, that you saw that's what she looked like. And then imagine if you thought she was frail then, imagine a year later. It's crazy. But imagine if he could have saved her then. What she'd be like today. They said nothing worked. She remained enthralled to the movement until the very end. The circumstances of her death they said they were still under investigation. Yeah, of course, at this time, it was in May of 2021. So, of course, they would still be under investigation. It goes and talks about things we already talked about. I'm not going to go back into it. They did say that the grisly details have shocked her family and called to mind the fates of other messianic personalities, from Shoko Ashihara and David Koresh to Charles Manson and Jim Jones, So their lives should serve as cautionary tales to anyone considering joining a cult. According to her mother, Linda Haythorne, that's her mother's name. Her mother said, even though she did some terrible things, she was still a human. I want to get the word out how dangerous cults are, and hopefully we will help another mother, sister, or child. Apparently, that's in a nutshell how her mother feels. Her mother was, when she found out, I don't know exactly how she found out. I can't find anything on how she exactly found out. I assumed Amy probably did have some type of, as soon as they investigated, look through the home, especially where Amy stayed at. They probably found some of her belongings, found contact information, and then contacted the mother, and her mother was like, yeah, that's her. And then that's probably how they ultimately found out that is yes, they totally identify. And I mean, even though they already knew during the investigation who it was, but they needed confirmation. And what better confirmation than the mother, and then obviously the sister, who was probably on the one that was on the Dr. Bill show. And so, it's a sad fate. It is. This woman probably was a beautiful woman. With such a creative mind, and it's sad that she had come to this fate and she fell for the lies, the belief systems of a cult, and then ultimately ran with it, and unfortunately met her demise. I mean, it just totally succumbed to her. At such a young age. It's pretty sad. So I mean, I guess now, I mean, we can now get into where are the members are to this day. There are some interesting things ahead about some of the members where they're at today and what they're doing with their lives. I'm going to try to specifically focus on, since there's so many other members of this cult, focus on the main 7 that we know about and who were arrested, and go from there. Some may have more about them, and then some may not. I will pop on and say, let you guys know if I cannot find anything. They probably are trying to stay below the radar, and maybe that's best for them, and I don't blame them. After everything has already been said and done, their faces are out there. Everyone's talking about them on YouTube and social media still to this day, even though this happened 3 years ago. And they're probably going to continue to do it, and especially the documentaries and faces and the police body cams. I mean, I don't blame them if they wanted to. They're trying to stay off the grid. But we shall see. And we're going to look and see what comes of it. Okay, so bear with me, guys. I'm almost losing my voice. I mean, you'd think I'd lost it by now, considering I've been recording this whole documentary over the span of a couple of weeks, and the allergens are really getting to me. I was out all day yesterday, and so I woke up with no voice, but I'm determined to get this video out sometime this weekend, and today is Sunday, so bear with me. I'm gonna try my hardest to speak so you guys would understand me, because I know my voice is a little cracky, but we will get through it. We'll hold hands and harness your power, and maybe I didn't take my colloidal silver today, no pun intended. Okay, so alright, so there are several members, not just the 7 that were charged with, I guess, when Amy had passed away, that everybody kind of knows about. There were actually several members. I'm going to start with the least active, that most people don't really know who they are, but I did find something about them. There's not a whole lot. Most of them they went to their normal life, and they're pretty much either living off the grid, or so there's really nothing really about them. I think only one person I found, I can't even find her last name. I can only find her first name. Some of them I know their real names, as well as what they were known by, that Amy had given them when they joined. So if that gets confusing, it'll be okay. It's not as confusing as it may sound. I will try to explain it. So, yeah, so we're gonna get into it. We're gonna start with the least known members and the ones that don't have really much left or out there about them. And then, I mean, if you know more than I know and you did more research than I did about where some of these members are at today, feel free to comment down below. Let me know. Because I'm curious myself. So, and maybe others are probably wondering as well. So, I welcome you to comment down below about others. And I'm going to keep the most prominent members purposely last, because there's so much more to where they are at today. So we are getting down to the very tail end of this whole iceberg. I mean, we're like the Titanic. We had already struck the iceberg, and we are now, the decks are starting to fill up, and the ship is about to go down. So we are almost there. So, I mean, that sounds really devastating analogy, but okay, I could use baseball terms that everybody else uses. I could easily say, hey, we're on third base, we're almost home. If you want to see the glass half full, that's great. If you want to see the glass half empty, that's your prerogative too. You can see it as a Titanic, or you can see it as a baseball game, I guess, or some other sport. But okay, I guess we'll go ahead and get into actually, I think before we get into the members, I think I'm going to go ahead and let you guys know briefly exactly where Amy's children are at today, because we know she had 2 children. She had a son and a daughter, and our son was 12, as we know. She left them, and then her daughter was younger, I believe. So I did find something, I think as recent as 2023, I believe, and of what they're up to. It's only like 1 or 2 sentences, and I will go ahead and read that to you guys real quick. So so I'm gonna get into that. Okay, so we know that Amy's son, when I told you guys he was studying biology and everything, well, as of 2023, Amy's son, his name is Cole Carlson. He is now currently still studying biology, but it's microbiology, and he's in Germany. So that's good for him. He's actually continuing his education. He's going to do good in his life, and hopefully he's living a happy life, enjoying, everything. I don't blame him being in Germany. I mean, they have a great microbiology schools over there, so that's, and plus, I don't mind. I understand why you wouldn't want to be here in the U.S. Because especially when people notice your last name, they're probably thinking, oh, are you related? But as time goes on, hopefully he'll return back to the States with the degrees and do something a lot more productive than what his mother did. So hopefully, yeah. Now, Amy's daughter, her name is Maddie Carlson. She recently moved to Colorado, and she's actually hoping to become a nurse. So that's actually good. I think it's kind of interesting that she's moved to Colorado, but I understand why. Because Colorado, there is a great nursing school there. If you follow, I guess reality television, if you follow like the whole Mama June series stuff, and Alana Thompson, and I don't want to say AK Honey Boo Boo because she doesn't want to be known as that anymore, but she lives in Colorado and decided to go on to school and to become a nurse as well. So maybe they'll meet up, maybe they'll become friends, who knows, maybe they'll work together. It'll be great. So it'll be an interesting conversation. But that's good that they both seem to be in a good mindset. They're not following their mom's footsteps. They're not, going off the radar and, damaging their mental health as well as their physical health because mom abandoned them. I really dislike how some people do that, where they will, they decide to abuse, like drugs and things like that, and as an adult, and say, because I had a horrible childhood or because my parents abandoned me or whatever. Okay, but there comes a point in your life when you have to take responsibility for you. And so thankfully, Amy's mother had raised them, and not just helped raise them, but of course she was part of their life, hopefully, but their fathers, obviously, and maybe stepmother, whatever. I thought she had 3 children. I don't know where the other one is, but the other one probably is just off, the radar and doesn't want anything to do with them. But then again, that's the statistics for you. If you have 3 kids and you cause harm or in some emotionally or or physically or verbally or whatever it is towards them, odds are out of 3 kids you're going to have at least one that may go off and down the deep end, so hopefully though that's not what's happening. I'm not saying that is, so that is just do not come after me if you know that the third one that I have not mentioned is doing great. I hope they're doing great. I don't know if it's a male or female, but I hope they're doing great, and I hope they're doing well in their lives. They probably are raising their own family and are staying off the radar. They don't want to participate in any documentaries or any interviews, and I don't blame them. So with that being said, I just wanted to go ahead and mention that real quick because I want to separate them from the members of this cult because they were not members. They were her family and who she abandoned. So I wanted to let you guys know. So Cole Carlson, he's studying microbiology in Germany, and then Maddie Carlson is hoping to become a nurse. She's studying to become a nurse at school in Colorado. So yeah, hopefully, it worries me a little bit because she's in Colorado, and I know Colorado is a big state, but I worry for her because if some of these other members are in Colorado, they may try to either come for her because she is Amy's daughter. But hopefully that's not the case, and hopefully that'll never happen. Or maybe hopefully she's got them all written up where they all have restraining orders so she can live a peaceful life and knowing that she's protected just so while she's studying school. So yeah, okay, with that being said, guys, let's go ahead and get into the members of the actual cult and what they're up to today. Alright, so let's start with Aaron. This is the one who I could not find a last name. I don't know why, but I did at least get our first name. Aaron apparently is leading a quiet life. She was almost always on the verge of breaking down. Aaron was a pivotal member, according to the Cinemaholic website. They're saying that Aaron was a pivotal member of the Love Is One organization during the tenure of Carlson. Putting her faith in Mother God, Aaron believed that she always supported them no matter what. After all, the members of the group were her children. However, she allegedly doesn't get to meet her own kids as they were reportedly taken away from her by her mother who thinks she is not in the state to share her life with them. So that's unfortunate for Erin. She does have children, but it sounds like to me that she may still believe in the whole cult thing, and she's still, and out of fear, her mother probably, is now has custody of Erin's children, and and so they're making sure that they're okay and that they don't get tied up in all this. So hopefully Erin will someday come back to reality and face life. It's nothing wrong with being spiritual, but it's one thing being spiritually to a point where you up is not up and down is not down. So it's you get things very very convoluted. So hopefully Erin is doing well, since she still is putting her faith in Amy, aka she still calls her Mother God. I can understand that she's probably still believing in everything, so I can understand why her children are not living with her, and she doesn't even get to meet and hang out with her own kids. So hopefully one day she will, and I hope that maybe at least some kind of contact, whether it's either through FaceTiming or letters or something, that they can at least have some kind of contact. And hopefully the children know that she probably does still love them and everything. I don't doubt her love for her children. I'm just saying that it's probably for the best for her mindset until it gets healed. Then maybe they can have a life, hopefully before our children are grown and moved on in life. Hopefully it'll turn out better for her and better for them as a whole family unit. So that's Erin. Okay, so now we're going to get into, I believe, Andrew Profaci. I think that's how you pronounce his last name. Andrew Ryan Profaci. They are saying that he developed an inclination towards spirituality after a meeting with an accident that not only took away his close friend, but also hindered his ability to move for a few months. Hoping to turn his life around, he joined Love as One in 2014 and spent nearly a year as Father God to Carlson's Mother God. So he was one of the Father Gods. Like I said, Amy had many of them. There wasn't just like 1, 2, or 3. So she had many as time went on. So apparently he was one of them. However, years following his exit from the spiritual organization, Andrew exclaimed, he said, and this is quotes, "I would characterize it as a cult now." Bravo, Andrew. Welcome back to society. That's what I'm saying. That's my opinion. But yes, unveiling the true nature of the community, he added, quote, "These people were solely focused on worshiping her as a mother god instead of focusing on an awakening and helping people." That word awakening, that begins to wonder. I hope he's not back into the whole, a different type of cult thing. And there was a segment in 2021 where he opened up about his time while he was in the cult. He expressed his gratitude for being offered the platform to share his experience. It is imperative to note that Andrew stated he still has only love for Carlson in his heart and misses her dearly. So, okay, just because she was wrong and misguided and what she has done with her life, like I said, this is still a person, this is still a human being, and there's nothing wrong with him having love for her and caring about her and so forth and missing her, because you separate the person from the mindset of the cult thing. It's almost like a mental illness. If someone has a mental illness and it's so bad, I mean, if you separate the mental illness from the person, I mean, they probably have the greatest personality. They probably are wonderful to talk to about anything else. I mean, so yeah, there's nothing wrong with missing her and, still loving her. But on the professional front, the business management and marketing graduate, good job, has over a decade of experience in the field of marketing. He is currently the digital marketing consultant at Andrew Ryan Marketing, and SEM specialist at AVB Marketing. So he's in the marketing thing, so that's good. He started his own company, marketing, as well as he's also a specialist at another marketing agency, so that's a really good thing for him. So we have bad news though. Andrew's path to leading a blissful and fulfilling life was hindered by his diagnosis of stage 4 testicular cancer. I hope I can say testicular on YouTube, but I don't see why not. I mean, it's an anatomical body part. But anyways, in December of 2022, so a year later after he gave an interview about his time in the cult. So Andrew was soon informed that he had a long way to go even after several rounds of chemotherapy. He was unable to work. He had to reach out to his followers for donations in relation to his medical expenses. Oh no. Okay, but followers meaning that probably people like on Instagram and things like that, not followers as in cult. Hopefully, that's what they mean by that. That sounded kind of like he was a leader, but like he reached out to people who follow him on his social media. He reached out for donations in relation to his medical expenses, because and when you're in the marketing, I mean, your money comes, money goes, and it's always a very up and down chart. I mean, it's not always, you don't usually have things set. Your money doesn't plateau, and it may progress, and then we may have a really bad week or bad month and not make so much. So that's the only thing about marketing, but it can be very lucrative if you strike it when it needs to be, when it's hot, anyway, so since he had to reach out for followers for donations in relation to medical expenses, Andrew didn't let his condition dampen his spirit to live, and is fighting hard each day to emerge victorious against cancer. In June 2022, the cancer fighter shared that he was heading to meet with the thoracic surgeon, and that's for your back, which is interesting, for his last surgery to become cancer-free. So that's good. So hopefully, to this day, I mean, it's been about 2 years, so hopefully, we know that maybe he might be cancer-free. On a positive note, we're all wishing him the best in life, and hopefully he is. If you guys follow him, I didn't check Instagram, so I don't know if he's posted since then, but hopefully, if you guys know, it would be great. Comment down below. Let everybody know if he has good news or if it's bad news. But hopefully it's good. Well, pray for him or whatever. Wish him good vibes and go from there. So that was Andrew. Andrew Perfacci. Right. Well, Andrew Ryan Perfacci, who used to be. He was one of Amy's father gods at one time, probably around 2014-ish, give or take. So, yeah. But we wish him well. We hope he's in good health now. If not, rest in peace. But hopefully he's still fighting, and he now doesn't take each day for granted. So, yeah. So that was Andrew. Okay, so I came across one of the members. I think she was probably one of the older members. Her name was Mary. They called her Mother Mary. Don't get it confused with Amy's Mother God. It would just because it was Mother. Because the name Mother, you would think it's a head of household, but it's not. She's not a head. She was just, I guess, because she was older. Amy probably looked at her as like a mother figure, maybe. But they said Mother Mary was a beloved member of the new religious group. When she first joined the organization, Mary says she had a massive internal transformation and described it as, quote, the most blessed day of her life. Okay. As she spent more time with the members of the group, she felt a deeper connection with herself and experienced what she likely perceived as divine spiritual growth. Following the passing of the group leader, Amy Carlson, or Mother God, in 2021, it is likely that Mary has chosen to lead a life away from the eyes of the media. It is said that she's a spiritual life coach apparently now. And apparently, or she could have been one at one time, or she was deemed one while she was in the cult. I don't know what these people were before. Not all of them, because a lot of them, these were just like nobody people like you, me, whatever. We didn't make our mark in the world yet, so nobody really kind of knew who we were until this happened. So, yeah, so I don't know if she was a spiritual life coach prior or she became deemed one. Anybody can be a spiritual life coach. I mean, you don't really need any degrees or certifications or anything like that. You can just, say, hey, I'm a spiritual life coach, and, and just do a lot of reading and learning on your own, reading books and so forth, and come up with your own way of life and philosophies and theories, and and aka this is how cults get started. You kind of lead other people the same path that you're on, and yeah. But apparently, I'm gonna mention another name, which I'll get to him right after her. But apparently, it was her and Commander Buddha were once roommates in Colorado, but we don't know if their situation is still the same right today. So I don't know if they're still together or what, but like if they're still working or they're rooming together or what. I don't know if they are. I doubt they're together, but it's possible. I mean, with them, you never know. But I mean, Commander Buddha to me comes off as someone who's probably in their 30s, 40s, and Mother Mary, it looks like she's like in her 70s. I mean, I don't know, each your own, you never know. So, I'm going to get into him next. Okay, so, apparently, Gabriel Gomez, aka Commander Buddha, or they also called him Buddha Kuthami, apparently he's still a Colorado resident. He was raised in a Catholic household in Southern California. He's always had a fascination for science and spirituality, which further propelled after the tragedy that fell upon the country on 9/11. Which, I mean, that's understandable. A lot of people's faith changed or grew or developed into something when a tragedy happens. That's where a lot of therapists kind of try to figure out what trauma happened in your life that caused you to be the person you are today, to reach out into something that's you probably wouldn't have never done before. But anyways, I mean, like even during 2020, a lot of people, their faith has changed, their lives have changed on a spiritual level and a religious level, and so yeah, a lot of people started looking at life differently. So it says that at Love As One, he played a significant role in managing the workings of the organization. Gomez, he was an expert in handling the activities of the group, and he even appeared sometimes on their YouTube channel to spread their beliefs and their ideologies among the followers. So when they were on YouTube, every once in a while he'll be on there talking. He is also the one who alleged in a live stream that a group of elites from around the world are literally eating our children. That was his quote. He quoted that. That's what he said. Following his contribution to what the members call the quote planetary ascension of Mother God, end quote. Gomez has sort of taken a back seat from the public sphere. So he's kind of, trying to stay out, out off the grid right now. Though it is believed, though, he is leading a healthy life in Colorado, though. He's focusing on personal growth. He's creating art and music, so that he loves to do. So hopefully it's just a new thing, new genre, new thing to do. And, art and music can be healing. So hopefully he's doing it for the positive and not to channel into a whole nother realm of things, of spiritual things, realms. So, yeah. Okay. I'm throwing out key terms here so you guys can kind of get it. But hopefully we wish him well and hope that he's living a good, healthy life. And again, apparently he's still in Colorado. So, I mean, a lot of them probably never left Colorado. They just stayed. Of course, then again, a lot of them, they didn't have any money. Especially after Miguel took it all. They had nothing. So they had to start over. So, yeah. But Gabriel Gomez, aka Commander Buddha, hopefully you are doing well, and hopefully you're healthy and you're happy and you're leading a great, positive life in this world where it's healthy and it is not going off the deep end again. So, yeah. So that is Gabriel Gomez, aka Commander Buddha, or they also called him Buddha Kuthumi, something like that. We don't need to say that his name anymore because he is just Gabriel Gomez now. So, yeah. So there's Gabriel. Okay, so apparently I tried to look up at least 4 of the 7 members I already have. I do have some info and information on updates on 3 of the 7 that were arrested at the time that everybody knows about. But I couldn't, 4 of the 7, I couldn't find anything about them, but I had my suspicions. Abdullah Franco, Christopher Boyer, and Sarah Rudolph. Those three, I mean, you can't find anything on them online. I've searched and I've looked around. My suspicions are they've either staying below the radar and literally are going underneath a different name online, or they have, or they could have petitioned to change their name or whatever, I don't know, so they wouldn't be known by that name. Christopher Royer, if you Google that, you may come across one, but it's a neuro psychologist or whatever it is, but this person, don't bother him. It's not the same person. That person is, I was thinking, wouldn't that be funny if he went into psychology? But actually, that doctor, apparently, is a psychologist and does neurosciences, but is in Pennsylvania, and he's been practicing for over almost 30 years now, so it's not him. So don't bother him. If you try to look it up, that would be the closest you're going to find of that name, because he goes underneath Chris Royer, and it's spelled the exact same way and everything, so don't bother him. But other than that, I'm not finding anything of that. Dula Franco, you're not finding anything. Now, Sarah Rudolph is an interesting one. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, there is there was a woman named what do you call it? Sarah Rudolph, but I believe if it was either that or it was the Karen Raymond person, but either way, one of them names came up as an African American woman who I think had died, and there was a whole thing, an article at a church and all this stuff, so obviously not the same person. So yeah, I'm not finding anything as far as Sarah Rudolph, Abdullah Franco, or Christopher Royer. If you want to try, or you have other resources, and you can do it, you can look them up, see where they're at today. But as far as Karen Raymond, who is, I believe, is Miguel Lamboy's baby mama of the 2-year-old. So I believe I want to say that she could be with Miguel, or she could have decided to, I don't know, I think she had some kind of get in touch with Miguel. I don't know, because if Miguel's her father, and unless one of them signed over rights or they petitioned it, to get custody or whatever, you would think they would have some kind of contact with each other to stay in the child's life. Now, again, Love Boy, he chose not to. If you saw the HBO's, or AKA Max, documentary, you'll know that he chose not to participate in the documentary. The only part that I think there was some kind of participation was through a police cam footage where you see the officer shows up and you see him sitting over on a curb meeting with the officer, but then after that kind of gets cut off in a way because he agreed not to participate in the documentary. So when they used the cam footage for the documentary, they had to they had to basically cut any parts of him in it. So, which I understand why. I mean, he took their money and ran. I mean, he didn't want to have anything to do with anything. He didn't want to meet with anybody. He didn't want to have nothing. He took that money and he ran for it. So he ratted them out, and which is good for him, honestly, because it needed to be done. Let's just say it like it is. It needed to be done. So, I'm not hating him for it. Normally, I mean, we all know that. I mean, snitches get stitches. So, I mean, I think that explains why he probably didn't want to have anything to do with the documentary, because he didn't want to be connected anymore with it. He was out. He was done. He just wanted his kid, but unfortunately Karen Raymond had the kid, but he used his kid as a way to say, hey, you know what, we're going to, I'm going to use my child, say, hey, I need to check on the welfare of my kid. I'm like, they're not letting me have my kid. There's a group, and they're living in my home, and they have my child. And I mean, during that time, he didn't even say anything about it being a cult. He didn't say anything about money. He didn't say anything about nothing of that. He said he knows there's a dead body there. He knows there's people there. He knows his child's there, and he wants them to go check on it. And that's what started everything. And as y'all saw previously, if you watching this, you saw previously the officer body cam footage of them entering the home and then checking out everything. So, but I would assume she's probably in contact with Miguel, unless one or the other probably signed up for rights or decided to just, let go of the kid, and the kid is living with one or the other people. I don't know. Because there's nothing on Miguel, which I don't blame him for staying under the radar. He has nothing to do with the online communities, nothing. So, I mean, you can't really find anything on him. And same thing on Karen Raymond, who, I mean, them two are connected because of a child. I just hope the child is safe and secure in a home, happy, living a great life, but obviously not in a home, even though the child could be happy and healthy and everything. But I hope it's in a home with the mindset of an adult who is not brainwashing or going or continuing on down the same road as before. So hopefully that's not the case. So but that's as far as Miguel and Karen Raymond. I put them two together because they are connected together. So yeah, they're both together. So now we're getting down into some of the other members I have a little bit more information on, and we're getting closer to the main people and what is going on today with some of these members. It's going to be an interesting shock, but not shock. I mean, you would think some would learn their lesson, but some have not. So we're gonna go from there. Okay, so we're gonna talk about Robert Saltzgaber. If you remember at the very beginning, he was the one who was brainwashing Amy and to Lightworkers.org, and his name was Amherst White Eagle. So he's basically the one who was responsible for encouraging Amy Carlson into and gave her the name Mother God, and he was Father God. He was Amy's first Father God, and he brainwashed her, told her that she was full of divine, divinity and embark on a path of spiritual growth and enlightenment after they started chatting online and in the forums. And yeah, and then Amy ended up moving to Colorado, and it was her and Amrith, who, I mean, she referred, which is kind of funny, because this is going to come up to you guys, because this is another cult, which I may or may not do, but, because it has already kind of been done, but who she once referred to her as her twin flame, quote unquote. Okay, so if y'all aren't aware of the twin flame thing, that is a whole other cult itself, but I don't get it confused. I think they do kind of have the same mindset, but yeah. So, and she refers to him as Father God, who worked towards getting Love is One. Then, at the time before it was Love is One, it was known as Galactic Federation of Light. And then it eventually changed to Love is One. Despite his disassociation with Carlson in the early 2010s, he has continued to mark his presence in the spiritual world. He's still going, guys. It's crazy. The California native regularly shares his pearls of wisdom with like-minded individuals on online communities like the Galactic Free Press, referring to himself as a quote-unquote servant of love, end quote. He dreams of a world driven by love and our hearts for each other and nature. Amrith enlightens his quote-unquote sacred family on social media about the joy of awakening and unifying divine intelligence through his writings. He also has amazing taste of music and wraps up most of his thoughtful, profound captions with a music video from YouTube. The artist also knows his way around a canvas and often surprises followers and friends with his vibrant artwork, which is kind of crazy because didn't we mention about Gabriel Gomez into music and art? That is insane. I hope they do not cross paths because that is crazy, right? Hopefully they're not connected. But yeah. I have a feeling he probably makes his money off of his art and probably not his ideas and his spiritual waking words, but hopefully he makes really good artwork and he makes money off that, probably to survive. Though it isn't confirmed, we obviously, I mean, they believe that he has a special someone in his life again. Oh Lord, here we go. He has dedicated a few of his posts to a woman named Cynthia Rayner, which is very familiar name. Not really familiar, but it sounds like it's a play off of Karen Raymond. Doesn't it almost sound similar? Maybe it's just me. Cynthia Rayner and then Karen Raymond. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's just me, but it's possible. We don't know. It says we can't find nothing on Karen Raymond. I don't know. And I haven't Google searched Cynthia Rayner, but you guys can have at it. You know, y'all can jump in that ball pit. I'm not even going to go down that path because that would probably lead me down a whole nother iceberg. I'm going to have to jump over, you know, their little colorful rainbow and, you know, go down that path. But, and this has been way longer enough than it needs to be. So anyways, he's supposedly dedicated a few of his posts to her, writing, he puts in quotes, he writes, "My dear angel, before God," and he lowercase the G in God, "I stand as all the love I am," end quote. He quotes, "I am," which is so weird because we all know, and biblically, the words "I am" means God with the capital G, but he says he stands before God, but he lowercases the G, but he puts stands in all. stands as all the love I am, in quotes. So that maybe he thinks he sees himself as actually God and like the capital G and not, I don't know, it's weird. And it's weird. It's kind of funny. It says, God, he also, and he continues to write on, God now has loves, life, forever, E-T, phone home. But if it's E, lowercase, period, capital T, lowercase, and then phone home, which is kind of funny. But he goes, set free to be, yes, my dear angel, I love you just like this, always joyfully. That's just so, his wording is so, to me, it's like he took little snippets of words that were in sentences and then try to make a sentence. I don't know. I mean, it seems positive, but I mean, yeah, I'm not even gonna dig any more deeper in him because he's on a whole nother plane than I am. But anyway, so that's Robert Salzgeber, aka Amherst White Eagle. So about him and what's going on with him today. So there you go on that one. Okay, so now we're going to talk about John Robertson. John Robertson was, I believe, was one of the people that were also arrested. He's completely gone under the radar. What little I did find was that he was also one of the Father Gods as well. Amy, you really got around, didn't she? She spread her divinity. Okay. Anyway, but he was one of the Father Gods. He was the partner of the leader of Love Is One, Amy Carlson, for a significant amount of time. He was actually a former Marine Corps member. He joined the religious organization with the belief that Mother God was bound to ascend the planet and succeed in her ultimate mission, which is the reason why he stayed by her side for so long. As for his current whereabouts, apparently he decided to keep his private life under wraps. I mean, I couldn't find anything on him. I looked it up. I couldn't find anything. Like I said, guys, anytime when I mention I can't find anything else on them, I mean, if you have the time and energy, you guys can try to search. Maybe there's some on the dark web. I don't know. I'm not even going there. But I mean, I can't find anything more than what I already know and what I could find. Yeah, so I mean, hopefully he's okay. I'm really hoping he's getting some therapy, because being a former Marine Corps member, I mean, that right there itself, you've seen things, you've done things, and you've already should be seeing therapy with that anyways. I believe that, and then him being in the ranking of being one of the Father Gods, he was really deep into it. So hopefully, though, he is seeking some kind of therapy and some kind of help in getting his life together. And maybe that explains why he's off the radar, and maybe he's keeping his life private. And yeah, to me, he honestly looks like he looks a little bit like Sean Penn to me, like back in the Fast Times at Ridgemont High. I mean, in that movie, the way Sean Penn looks in that movie, I mean, that's what he looks like to me. It's weird. So every time I see his face, that's immediately that's what I come to think of. So I mean, hopefully he's not as high as Sean Penn's character was, but yeah, or it's kind of off the radar. You know, hopefully his light bulb is screwed in and it's working, because Sean Penn's character in that movie, it didn't click till the end. So if you've seen a movie, it's an 80s movie. If you haven't, I mean, go watch it. It's actually kind of funny. It's actually decent. It's a John Hughes movie. I mean, I watch all his movies. I love it. I love him as a director and slash writer, and they're very relatable, and I mean, and they're very, no pun intended, they are cult movies. So I mean, they're classics. I mean, you have to have a John Hughes, movie week. I mean, each day watch one of his movies. If you have a teen, or you were a teen, or you're a teen at heart, or whatever it is, you would relate to it. Plus, I mean, if you like 80s, he did a lot. It's a lot of 80s stuff. So, yeah. But as far as John Robertson goes, yeah. Hopefully he's doing well in his life. And, I mean, that's all I can find on him. I mean, that he's kind of trying to stay under the radar. So that is John Robertson. And he's lucky, though. I mean, he was one of the few. I mean, the charges got dropped, and he doesn't have that record. So I mean, maybe that's good that he's keeping his life private and maybe move forward. And so if no one digs up anything on him or anything like that, or don't search it, don't bring it to light anymore, no one talks about it anymore, let's bury it, and he can move forward, and no one's gonna kind of Google him and his name. This is why I think so many people, especially once we can't find much information on or anything on, I think they probably changed their name. I think they did. I think they tried to create a whole persona and just change their name. And so I think, which I don't blame them, if you want to move forward, and because it's really hard. I mean, you may look like a certain person, but as time goes on, you could change, put on a different makeup, you can get cosmetic surgery, you can, go to school, get a degree, I mean, create his whole personality, and then if you change your name, who's going to associate? You can say, well, you look like that person, or whatever it is, but you can be like, that's not me, obviously. My name is so-and-so, let me show you my ID. So they probably, I think some of them probably did that, and I don't blame them if they're doing the right thing in life and they're back on sanity road. You know what I mean? So, but anyway, so that was John Robertson. I'm going to dub him, aka I forgot the character's name, but Sean Penn and Fast Times at Richmond High character, because that's what I said. He looks like it. He looks like he would be surfing. I mean, that's who he looks like. But yeah, so that's John Robertson, though. And so now we're going to move forward to the next person. Okay, so we're getting really close to the more updated, this whole cult and the name changes as we get closer and closer to certain individuals. We are going to go into and talk about I debated whether I wanted to do if I wanted to do Ryan Kramer, or I guess I can go into and talk about I guess Faith, Archaea Faith, which is actually, her name is, actually I will talk about her, Abigail, it's A-V, not A-B, but Abigail Lowe's, aka Archaea Faith. So apparently she's now embraced a life of privacy. She's known to the members and followers of Love Is One as Archaea Faith. Has always wanted to change the world for the better since a young age. She carried a belief that she was placed on a planet Earth to bring about a massive positive change in the lives of its inhabitants. As per her understanding, Love Is One was set to do just that and more. So with the dream of making this world a better place to live in, She became a member of the spiritual organization. Through her contributions and strong faith in the mission of Amy Carlson, aka Mother God, she became a senior member of the group, traveling to over 50 countries to spread their message. It can't be said that with certainty, but we obviously wouldn't be surprised if Abigail would still be an unwavering supporter of Love as One's mission. Though, she has adopted a life of privacy following the disbanding of the group. Apparently, she's a former spiritual healer and chakra cleanser. I don't know. I guess hoping that she's at peace with herself and she's doing well for herself. But I have a feeling that she's probably she's gonna be one of them ones out there, probably going to be the next Mother God. I mean, she's getting there. Like I said, the closer we get to the more updated, we started with the ones that actually said, okay, I'm good, I'm done, I'm going to be normal now, I'm going to go back into a life of normalcy. And now we're going into, we're getting deeper. So, yeah, so apparently we're getting to, some of these people are actually still continuing what they started out to do, whether on their own, they created their own, or they got together with other members, and so that is Abigail Lowe's, aka Archaea of Faith. You'll find out there is a couple Archaeas, I'm guessing, which means angel of some sort, or archangel, so I think that's what Amy was trying to say it there, you're my angel, so, but it's also, to me, sounds like a ranking, kind of like on Gabriel Gomez, he was a commander, so, like the angel Gabriel, I think it was kind of interesting, but she wrote Commander Buddha, which is, you combine Buddhism with this, and then you're using God and angels. It's like I said at the very, very beginning, the definition of this group, they took numerous spiritualities and religions and combined them. So, which some of it can be very confusing, some of it can be very contradicting, within each other, and I don't think they really realized it, probably because they were all on that colloidal silver, and Amy was drunk half the time, so, So, anyway, as far as Abigail Lowe's, aka Archaea Faith, I'm hoping she's doing well, regardless, even if she's out there still trying to continue to carry the belief of the Love is One thing. I still hope that she's doing well in life and hope that everything is working out for her and for the best. Okay, so now we're going to get into Ryan Kramer. He was also one of the ones that were arrested as well. I believe he was the one I read the affidavit that Miguel put out from the sheriff's office. That was his affidavit and so forth. So he was also known as El Moira. It's Moyra. So, whatever that means. Where is he at today? He lives in Florida, which doesn't surprise me. He has more than 40,000 followers on the messaging app Telegram. His profile is called 5D Full Disclosure 17. Now, if that sounds familiar, okay, so basically, it's kind of like what happened in 2020 when the whole, I don't know if I'm allowed to say QAnon or anything like that on here, but yeah, like the whole Q thing, I'm going to admit I did drink the Kool-Aid. I will admit that. I am now not so much actively involved with it. I dabble looking. I do believe in some, parts, but I don't believe. I mean, probably out of 100%, I'm probably 5%, maybe. The rest of it, I think, is in the shredder. At one time, I think I was really so involved to the point that I actually spent money and I bought some bracelets and I was doing all the hashtags, the where we go one, we go all, and all that. I mean, I was all up in that. But as time went on, I had to realize, there's more to life than politics. There's more to life than things like that. I'm not saying that it's all hogwash. I'm just saying that I still believe that there are some aspects of it is true. Then that's just my own personal opinions, my belief system. Don't come after me if you disagree, but I'm just telling you that that's where I come from. So now I was on Telegram, but I never participated on Telegram. To me, it was kind of confusing platform, so I just deleted it. I stayed off of it. But anyway, so apparently though, he's on Telegram. His profile is called, if you want to follow him, and if you're part of that, and you're interested in it, his profile is called 5D Full Disclosure 17. Now we all know 17 equates to Q and so forth, so you can kind of fill in the blanks from there if you are knowledgeable in it, and by now you should be, because it's been all over the place and people have talked about it. I mean, at least for the last 4 years, but it's been going on since, I want to say as far back as since 2016-ish, give or take. So, and a lot of it has to, I'm not trying to get political, but a lot of it had to do with Trump and everything, so, yeah. It also reads, the last rabbit hole you'll ever encounter. Welcome to the Great Awakening. Yeah, so, yeah, there's, I'm grinning, if y'all guys can't tell. The Great Awakening. Oh my God, you can't get away from that. You just type that in YouTube or in a Google search and you will find so many rabbit holes. It is ridiculous. I mean, it is insane. So anyway, so the scene in the documentary provided insight into how Ryan felt about the cult and after his arrest for tampering with Amy's corpse, but because there was a follow-up, I guess, about everything. So after Amy's mummified body was found, police told Ryan he seemed like an intelligent man, in which he replied, in quotes, he goes, "I know, and now I'm here." I mean, okay. According to director Olsen in a December 2023 interview with Variety, this during that time it was included basically to show his disbelief in the way his life in the cult had unfolded. Now it says in quotes what Hannah, who is the director of the whole sit down, she said El Mora, I guess, believed then and continues to believe now that Amy Carlson is God, but he also on some level knew that he was straddling the 3D and the 5D, and trying to reconcile his actions with the perception of those actions by that police officer. He was saying, I know this looks crazy, but it happened. Okay, so, but apparently, though, he's thinking he's going into 5D. So, guys, if you believe in all that, you can find him on Telegram, and yeah. But I'm hoping that one day he will, come a little bit, embraced a little bit more of that sanity versus not sanity. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with your belief system because everybody wants to believe something different. If you want to believe that flowers talk to you, then so be it. But, I just don't lead other people down a path, or don't try to market yourself, I guess. Just put your thoughts out there, put your opinions out there, but don't, and your belief systems out there, but don't make it seem like you're trying to market to people. Allow the people a platform to voice what they feel and they think, and then ask questions and so forth, but let them make their own minds up. And Ryan was the youngest one that was arrested. He wasn't the youngest member, I don't think, but he was the youngest that was arrested that night. So I believe he was in a mindset of, still young and was trying to find himself, and he could be easily persuade either direction. So yeah, I'm hoping Ryan is doing well, and I hope that he seems to be doing well, I guess, on Telegram, but hopefully in the coming years or whatever, he will eventually, return back to regular living life. But if this makes him happy, it's better than doing other things out there that could be partially harming himself or others. And so I just hope he doesn't go too far deep and drink the whole pitcher of Kool-Aid. If you want to just drink a couple cups, by all means, go ahead. I drank a couple. I didn't drink a whole pitcher, but I did drink a good amount of it at one time. I'm now maybe taking a couple shot glasses every now and then from the whole 5D awakening thing. So I get it. I understand it. I understand that mindset, and I understand the belief system. And so I'm there myself personally, but I also do respect, and I listen, and I follow facts, and I also make sure that I check in with my mental health, and I'm not too far down into that rabbit hole where I can't reach up and pull myself out of it. And I do have a system where if I do get down deep into it, I have others around me, and I surround myself with that will, remind me of what up is up and down is down, and I don't get confused, and will remind me, hey, you're a little too deep, come back to the shallow end. You know what I mean? So, yeah. Right now, I am at the point in my own personal life. I'm just sitting on the side of the pool. My feet are in the pool, but I'm not in the water anymore, and I'm drying off. I'm kind of moved on from it. So, and I know several others on my social platforms. I know some others are doing the same or have done the same, and we all seem to be better with ourselves. So maybe one day Ryan will too, and we wish him nothing but the best, like we did the others. So moving on, we're going to get into those that are basically refusing to move on and actually have evolved and made the pool even deeper. So we're getting to that point now. I should add, before we move forward, I actually found a little more about Ryan also. Apparently, though, like I mentioned, he did relocate to Florida, though, after Amy's death and everything, and after all the criminal charges against him were dropped. He actually claims also to be a spiritual consultant on LinkedIn. Oh my gosh. So everyone who supposedly left and is supposed to get back to life, they're spiritual consultants or they're healers, and oh lordy, here we go. We do know that he had more than 40,000 followers on Instagram, but he was also interrogated by the police and questioned regarding the groups. It was $320,000. Miguel, you took $320,000. Dude, that's more than enough. One is to start over. It's more than enough money to go to relocate, buy a decent home. I mean, it may not be like a mansion or anything, but a simple house, and pay it. I mean, pay cash for it, and oh my gosh, 300. It's 320,000. Wow. So, yeah. So the police were aware of the money. So I think Miguel, or they probably looked into, because people, I mean, they were selling things, so they probably pulled up, they didn't have taxes, they weren't paying taxes or anything. I mean, when you have a business, and it doesn't matter if it's spiritual or not, it's still a business, you have to pay taxes. I mean, you have I think it's a 1099 or something like that, or I maybe get my numbers confused, but yeah, I mean, Miguel, oh my gosh, that's enough to start over. Even if he doesn't buy a home, it's enough for him to go off. He can go live in another country that doesn't have an extradition and get a place to stay and live his life. I mean, oh my gosh. Okay. So anyways, I just wanted to mention that real quick before we move forward into the next members, members that were a big part of the whole Love Is One. But because I came across that and I was like, oh my gosh. So, yeah. So, I mean, apparently Ryan is a spiritual consultant on LinkedIn, and he's in Florida, and he's got over 40,000 followers. And yeah, I mean, you come up with bogus stuff or you lie, you can get followers. I mean, and the more followers you get, the more people confuse the amount of followers means credibility, and that's not true. I mean, obviously, if just because they have a lot of followers does not mean they're credible sources, or they should be believed, or if they're not lying to you. So, I mean, yeah, so be careful with that. So, yeah. Okay, now we're going to move forward on. I just wanted to put that in there to let you guys know that I came across that while I was moving forward to the next person. And, yeah, and $320,000, guys. Seriously, I've never seen that much money in my life, and I don't think I probably ever will, unless it's a temporary situation. It's in the account and out the account almost within the same day, because of something major had to happen in order for me to get that money. But other than that, I will never see that amount of money. So, not even if I win the lottery, because I don't play hardly at all. So, I mean, you got to play to win, right? So, anyways, all right, moving forward, let's get into the next person. And these two people are going to be connected, and these two people are going to not really look, but they're going to sound, the names are going to sound very familiar. Let me give you a clue. Dr. Phil. So, yeah, so we're going to get into them. All right. So now we're getting into faith and hope. Not faith and hope, sorry, Aurora and hope. I already did faith. So where do I begin? Okay, so let's start with hope. Her real name is Ashley Peluso. If that sounds familiar, Archaea Hope was given to her by Amy. She was one that was really talkative and on the Dr. Phil show, when he interviewed them with Amy, and yeah. So, so she's going by Archaea Hope still, apparently. She didn't even jump tracks. She has not changed for anything after Amy's death. Even though the group completely disbanded, she's still staying in the same mindset. She's, I think now she's probably like 29. She was kind of young then too. So I think now she's like 29-ish, maybe 30. But she still adheres to the teachings that were taught by Amy. She still continues to spread them on YouTube, which I'm shocked that YouTube is still allowing their videos to be up. I mean, during 2020, when everyone was a part of the whole theory of, Q and the QAnon, all that stuff, whatever, YouTube was so talking about, hey, we're taking it down, we're gonna take it down. People lost their channels over it, all this stuff, but yet they're allowing them to still keep their channel up. They're allowing them to still continue to spew their nonsense. I mean, I'm not trying to belittle anybody who does still believe in this stuff, but if you're listening and you follow me, obviously you probably are not part of this group, but yeah. So so we got Ashley Peluso. Apparently she started a talk show. She started some kind of talk show titled it, quote, The Daily Disclosure Show, which is kind of funny because if you just Google search or hashtag The Daily or something like that, they knew what they were doing when they called it The Daily Disclosure Show. So they probably did it purposely, not because they probably post daily, which is concerning, but they probably more likely they used that word because they know it's going to get the masses. So instead of people who believe in, the Daily Show or, like on, the Daily Show on TV, the night talk show or whatever that's on, I think, Comedy Central or whatever, or you get the Daily Mail, or you get the Daily, whatever, anything that's the Daily in it is going to come up. So if someone types in the Daily on YouTube, they're going to pop up. And people are going to see two pretty girls sitting there and thinking, what is this? Especially if you're a male or something like that, you're going to watch it. So they're going to get the views. So, yeah. They know what they were doing when they changed it to the Daily Disclosure Show. So, anyway, moving forward, alongside Archaea Aurora. Now, Archaea Aurora is, her government name actually is Lauren Suarez. It's all this started in the mid to 2021. So it wasn't even, they waited probably 2 months, and then they started it. I mean, they went right back at it. They didn't even take a break. They did not let it die. They are in it for life. These are what I call lifers. Now y'all see why I say them for last, because they are still doing this today. They dubbed it the show, quote, first 5D news show on the planet. Oh my gosh. Okay, so they believe they're in 5D, but let's use logic right now. They believe they're in 5D, but yet they're using 3D technology. How does that work? I don't know. Maybe they believe they're in 5D and they're in this some kind of realm. They have a backdrop of, the galaxy, multicolored universe, sitting on a couch with a blanket behind them. I mean, but they're not dolled up like, Amy would have been, but they're still, they're still really into that. They still believe in all, the crystals and everything. Oh my gosh. I mean, so they're still at it. They didn't learn their lesson. They didn't care. Of course, then again, if I'm not mistaken, I don't believe they weren't the one of the 7 that were arrested. So it's kind of interesting that they are. I don't know. They weren't there at the time. I don't know, but all I know is they weren't one of the ones that were arrested. They weren't part of the 7. So I mean, but to me, you would have think. I wonder if they ever were arrested from this, would they have continued on still, or would they have learned their lesson, or what would have happened? I mean, everyone else who was arrested is either gone off the grid and or they're supposedly living a normal life, but yet they still listed their career title as something spiritual. Spiritual consultant, spiritual healers, something along those lines. So, seems like to me they haven't moved on either. So, some people say getting arrested changes folks, but to me, I think what happened was because when the charges were dropped, obviously they feel like, oh, they were dropped because they know we were right. So it just fed into their delusion, and I think at the very least, the judge or whoever was in charge of the charges and everything, they should have said, okay, you have 2 options. We can keep the charges against you. You can go to jail, do your time served or whatever it is, and then leave. Or we can drop the charges, but as per, request, or not really request, but in place of going to jail and in place of being charged for this, we're court ordering you to attend psychological sessions, mental health evaluations, and you have to show up, over the next year, 2 years, whatever, and hope, like once a week or whatever it is, attend these things, either outpatient or inpatient or however they want to do it. I think they should have done that, but instead they let them, charges dropped, okay, bye, and they walk out the courtroom. Courthouse, they just go off and do like, oh, okay, it's 2:00, I guess I'll go to do a Target run at the moment, you know what I mean? It's like, that's what happened. It's crazy. Some of them learned their lesson and was like, I want to live a whole new life. I'm changing everything about me. And so if anybody does a Google search or any potential employer does a search, I'm not going to show up. I may look similar, but that's not me because I changed everything about me. Or I live off the grid. I live, or they, God forbid if any of them are homeless. But anyways, which that's what happens to a lot of these folks. Because they're so deep into it, they don't like the government. Remember, they were brainwashed to believe the government. So anything has to do with the government, aka that means getting a job, paying taxes, getting a paycheck, going to a bank, using a bank, paying rent, things like that, living life, paying bills, utility bills, buying groceries, eating the foods. They're believed to think that these things were bad. They're evil. And so they've been brainwashed all these years. I'm not talking about just a couple months, but years. To think that these things are bad. So a lot of them are still in that mindset, even though the charges are dropped and they behaved in the courtroom. When they leave, it's possible, they are, they're probably still in that same mindset. And that's why many of them end up on the streets. And that's why I believe that they should have been given some kind of mental health, court-ordered mental health consultations, and at least over the next year or 2 years, or however, some kind of psychological, until we can get them relearning on how to cope and manage in today's society, to where you aren't, that you may still think the government's evil, that's fine, but that you have to pay your taxes, you have to, pay your bills, you have to get up every day, go to work, and you don't have to go to happy hour after work, you don't have to intermingle, you don't have to do all that stuff, but you at least have to do the bare minimum, and be, on each one be assigned some type of social worker that will help them, or a job coach, or classes, or education, or something that they can do and be meaningful citizens of society. Instead, many of them, they are probably living on the streets if they're off the radar, or we can't find anything about them, or they probably are like Ashley and Lauren, aka Hope and Aurora, and they're continuing on this same ocean of 5D disclosure stuff, So anyways, moving forward, back to them. So apparently the show features the duo as they touch upon the collective consciousness and various universal topics, with the intention of connecting everyone with the quote-unquote unified heart, whatever that means. They both point out a discussion range from national and international political climate, socioeconomic issues, the divine entity, spiritual awakening, unified consciousness, and others. Though they post short clips on their YouTube channel, which has over 600 subscribers, the entire episode of the show can be watched by subscribing to their website. Okay, so that's how they get away with it. That is how they got away with it. They only post short clips, so YouTube is not going to take it down if it's a short. But if it's short clips, meaning like if it's under, 3-4 minutes, maybe, they get away with it, they get under the radar. But their full entire episode, which is probably, obviously not as long as this video is, or, but hopefully not. But they at least they go as long as probably like hour, 2 hours, whatever, and they will post it as long as they have a separate website or whatever. And I want to know how they're paying for that, but the only way they're probably paying for it is probably because they sell items. So, anyways, and I wonder if they keep in touch because they're so like-minded as Ryan Kramer is, since he's doing the whole 5D thing. I wonder if they actually keep in touch, or because they do similar things. They both kind of do similar, or they're still in that same, path. They may be in different lanes, but they're still in the same highway. So I'm just kind of wondering if if they do kind of toss the ball back and forth every now and then. So specifically though, Arkea Aurora, aka known as Lauren Suarez, she is one of the co-hosts. She was also on the Dr. Phil show. So as you guys know, she apparently she is still in the same path, very much aligned with Carry On, the legacy of Love Is One. To further her interest, though, she's 32. She was a former lawyer, guys. She had a life. She had money. But then again, here we go. She was from Florida. And I love Florida. Florida is a piece of my heart, only because every time I visit, I feel at peace there. But, don't get me wrong, though. Some Florida folks are on their own. They're like Texans. I am a native Texan. We're on our own, planet. So, yeah. But at least Texas is not as crazy as Florida. But anyway, so Florida, so she was a former lawyer from Florida. She joined hands with Ashley Peluso, not Pelosi, because Pelosi is, not to be confused. She's not, hopefully, not connected to Nancy Pelosi, but it is, it's Peluso. So it's a totally different family, aka Arkea Hope. So together they host a video podcast, new show titled The Daily Disclosure Show. Through their joint YouTube channel and website, the two share the knowledge they gained while they were members of the organization and pass the opinions on everything that's going on in the world. So they kind of do like what I do a little bit. You kind of, post something and then you kind of give your opinion about it. Okay, it's an opinion, so there's nothing wrong with that. Opinions are opinions. There's one thing of stating this is my opinion versus you trying to throw your opinion, ideals, thoughts, mindsets down people's throats and trying to get them to change and telling them they need to change or they're doing wrong and they're the reason why they're not, there's a difference. So hopefully they're still keeping that mindset of opinions and not brainwashing like cults. But the problem is though they're still aligning themselves with the Love Is One ideals, and that's what gets things muddy. And sometimes they're seen with her in the background, like there's a blanket or a canvas of some sort of Amy in the background and on their show, and it's one of those things that just kind of worries me. If they're still, it didn't change. They're the only members though, and whoever subscribes to them or follows them or whatever. I hope that, from a woman point of view, I hope some of the people that subscribe to them are not subscribe or following them because it's a higher male population, because they are too beautiful. They're both beautiful young women, and I just hope that there's some weirdos out there who will follow and subscribe to female YouTubers, or regardless of what they're talking about, they will follow them just so they can watch them and see them and do things on the other side of the screen. So I'm hoping for their sake, from woman to woman, that is not what's happening. But I also hope that they're not following or subscribing because they too also believe, because 600 people is that's still 600 too many. So to start a whole nother cult. But apparently their goal is to, quote, help you enter in unity consciousness. Okay, there we go. Through the power of our hearts. Okay, so that statement right there just makes me, y'all said that's your goal, help you enter. So that makes me, so you are leading people. You're brainwashing people. You're not just getting on, turning the camera on and posting your opinions about today's world events. You are literally brainwashing people, letting people know the reason things happen bad in this world because we don't have enough people out there that are doing this now, and you need to do. Oh my gracious. And they're probably commenting and leading, and probably just like Mother God did, like, let's do sessions, no different than people that read tarot cards and things like that. They do readings, they're helping you, your life, guiding you. I mean, I don't know. It's all very convoluted and muddy, swampy waters. So if you do happen to go on their channel and you're like, hey, it's not so bad, but make sure that you're not literally binge watching and you're not really going too deep into that water. It's okay to get your toes wet in it and just for research purposes and see what they're about, but there's another thing of you actually putting on the gear and going deep sea diving, you know what I mean? So just be mindful of that. So aside from covering current events, talking in detail about how their energies affect our lives, the duo also covers oracle reports. Oh my gracious. And gives updates on ascension. Apparently, okay, so they can channel into the 5D thing. They're into the whole, they're into that. They're just like Amy. They're Amy 2.0s. I mean, here we go. She still believes through their Mother God has ascended from the physical world. Her spirit is still with them. Of course, she is. Which, there's nothing wrong with that because people believe the same thing with the whole, with, Jesus and everything like that. People believe, that and God and all that. So, they're allowed to believe that, then Hope and Aurora are allowed to believe what they want to believe. About Amy. That's what they do. So, now we're getting into the last two. We're going to get into, the last two and the two, what I believe is the most important and the highlight of this whole video. So, yeah. Let's get into the second to last one. Alright, so let's talk about the icing on the cake. Let's talk about Jason Castillo. Now, since his charges have been dropped, where is he today? Now, I found two articles that talk about him. So they may be a little repetitious because they both mention similar things, but I'm going to go ahead and read both of those to you guys, and I'm going to keep it short because Jason is a ball of a whole bunch. So, but Jason believes he's honoring the legacy of Mother God, aka Amy, making an entry as a self-proclaimed father of all creation. That's what he says. Jason Castillo. He brought some chaos to the organization along with him as things started to go haywire soon after he joined the group. He quit his job as a manager in Las Vegas and began a spiritual journey thanks to Mother God. All it took for him to join Love Is One was hearing her talk. As per sources nowadays, Jason is the leader of a Colorado-based group known as Joy Reigns. Oh my gracious. Go figure, Joy Reigns. Doesn't that sound like another little cult? But okay. Although convicted of drug charges in Wisconsin, it seems he still leads Joy Reigns, promoting the notion of heaven on earth. Jason Castillo now refers to himself as the incarnate of Mother Father. Mother Father, that's one of all creation. Jason runs a YouTube channel under the name Love Has, with the number 1, and then Joy Reigns, number 2. So I'm guessing that's all in one name. So yeah, I guess he did a play on word with numbers, and also I don't know, it's different, but he's piggybacking off of the Love Is One because he knows people are curious, so people are going to search it because they want to know more about it. So so if you put Love Is One and then Joy Reigns 2, really, you just piggybacked off of the former cult that got disbanded, arrested, and everything. So you're still going to piggyback off that, but then add your new cult's name with it. So when you say 2, which is like TOO, but you put the number 2 in place of that, which would be the wrong 2 if you're into English grammar, but you did a play on those words, which means you're saying that Joy Reigns is the same as Love Is One. Okay. Anyway, so it offers sessions for Christic awakening. Here we go with the word awakening again. Guys, I can't. Okay, so on the personal front, he uses his social media platforms to share his music. Here we go with the music thing. And other day-to-day updates alongside fellow follower of the new religious movement, Luna. Luna. Okay, so I don't know if Luna is the name of the person, it said a fellow follower of the new religious movement. But then it said Luna. So I don't know if that's another religious movement called Luna, or the other fellow follower is called Luna. I don't know. Again, guys, if y'all want to look into that one, that's on y'all. I'm done with Jason. I have said my piece with him mostly. I don't like the guy. That's just me. But yeah, so I did come across something that had to deal with him as well. I think it just kind of I didn't think it kind of goes with this. It says, since the death of their leader, Love Is One is supposedly disbanded and move on. After a few months, Love Is One follower Jason Castillo, now deemed Father God, formed a separate group called Joy Reigns. According to the movement's website, the group follows, quote, one law in reality, and that is unconditional love, and the energy is free, overflowing, real, eternal, abundant, and available at any moment in all of humanity when we so choose. How many adjectives could you use to describe? You could just said one law in reality is unconditional love, and it's available at any moment to all humanity whenever you choose. You could have cut that down short, but you want to make sure you use. See, that's the thing. A lot of cult leaders, they will utilize as much adjectives as possible because they want to hit all the marks, and that's what they do. I can go back and talk about Aurora and Hope, because this also talks about them. They basically, again, they picked up where Love Is One. They rebranded the cult 5D Full Disclosure, which references what Love Is One members call themselves, 5D, on their YouTube channel. They claim to have been quote unquote trained by God herself, by the way, and they actually capitalize the G in how to navigate the inner world during these changing times to affect the external. They sporadically release a show that is confusingly called The Daily Disclosure, which tackles news, pop culture, everything in between, in an episode titled The New Algorithm of Consciousness from November 23rd, 2023. Hope and Aurora discusses Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift and liken the Roman Empire to the NFL. Oh my gracious. They suggest that the NFL and celebrity relationships are obviously attempts to harness energy. It appears as if they're making a hard pivot from cult to pop culture, with CULT and the word culture capitalized. So yeah, I'm looking at a photo, but I'm not going to post the photo, but I'm looking at a photo of them too. They're sitting there. They got an epitaph of Amy. Look like she's praying with butterflies and all this, the world behind her and all this stuff, whatever is on the epitaph, with flowers and the universe, space, that kind of theme going on. And then they have Aurora and Hope obviously are sitting at a table, and looks like it could be like a kitchen table of some sort. They got crystals around them a little bit. They're dressed normally. They got some like nude colored makeup on, I guess. They're dressed normally. They look like they at least had a shower. They're still very thin, but they at least sort of looked like they at least eat once a day. They have, I find it ironic, though, for them to think about pop culture, but yet, it's funny, though, Aurora, to her right side of her, she's got a huge, cup. It looks like it's from, it looks like it could be like a Starbucks cup, but it's not Starbucks cup because the way the shape of the cup is. So it could be from a restaurant of some sort. And then also, Hope has got like 3 different cups. Looks like they're hyped on either tea or iced coffee. Yeah. So if they believe, and they're using an Apple laptop, which I find is hilarious. If you believe that the world, pop culture, and all that stuff is bad, you're utilizing objects, and you're utilizing a platform that is supposed to be from the dark forces. You wouldn't be doing it this way. It's crazy. So, but then again, you think, well, then, how else are they going to get their word out there? So you have to, they say, well, they have to use these things, but while they're using it, they're using it for good and not for evil. But honestly, how would you know about Taylor Swift and Kelce and all that stuff unless you are, you're part of the 3D world, but yet you're telling your members that you can channel and you're into the 5D, and Mother God talks to you and tells you about 5D. Is, like I said, very convoluted and very confusing, and yeah. So, so I just think it's crazy. And the last person I will talk about is Amy Carlson. Unfortunately, sadly, she has passed away in a sad way. She was very young. I believe she was 45. I mean, that's only 3 years older than me. She looked, if you look her up in the last days, if you saw the clips on the Dr. Phil show that I posted in this video earlier, you would know that she has, she doesn't even look her age at all, and it's pretty sad. She looks frail and like 30 years older than what she is, or what she was. I like to believe that she wanted the best for the world. She wanted to make the world a happier and better place for everyone, but the way things went around to her, and unfortunately, she fell for a cult, and then ultimately, made her own cult, and then led others, and now they're continuing on as well. And I just hope each and every person I've mentioned, and anyone that was part of them, and who I did not mention, I don't know their names, so apparently I don't know how many people ultimately were there in person around her, but I know they had thousands and thousands of followers, so I hope everyone has gotten help. Since they have disbanded, I hope they did not continue or not, I'm hoping that they've gotten mental help, they have gotten the resources, they've gotten, they've started hydrating with water versus Kool-Aid, and yeah, so I'm hoping nothing but the best for each and every one of them. I have no harm or bad thoughts towards each and every one of them, even Aurora and Hope, even though they continued on, and as well as Ryan. I mean, even though he's continuing on as well, I don't have any, harmful thoughts or bad thoughts about them. I disagree, but I'm not going to promote them, so I will not put in the description below, I will not put their channels or their websites per se into the description, because I'm not trying to enable anybody else to fall for their world. So, but I will put in the description a lot of the links of where I found all my information from, and also I will post the YouTube link of where the full episode from Dr. Phil. It will also be that I got from the Guru magazine, as well as a link to Guru magazine's as well homepage. So because I want to give them credit for supplying that episode on their YouTube channel. I also will post, as well as CBS, their link as well, and I believe, I don't know if it's NBC or something like that. A lot of it is, I've gotten several, mostly with CBS, but I will post the links of where the video is there. Now, I can't tell you how long these posts will be up. I mean, as far as with those links, it may be gone, they may be removed, because I'm not in charge of their websites, I'm not in charge of YouTube, so I mean, I don't know how long they will be active. But so if you want to check them out, as of today's date, which is July 28th, 2024, they are still up. So, they might still be there. So, yeah. I guess that is it. To this day, that is where everybody's at, that I can find any information. If you guys know more, comment down below. Tell me what you guys found. It'd be great if you can post links or give us breadcrumbs of where you found information. If you do believe and you follow Aurora and Hope and and Ryan and all them, if you do, don't come at me, don't hate me. I am just stating facts, and you have every right, just like anybody else out there. You have freedom of your spiritual religious beliefs, and if this is what you want to do with your life, then so be it. But don't attack me for posting facts or stating my opinions. And yeah, and please don't argue among each other. I have debated on, and I may try to see if I can post this on as a podcast, as per my daughter, who suggested I should start one. So if I do, it will be underneath the same name. If I can do it, hopefully nobody took the name from me. When I do, I will post a separate video with about it. But for now, it's just going to be on here. As long as YouTube does not, cite me, to the point where, attack me for it or copyright me or anything like that. So as long as the algorithm allows me to post it, I will post it. A recap though, I mentioned hours ago, at the beginning, that if you want me to talk about dig deeper into the actual cult, I'll try to. I don't know as much as I can find because they may be gone by now, but lightworkers.org, type in lightworkers underneath the comment section, and if enough people are interested in that, I will do a separate video, probably not as long as this one. This one was so deep and so much. It was so chaotic, and it's taken me over 2 weeks, and I worked on it every day for hours. So I'm hoping you guys enjoy this. I hope you guys, it was your cup of tea. If not, I understand. Again, this will be only in my Colts playlist, but I'm trying to learn to not keep my posts too long, but like true fashion, it may become a trademark of mine. Hopefully this was an easy listen to. I apologize again for my voice. A lot of it, allergies are just crazy, and the older I get, it's just been horrible. I've taken a couple days off every between sometimes to let my voice rest, because I work on it for anywhere from 2 to 4 or 5 hours long. And sometimes I also work on other videos consecutively with this one, like side by side. So while I was working on this one, so I'm making sure something is getting out there in between. But yeah, again though, comment down below if you want me to do Lightworkers, comment Lightworkers, talk about the Pleiadians, Anunnaki, all that. Just all you have to do is comment Pleiadian and Anunnaki. They all pretty much go hand in hand. I could dig a little deeper in those things. I mean, there's so much online though already about it, but if you want me to do it and you want my thoughts on it, I can do it. Let's see, I'm trying to think if there's anything else I mentioned. I can dig a little deeper into, I guess, I could dig a little bit more into other cults. You guys can just type down below which ones you want me to do. I have one or two that I'm wondering if it's a cult or not. But I have to again do more research on it to make sure it's not all in my head. So yeah. But I can dig a little deeper into the also, as well as I could do a video about the lost continents of the world that they believed in at the beginning, about Lemuria and Lemurians and many other continents. I mean, that they believe existed long before that we have the world today. I mean, some of that could be factual. You never know. I could dig into that and who actually brought that idea into fruition. So just comment down below Lemurians, or you could just write in lost continents, and I'll know what you mean. And then we'll go from there. So yeah, I guess that's it. If you have any questions, or if you would prefer me to break videos up like this into different parts to keep them separate videos, I can. Do you prefer me just talking like this and you just listening so you don't actually have to watch, or do you prefer more like slideshow style thing, or me being actually on camera and talking? Just let me know. Either way, I hope I was well versed into explaining. I'm hoping that you guys understood everything. I hope I didn't confuse anybody. I hope that you guys enjoyed it. Oh, I'm so glad we're down at the end. We are 9 hours, and it is amazing. This is a full day. But I think I beat Eugenia Cooney at this point. Again, if you don't know who she is, you guys, you just have to type in Eugenia, or just type in Cooney, and you'll see her. She's one of the top YouTubers. She's on Twitch a lot. She does lives a lot. Unfortunately, I'm not allowed to do lives because YouTube says you have to have so many hours watched, so many subscribers, and so forth. So if you guys could please make sure you like, comment, share, subscribe, and I will see you guys in the next one. Have a great day. Bye.